electrician. And how is he going to do it? You don't do it in any way you feel like. There is a way you have to follow, and we do it in accordance with IEE/IEEE/IEC. IEE, that is Institution of Electrical Engineers, or Institution of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. Now it was compounded to the International Electrotechnical Commission. They set rules, preset the international, and which we follow. So the electrician who wears this lamp, following this, the way it is wired here is the way it is done in Kenya, in Europe, in America, in Australia, and everywhere in Africa. That is, it is international. So an electrician who does this, the way he will do it, he will be competent and internationally acceptable. So now within, yes, we've got time frame. This work here at least has to do it in 1 hour maximum. So now, when you are going to do this work, there are steps to follow. You don't just come and do. There are steps to follow, or which we call processes. Now, which are these processes? We go through the processes. For example, the first one is site survey. Mark the points and make the line diagram, make the circuit diagram, make the material estimations and procure them, install the points and do the cabling, and then you do the termination. They test the circuit with a meter, and finally you power the circuit. And then that's when our DIT can come and assess, have you done it well? I think I have to upload DIT for the that work which is doing. It's a really a very good job. Thank you, DIT. So now let's go. Step 1, site survey. When you are given a job, the client takes you to the site and you see the site, but then you've got to go and survey the site yourself. What is there? What are the risks? Which risks are involved? Which space do I have? How can I mitigate those risks? How can I overcome them? What do I need? How long is the distance from my workplace? What do I need to go with? How many people do I need to go with? So you do the site survey and resurvey as well. Then you mark the points. Now, this is my site. This is where we are going to work from. And this is where we are going to put our lamp. So we mark the points. We are going to mark the points, as we shall come to that, to mark the points. Then after marking the points, you make what we call a line diagram. Now that is the geography of the work from here to there. Now this is our line diagram. We have a lamp. We have a terminal place, a terminal point where we carry out our terminations, where we call the joints and the connections. Then we have the switch place. So this is called a line diagram. Then step number 3, we go to what we call making the circuit diagram. You know, a circuit in electrical engineering, it is a complete flow of electric energy and should be doing some work. If it just goes and it short circuits and goes back, then that will be a short circuit. But it has got to get a load, and in this case, our load is the lamp. So we have the supply point. Where does the power come from? The power has to come from a source somewhere. From the source, whether the mains or from the battery or from solar, there has to be a source. Then when the power comes, it has got to come to a place where it will be terminated and be channeled to the control point, that is the switch, and from the switch to the load point, that is the lamp. So you get to know the actual thing manually, point by point, place by place, and it is well drawn. Now, this is a critical point. Electricians, listen to me properly. All eyes on me, all over viewers. Never carry out any electrical work without a circuit diagram. Never carry out any electrical work without a circuit diagram. This is what leads you, and it's the one on which you follow. You'll never make a mistake. And even if you make a mistake, it will be minor, not deadly. Now, from there, we go to what we call make the materials estimation. Now, the materials estimation and procure them, and the tools as well. So now we are going to see the tools. Which tools do we need? Which materials do we need? Now, we need screwdrivers, we need side cutter, combination plier, hammer, phase tester, multimeter, and electrician's knife. Now, Maureen, help me. Show us. First of all, we have the screwdrivers. Yes, I see the screwdrivers, which we are going to use. We've got this screwdriver. The screwdriver, we've got the minus and the star. All right? Now, we need the side cutter. The side cutter, this one here. The side cutter. We need combination pliers. Combination pliers. We need a phase tester. This one here. It tests for whether the conductor is live or not. Then we need a hammer and the electrician's knife. We shall see the multimeter later. Now, from there we go to the materials. Which materials do we need? We need the materials as well. Now we need a 1.5 millimeter squared twin cable. Now, we don't say 1.5 millimeter only, it is incomplete. It is a 1.5 millimeter squared twin cable. Because for lighting, we might not need the earth. We need, I think now we go as you are showing us. This is our cable. We say a cable because it has got more than one conductor. If it is one conductor, it's just a simple conductor or wire. But if it has two conductors or more, that one is a cable. And the size which we need is 1.5 millimeter squared twin cable. Now, we need a one gang, one-way, single pole switch. Electrician, listen to me. If a switch has one button, that is what we call a gang. If it has two buttons, those are two gang. Now, this one, these are two gangs. The button, we can say two buttons. But now in electrical, we don't say two buttons, we say gang. So this one is a gang. This one is two gang, and the one we are going to use is one gang. One way, single pole switch. We need the lamp holder. Now, this lamp holder is called a button straight lamp holder because it is wall mounted. We also have a pendant. The one which swings, the pendant lamp holder, and it's put on the, it is this one, this is the ceiling rose on the ceiling, and then we put the lamp holder here. It is pendant swinging, but this one is button straight. There's one which is button bend, which some people call it angle bend, but this one is button straight lamp holder. We need a bulb. This is the bulb. Now, we need a joint box. A joint box, yes. Now, this is where we carry our terminations. Okay, they put the joint box here, and at the same time, it's the one which is here. This is where we carry out the terminations, or the connections, or the joints. Now, we need this mold box. Some people call it the MK box. But now here we localized it that the MK box is usually for the wall mounted, where it is flash wiring, it is inside the wall and you cast it in the cement. But this mold box is for surface wiring. So we put it on the wall, you fix it on the wall and you put the switch. So that's why we call it a mold box. Then the rest are small accessories. We need tower clips, which will help us to clip the cable on the wall. Okay, this one called a tower clip. And we also need screws. We need screws. As I said, we need the tower clips. This is the tower clip. Okay, the clip, it holds the cable and then you hammer. You need this clip, then you clip in the cable. Then after clipping the cable, then you hammer this nail into the wall or on the wiring surface. Then this screw is to fix these accessories like joint box and the mold box onto the wall so that things are fixed and you cut out the clipping, what we call the cable lay, and the termination, and the worker gets done. We said that our task is to wire a lamp controlled by a one-gang, one-way single pole switch. We've seen the one-gang, one-way single pole switch, and it is with the electrician to carry out this work, and how well in accordance with international institution of electrical engineers, or institution of electrical and electronics engineers, or international electrotechnical commission. And we have seen the steps, we have seen the drawings, we've seen now the circuit diagram, we have seen the materials which are required, and the tools which are required. So now next is to go manually and practically on the work, so that we do it practically and programmatic, and we see the results. We are now going to go practical to do the pragmatic part of our practical, of our installation. We are going to wire this one lamp controlled by one gang, one-way single pole switch, and this is our terminal point where we carry out the connections, which we call the joint box. Many electricians call it a junction box. No, junction is for conduit work, but for wiring work, it's called a joint box. And this is our power source. So now, before we do the work, you have to do what we call the measurements and the sketch. So, if you can see here, we carried out measurements to measure the cable which you are going to use. You measure the cable you are going to use. So it is something which is like this. So this is our joint box. This is the switch. This is the source. And this is the lamp. So we carry out measurements so that we don't waste material. So now we are going to step number 5. Install the points and do the cabling. We have installed the points. This is the switching point, connection point, and the lighting point. Now we do the cabling. Now the cable has to be straight. The cable has to be straight, and you clip at intervals. You do the clipping at intervals, not too near and not too far. Yes, that is clipping. Now we come to the switch point. Now, before we clip here, we have got to terminate. Now, this is a critical point. Some people make the length longer or shorter. Now you bring this length at the end of the joint box, so that part of it enters in the joint box and the other part is for termination. So here I do the cutting. We brought it towards the end here and we cut. Now after cutting, you strip. When you are stripping, you press, okay, at around 30 millimeters, which is 3 centimeters, which is slightly more than an inch. When it has really recut, you bend the knife at 30 degrees and then you strip. If you carry it at a sharper angle, you will injure the conductor. And once you injure the conductor, you will reduce its current carrying capacity. So what you do is to be very careful and carry it at 30 degrees and then you strip. After removing the sheath, now you remove this final insulation from the conductor. So it is removed. Then you twist it so that the strands are not sporadic. They don't go in various directions. They should be one. This electrical knife is very sharp. So now we made our conductors. Now after, you have to take it back. Don't leave, it's very sharp and dangerous. So you've got to, that is material and tool handling. The next step is to do the termination. What do we mean by termination? That is connecting, making the connections and the jointing. And this is critical. Now these are electrical joints. The IEE wiring regulations stipulates that an electric joint should be electrically continuous and mechanically sound. It shouldn't pull out under normal strains. So we are going to make our joints firm. Now, according to our circuit diagram, we see the neutral conductor. When the neutral conductor comes, it goes straight to the lamp. The neutral conductor, it goes straight to the lamp. This is our neutral incoming. So it is going direct to the lamp. So we connect it directly to the lamp. We said electrically continuous and mechanically sound. It should not pull out under normal strains. Fine. Right, now we see our live conductor coming. The live conductor here, we see the live conductor, it has come from the supply, it goes to the switch. The live conductor has come, it goes to the switch. Now we connect our live conductor. This is the incoming live conductor. We connect it to go to the switch. Now the switch has got the supply. Now from the switch, our conductor, which comes to the switch, now from the switch, now it is going to the lamp. Now this is our termination point where we connect the conductor from the switch to the lamp. Now we see it coming from the switch. This is our conductor which comes from the switch. It goes to the lamp through the terminal point. We are almost done with the termination. Coming stubborn, we are saying it has to be electrically continuous and mechanically sound. It should not pull out under normal strains. No pulling out under normal strains. Short circuits and loose connections are the major cause of electricity burns in houses. So the joints have got to be firm. So these are our joints. Now finally we come to the switch. Now our switch has two terminals, the incoming and the outgoing. We terminate the switch. We call it connecting the switch. Now we don't fix the switch in here before we have tested. Now we bring our multimeter. Now you are going to hold the multimeter. We are going to put in continuity. Okay? Now it can either put in it can make a sound. Okay? That bringing sound, or it can even read. Now, is there continuity? When we switch on, is there continuity? For example, is there a short circuit? So, for example, have to take measurements. Is there any short circuit? It's not making any sound. Otherwise, now, when we switch on here, this is our lamp coming. This is the one going to the switch. When we switch on from the switch, is it making any sound when we switch on? Is it making any sound? No. Then if it doesn't make any sound, it means that the switch might be faulty. It's not continuous. But then let's see, we shall see with the lamp. Okay? So, after testing with the multimeter, do we have power in a way? Let us see. Can you please switch on, put on the socket and switch on? Yes, we have power. Now switch off and pull out and we connect the power. Have you pulled out? Now we connect the neutral to the neutral and the live to the live. Switch on. Now can you come and switch on and off and on, hold it here. Switch switch on and off, on and off. If there's a short circuit, it would have brought problems. Now, let us put in our bulb. Can you switch on and off? So, that is our lamp. Switch on, switch off, switch on. Now, finally, switch off. Finally, we close the switch with a screw. And the joint box cover we cover. But now, before we do the covering, DIT, for assessment purposes, it will come to see, are these joints firm? Are they firm? Is there continuity? Did you make the terminations firm? Is the work okay? Is it well done? Then, after you have seen that you will not be caught off guard, you do the covering. Finally, we say that we have come up with, we have wired a lamp, this lamp, controlled by a one-gang, one-way, single-pole switch by the domestic electrician. I want to say thank you so much to Directorate of Industrial Training, UBC crew.
Hello viewers, welcome Time to Learn. My name is Nkamwebanera Joseph Joab, a teacher of Google Vocational Training Institute, but we work with DIT, especially when they have some activities regarding skilling in Uganda. Now, these days, government is promoting skilling in Uganda, so now wherever we go, we try to teach the country, women and countrymen, how the skills are done. Now, today,
Smart 24, driving business.
My home, I smile when I think of you, Uganda. My home. My home, I dance when I look at you, Uganda. My home, oh my Uganda.
I know. With you I'll always stay forever. I know, because I feel that we belong together. My home, under the sun so bright, under the moon at night, on my heart, mommy, oh my Uganda.
Hey mama,
My Uganda.
At MTN, we look forward to starting another exciting journey together to grow our home, Uganda.
24, driving business.
We want to look at how buildings are constructed. And before you construct a building, you do what we call setting. So in setting, before you do any construction, there must be setting. And you must be having tools that requires you to do the setting. So now here we are going to draw a line that will require us to begin doing the setting. Gerard, you can draw the line. Now, hello viewers, we are going to begin setting. And when we are setting, there is what we call a building line. There is a building line and we have what we call a builder's line. So there is a big distinction between a builder's line and a builder's line. A building line is a line that is normally given by the government or authority, any authority, when you are going to construct a building so that your structure does not go beyond that line. We call it a building line. Then we also have what we call a builder's line. Some of the learners have always done mistakes. When they go to hardwares to buy these lines, they say, I want a building line. They say, I want a building line. This is a builder's line. A building line is the one that is normally on the ground, that is offered by the government or any authority, so that there is no any building that goes beyond that building line. Whereas this one is the one that aids you or assists you when you are making the bricks so that they are on the same line. That's what a builder's line. Now from there, we are going to set real setting because we have already drawn a building line. So we can now set so that we show you how the building is going to be set. Gerard, you can begin from there. When we are setting, we make sure the bricks don't go beyond this building line. You bring it very fast, you bring it very fast, you bring it very fast. Bring it very fast. What we are doing here, members or viewers, we are dry bonding. We have already identified our areas where the building is going to stop. So what normally happens, we first do what we call dry bonding. You continue. Dry bonding means you are trying to put up the bricks without using the mortar, so that you know where the first brick starts and where the last brick ends. Gerard, you bring these bricks this side, bring this brick side. So after you have identified the areas where your bricks are going to stop and end, to begin and end, then from there you remove your bricks, you start using real mortar. That's dry bonding. After we have dry bonded, then we also put there the second course for dry bonding to see whether the bricks fit within these joints we have already created. Once the joints are not well created, it means we are going to experience what we call cracks in the building. So to avoid that, you make sure you do what we call bonding or tying of the bricks together. Now we have put there this brick, we call it a 3/4 bat. A 3/4 bat helps us to tie so that it cuts in the middle of this brick. Otherwise, if we are to do the bonding or the tying of the bricks, I bring the same brick, I put it here, bring that brick. I get the second brick, I put it here. Members or the viewers, you can see there are split joints. So meaning that any time, if there is any shaking of the structure, it will collapse because there is nothing that is tying it. So to avoid that, you make sure all your bricks are tied. And to tie them, you use what we call a 3/4 bat. It's a 3/4 bat brick. It is the one that helps you or aids you to do the what? The tying of the bricks, so that you avoid the split joints. Even when you stand from the elevation, you could see that the bricks are now well tied. Minus the 3/4 bat, if you use the only headers, it means your bricks are going to create straight joints. So to avoid that, you make sure the bricks are used 3/4 bat at the beginning and even at the end. That's the purpose of putting the 3/4 bat. Another thing, in the case this was a continuing end, the 3/4 bat is not going to be considered. We are going to put there another header. We leave this space there, so that when you bring another course, the space remains like this. the space remains like this. Because we expect in the future there is extension for this wall. But if there is no any extension, it is a stopped end, then there is no need of doing this. That's what we mean. So if this is a stopped end, then it means we are going to put there our what? We are going to put there our 3 quarters to tie the building, because the building is stopping from here. The building is stopping from here, then we use a 3/4 bat. We can put the 3rd course. Normally when we are building, you normally dry bond and put the other 3 courses to aid you to see whether the bricks are real tying. Once you confirm that, then you remove the bricks, you start the real setting using mortar. But now we are still dry bonding to prove whether our bricks can occupy the space we have already identified. That's what we call dry bonding. Okay? Okay? Good. Now, once this one is already established, then you come and put your line here where your brick has stopped. You also put the line where the last brick has stopped. Members, we have already established where our bricks are going to stop. From there, we can now remove them, then we start real building using mortar. Gerard, we can remove. Gerard, we can remove. We are now going to start real building. We've been dry bonding to prove whether these bricks can fit this piece of work we have already identified. Now we have already proved that, so we can start real building using mortar. And members, the mortar we are normally using, it's only lime mixed with sand plus water. We don't use cement, because these models we are building here are meant for demonstration purposes. Students build the models, then after we have marked them, we demolish them. Otherwise, if we are using the cement, then it becomes very expensive. So we normally use lime so that it's a daily routine for training of the what? Of the learners. Now we have already got our mark points, so we can start real building. So when you are building, members, you follow what we call a drawing plan. You have a plan that guides you to do a piece of work. You don't just build far. You have a plan that guides you. Now we already have the plan. It is telling us we shall have to use headers. We have so many types of bonds. We have header bond, we have stretcher bond, we have frame bond. But today we are going to discuss on header bond. This is what we are going to look at. Now we are going to use our mortar. We are going to use our mortar. We put the first brick. We shall put the first brick here. Once we put the first brick, we also put the last brick. Then from there, members, Gerard, you can get a level. We can get the plumb. You get the square of the brick. When you get the first brick, you first get the level. You get its plumb. It's okay. You come this side. You have leveled the first brick. We are now leveling the second brick. We have leveled the second brick. Yes. Put the plumb. Once you get the level of the first brick and the second brick, then the rest of the bricks will not disorganize you. You will get them very fast. Now what I'm saying here, once you get straight edge, once you get the first brick and the second brick, you have the levels. So now the rest of the bricks, you just put there your straight edge like this. Gerard, you can bring the bricks. Put the mortar. You put your mortar. Then after the mortar, you lay the bricks following the straight edge. Because all these two bricks are on the same line, they have the same height. Then you start building your bricks. So there's no brick that goes beyond the straight edge. Continue. And we are following the marks we have already identified at the beginning. So we shall not go beyond these marks. And members, when we are building, at the beginning we used this level. This is to get us the levels on top. This is a builder's level, spirit level. It is helping us to get the levels on the top. Then, what is it? Gerard, what is the plumb bob? Give me that plumb bob. Then we also have another tool called plumb bob. This plumb bob is going to help us to make sure that all the bricks are very straight. This plumb bob, we shall be putting there on the second course to make sure all the bricks are on the same what? On the same line. We are going to put there the second course. And the second course, there is a tool that is going to guide you so that all the bricks are plumbed. And this is the plumb bob. Now members, from here, to get the verticalness of this building, you make sure you put the plumb bob, it goes down to make sure it is in the line with the first brick you set. Once you establish that, you go to the second one, you put the plumb bob, it is in the line with the first brick, it is well plumbed. You also come this, because this is a fair face, this is the rough face. So you also put a plumb on the fair face so that it is in line with the rest of the bricks. You plumb. Once you confirm this, then you go the other side. You also plumb. You can put mortar the other side, then you put the 3/4. Now we have already confirmed that one side is plumbed. So we are going to put 3/4 the other side, so we also plumb them. After that, we shall put there our street edge, so all the bricks will be lining according to the street edge we have already put. Because all the bricks are already plumbed. You put plumb the other side. Yes. After plumb bob, you establish the level. You make sure the levels are there. Once you identify that the levels are already there, then you come. We put there mortar. Put there mortar, we put there the second course. Members, we are beginning with 3/4 for the second course because we don't want to create straight joints, as you have already said. Now, from there, if you want to be a good builder, the first course should resemble the third course. That's the principle in the building. The first course should resemble the third course. Then the second course should resemble the fourth course. That's the science and the building. If you are building any bond you are using, but you should follow that pattern. The first course should follow the third course. The second course should follow the fourth course. Now we are building the second course. We are building the second course. If we are going to put there the third course should resemble the first course we established. That's the science in the building. So put the bricks. The motor is too much. Okay, you put the bricks, we say. We can fill in the joints now. We are doing this so that the mortar is not wasted the other side. We are doing this so that the mortar is not wasted the other side. We are filling the joints, then after this, we shall put there the third course. So we are going to establish and put there the third course. As I told you earlier, the first course resembles the third course. The second course resembles the fourth course. Now we are going to establish and put there the third course. So now put the mortar there for the third course. Members, I would like to remind you that this is a header bond where you start with the headers route, Then the second course, you put there the 3 quarters. The 3 quarters is to make sure the building is tied, so that we don't experience the street joints. That's why we put that 3 quarters at the second course. Now we are going to put there the third course. The third course, as I told you, resembles the first course. The third course resembles the first course. So we are putting the third course. The first course, we had put there all headers throughout. Now the third course still, we are putting there headers. So the third course resembles first course. That's the principle in building. The second course resembles the first course. Now we are putting there the what? You put the first brick there. Now before you put there the rest of the bricks, once you put one brick at the corner and the other brick at the corner, then you plumb them. And what do we mean by plumbing? Gerard, where is the plumb? Plumb. You plumb that side. You plumb them to make sure they are in line with the first brick. That is plumbing. So they are well at 90 degrees. That is plumbing. That tool, we call it a plumb bob or engineering bob. It helps us to make the verticalness of the building. Now, once that one is established, you also plumb in the corner, this side. We plumb this corner. We make sure the third course is in line with the first course. The first course is in line with the third course. You don't allow the plumb bob to touch the brick, but you allow it to keep on dancing around a few millimeters. Then once you establish that one is correct, then you come on fair face, you also plumb the same brick to make sure it is in line with the first brick. You make sure it is in line with the first brick. You don't allow the plumb bob to touch the brick, but it keeps on checking the verticalness, and once you confirm it is very correct, then you stop there. Then the rest of the bricks will follow this. Once you establish that, then you get a street edge, Gerard, touch there. You get a street edge, you confirm that they are on the same line. Then you start laying the bricks so that you get the same alignment. Viewers, when you are building a normal standard residential house, when you are building up to the beam, it should have what we call 2.4 meters. That's the height of the building. Any normal residential house, when you are building, it should be 2.4 meters. Those who normally use feet, it should be approximately 8 feet, if I can tell you. Then if we want to reach at the wall plate, the house is ready for roofing, the structure should be 3 meters in terms of height. The height of the building from the DPC, damp-proof membrane, to the wall plate, it should read 3 meters in terms of height, meaning the building is ready for what? For roofing. That is a residential building. So any residential building, its height should be 3 meters from the DPC, the wall plate. But at the beam level, it should have a standard of 2.4 meters. That's a standard normal residential house. If we are to reach up to wall plate, it should read 3 meters, meaning the structure is ready for roofing. That is a normal residential house.
Smart 24, driving business.
Corona taliko mugezi, taliko musiru, taliko mugagga, taliko mwavu. Tugayaliridde okubeera nga twambala obukokolo nga tulowooza nti corona taliiwo. Tugayaliridde ebyo byateekebwawo gavumenti ne minisitule y'obulamu, wabula corona kasogayalira ebyo ebimukutuusaako corona akukwata atayinza n'okujjawo obulamu bwo.
Weewala okukwatibwa akawuka ka COVID-19 ng'okola bino wammanga, naaba mu ngalo ne sabbuuni, yambala masiki yo, teekawo akabanga wakati wo n'abakuliraanye, weewala omujjuzo, sigala ewaka, weewala okukwata mu ngalo wamu n'okwegwa mu bifuba, genda bakugeme.
Tusaze emiwendo kugirayo ssente kusa MTN Momo kati gyeyo ssente ku miwendo egikyasinze okuba egya wansi okuva nga 1 Ogwokutaano 2021 ate weefunire ne Century Points buli lw'oteekako lw'osindika oba lw'oggyayo ssente ng'okozesa MTN Momo. Genda awali ba agenti baffe bonna mu ggwanga oggyeyo ssente ne MTN Momo ku bisale ebisaliddwako. Everywhere you go.
Bulu Magic is my joy. Ono Bulu Magic wange. Ayo Talaba kumabala atukuza nonyirirawo kirako enyange tayisa bubi fabriki kyonna kyekiri kigwa lwa Bulu Magic is my choice. Ono Bulu Magic ye wange. And the Bulu Magic is my choice. Hey, ono Bulu Magic ye wange.
Smart 24, driving business.
And I was assessed by the Director of Industrial Training. Per now, I also work with the Directorate of Industrial Training restaurant. So today, as you see here, my colleagues, we are going to prepare a very delicious beef stew. This one is extraordinary. So, as you see here, my colleagues are trying to cut they're chopping the beef into, this one we call it prenez shape. It is a French word. So, we are going to start by tenderizing our beef, because it needs some time, like 5 minutes. So, Mr. Hood, please help me. So as he's doing this, I'm going to take you through the ingredients that we are going to require. First of all, we need onions, we need carrots, we need green pepper, we need ginger, we need tomatoes, we need spring onions, we need fresh coriander, we have beef masala, we have curry powder Simba, mixed spices, black pepper, we have soy sauce. We have light and dark. For the dark one, it will help us darkening our sauce. Then the light will give more salt in it. It has some tasting. We've got Reiko. Then we've got a grater. We need some teaspoons for measuring the ingredients. And cooking oil. Cooking oil. So now we are going to start with preparing our beef stew. We put some oil that is enough. Please don't put much, because much of the oil is not good. Some people have health issues. It's a clove, but we are going to use half of it. We can even crush. So we are going to crush it because this is it. So this is our beef. We have tenderized it with pineapple juice to make it more soft. Even it will get ready quickly. So we are putting our beef. Then you stir. But please, if you're cooking this beef, most of the time some people cook and when the oil gets too ready, you just pour. No, if the oil is too ready, what you do, you first put it aside, then you start the frying. So as our beef is boiling there, we are going to put our garlic. So I'm grating some ginger. It gives some good flavor. More ginger. So the ginger, don't put much. Then too, it requires the ginger to boil in the beef so that you can smell the flavor. Even when you're eating, you taste the flavor. Is the garlic? We are putting the garlic. So we cover as we chop more of our ingredients. As they are chopping, I'm going to season our beef. Seasoning means giving food taste. So that's what I'm trying to do. I think you can see properly our beef. It shows that it's really soft. The pineapple juice really helped. So they are chopping these spring onions. They are called spring onions. Most of the time, if you have these onions, avoid putting them there like we put the garlic and the ginger. Spring onions, most of the times, they are good to put on the top of the sauce after putting stock. Stock, what I'm trying to mean is water. In cook, we don't call it water. We call it stock. Let's put our onions. These onions were chopped in julienne shape. Most of us, we know it's called onions for pilau. Most people call them onions for pilau. Please, someone can say, salina ka obutungulu bwa pilau. But in cook, we call them, it's a julienne shape. Please help me put the carrots. We cover. We add more onions. Hey guys, me I can smell the aroma. I don't know if you're smelling. For sure, I think it's going to be tasty. Wow. And just see the meat, it's very soft. Please, always try pineapple juice. It's the best for red meat. It tenderizes, it makes the meat soft. We've added our carrots. And always cover your food. Coriander. So we are going to put our tomatoes. You know, we want our stew to be like it's boiled, it's fried. It will be different actually, because you see most of the two people boil, they shallow fry the meat until it's golden brown. But for this case, we are not going to do that. It's going to be like it's boiled. So now we are going to put our spices as the tomatoes get ready. For the spices, we shall start with black pepper. Black pepper is very important in meat dishes, but for poultry dishes like chicken, it's better use white pepper. But for this case of meat dishes, we shall use more of black pepper. We shall put 1 teaspoon leveled. Then mixed spices. We shall also do the same. Then we shall put 2 for beef masala, because it's basically beef, so you have to put more of this. After that, coriander. Coriander, I'm going to put 1, because I have fresh. I think you can see. When you come and you test my beef, you say, Amina, this is boiled. But in others, I put some little cooking oil. But you can cook it like that at home. It will be tasty for sure. So curry powder, we are going to put 1 teaspoon leveled. You don't want much of it, because some people don't like it actually. But it is good. It gives the sauce a good taste. Then you mix well. Make sure that all the ingredients can penetrate properly in the meat, in that even if someone tastes can say, for sure, black pepper is there. Then after that, we are going to put green pepper, please. So my dear learners, green pepper, avoid putting it with tomatoes. Always make sure that the tomatoes are soft, because green pepper gets ready quickly. But since our meat we tenderized it with pineapple juice, it's already soft. So we are going to put our green pepper and they will just boil for like 5 minutes. And we shall be good to go, and we taste. I need stock, please. So as my colleague brings stock, I told you stock from the start. It's water. In cooking, we don't have water. We've got stock. So when I got a chance, I learned all this because of the director to industrial training. I was given a chance to go and learn cooking. So now I'm a professional cook. Actually, now my husband at home, he never eats food that is not delicious. It is always delicious. So we've got the stock. We are going to put little. That is enough. I think you can see our soup is thick and our meat is soft. It is very soft. That's what they call cooking. You don't need simanyate. Soko tokoseka, no. There is no parboiling here. You just tenderize. We also have many tenderizers. We have lemon. Lemon is also a tenderizer. It is actually good. I'm adding some more seasoning, because the one I put in the first place, it wasn't enough. So I'm going to test my seasoning. Oh my God. Cameraman, you should test this kubanga. It is really sweet. So now I'm going to put my spring onions on our what? In our sauce. Because spring onions are very good. They give a good aroma, flavor to the what? To the sauce. And please don't avoid them. They are there. Nakasero, go to Nakawa. Don't avoid things like spring onions. Even if you're not cooking beef, you can still use spring onions. We've also got coriander. This is the fresh one. Some of us know it at court meal. So you sprinkle a bit so that your sauce can have a good flavoring. So that is it. Stir a bit. Oh wow, I can smell the coriander, guys. Oh, my dear colleagues back home, back then I was once a vakist, but me I used to cook at home. Please try this. It is very nice and it will really taste good. So let's give it some time to simmer. Simmering means boiling on low heat. So let it simmer. Then after that we shall be ready to serve. Then my dear learners, we have Reiko. Reiko is very good for thickening soup, but for some reasons at times you can avoid. Because now, as you can see, my soup, I had it as an ingredient, but I'm not going to put it for one reason. My soup is thick. I don't need Reiko. But if you see your soup is not thick, you can try, but you put little, don't put much. We have also got other thickening agents like cornstarch. If you have it, it's in supermarkets. ShopRite, Capital Shoppers, you can get it. Wow. My dear chef, I think you can you test that one? Please, test the seasoning. And tell my learners.
It's really yummy.
Hey, yummy.
I'm happy for her too. Thank you.
Thank you to Chef.
Great thanks to the Directorate of Industrial Training. We are grateful for the opportunity given to us.
Actually, all of us here, we are cooks. And he's our teacher. So we have Kawesa Hood, we have Nyakojo Delpo, we have Mutiava, and we also have Brian. I work with all these people in the kitchen and we are the best. My dear learners, as our stew gets ready, I want to give you some small tips. So when we are cooking red meats, as I told you, please don't avoid pineapple and lemon for tenderizing. Then for these other spices, we have spices that don't apply everywhere. Like for black pepper. Black pepper is always good for red meat, specifically red meat. Then we have white meat. That is where we have chicken, we have fish, we also have pork, because you need to know this even if I'm a Muslim, but we have pork. And for pork and all the white meats, we need to use white pepper. They're there in the supermarkets. You have to get that white pepper. Then mixed spices is good. It goes everywhere. You can use it. It's multi-purpose. You can use it everywhere. Then if you're also preparing pilau, because I'm a pilau seeker, very good actually. You can use, actually for pilau, you use all of this, except white pepper. I'm a pilau seeker. You use all of this. Don't avoid tomatoes. Put spring onions, green pepper, everything. Then we come to our Reiko. By the way, there is a secret about Reiko when we are making pilau. My dear learners, if you're making pilau at the process of when you've put tomatoes and you've mixed everything and every spice, please put some Reiko. You will feel the taste. It will be very good. Then these two, they are good. Soy sauce dark, soy sauce light. Soy sauce dark is very good for pilau. You know, we have some people who don't have time of smanya, cut onions, put what? You just boil your water and put this. You season it, you eat pilau. But when it is only soy sauce which has done it. Then we have this light soy sauce. It is good for all sauces. But for example, if you're making chicken stew, you can put, because it is light, it's not like this one. You can put to make your soup a bit dark. And it also has salt in it. It gives a different taste to the sauce, whatever you're cooking. So that is, then we have Simba curry powder. It's the best of all curries. I don't know. On my side, it's the best. It has that chili bit of it. When you taste it, it has some chili in it. So it's actually very good. I like it. That's why I always use it. So that is all for today. Let's check on our beef. Our beef is ready. Oh my God. It smells wow. Actually, I'm going to serve one of my colleagues here. They taste, they tell us how it is. This sauce has taken me 50 minutes to prepare it. Why? At times some people take hours, but this one has taken us 50 minutes because I tenderized it with lemon, with pineapple juice. And pineapple juice is a very good tenderizer on red meat. So now, Our stew is ready, so I would like to take you to the next step. We serve it and taste. Thank you very much for being good learners, being good listeners, and watching us. Here we are. As I told you, I'll take you to the next step. So our beef was ready. We put it in an inserter because that's where we serve it from. So this is how it looks. I hope you can see. Its look only can tell you that it's really nice. So it will be accompanied with, let's cover it a bit. I show you my accompaniments. We have sweet potato. We have rice. This is vegetable and pilau. We shall also accompany it with matoke. So, as you know, I already have a guest to serve. So I think I'm ready to serve. Welcome, sir. As you can see, all of this is done by DIT Restaurant. We promote employable skills.
The aroma alone is appetizing before I even taste the food. Thank you.
You can see local food. Yeah. Sweet potato is energetic. It gives energy.
Thank you.
So, this is our beef stew. So different. So please, you can try this at home.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
I'm already enjoying the food even before I eat.
Can I add some meat?
Yeah, it's okay. I would have taken all, but...
My dear learners.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Hello viewers, welcome to Time to Learn. Allow me to put off my mask for better audience. Welcome to Lugogo Vocational Training Institution. My name is Semfuka George William, Senior Instructor, Head of Department, Welding Department. Today, I'm going to teach you how to fabricate a window, or rather how to make a window. First of all, we have to put into our consideration of selection of tools. We have to make sure that you have the different variety of tools. These handy tools. This is an axle frame. It has an axle blade in it. And this is our major tool, which we use on measuring. It's a measuring tool. We have also what we call back square or trial square rather. So now, let us try to be selective on the material. We are going to use door frame. This is what we call door frame. This is a profile. It has a profile, this profile. And we have also to use the whole section. This section is 20 by 40 millimeter with its thickness of 1.5. We have to go and prepare the material as our second step. We also have this, our safety must be observed to cover our face. It's called shield mask. This mask, it protects our face, our eyes, and from X-rays from the welding. So it is very important to use this mask, or otherwise some people, they use these small ones, the goggles, which is not recommendable. This has a glass which is 10 microns, so that one can resist any X-rays coming into your eyes, and even for you to burn your body cells. After selecting the tools and the material, so now we are going on the step number 3 to prepare the material, preparation of the material. So we have to use our vise so that we can grip this material to the vise, and then we start off cutting. Preparation is very important, because once you make any error in the preparation, then you can't achieve with the good production. One square, you can't get proper squares, you can't get the workmanship will be a problem to you, and the angularities. So these are the profiles we are going to use, making the frame of the window. So we are going to cut off some provisions in this profile so that we can be able to assemble the frame of the window. Let us go to the cutting. Our next step is preparation of the material. We have what we call a vise, bench vise, and as you remember, I have told you the tools we are using on this in preparation of the material. My student will take you through on this. It's called Mayanja. Is a second year student finalist, so he can take you on this.
Hello viewers, my name I'm Kanji Daniel, second year student Lugogo Vocation, and we are going to a process called material preparation and then cutting. Here where we are, this is our working bench, and it has a vise where we clamp our material or our workpiece for cutting. After tightening it, you have to know the measurements. The measurements you are going to cut. Now, if I'm going to cut 59 or 50 centimeters, I'm going to use centimeters, but you can also use millimeters and then inches. Yeah, but me, I'm going to use centimeters. Now, if I'm going to cut 50 centimeters, I have to know my tape. My tape contains centimeters, millimeters, and then inches, even meters. So, 50 meters, there will be self-explanatory to the tape. 50, where you see 50 on the downer scale, that's where you mark. I use my scriber. I use my scriber for marking where I'm going to cut. To some people, you who are wealthy, you can use a chalk to some workshops. But we people who are local, I can use my local scriber. Yeah. After that, I have in my hands what I call a tri-square. This tri-square contains of two angles, 90 and then 45. So it depends to the way you want to join that workpiece, that material, whether to an angle of 45 or to an angle of 90. But me, what I want, it's 90. So this is how I mark my 90. After marking my angle of 90, I have to put it just nearer to the vise for proper firmness. I tighten it. Then after that, I have to get my tool called the axle. This axle is the most cheap tool which is used in most of the workshops, even outside. Yeah, but there are also some machines used for cutting, but we are going to use our axle to cut. Now, using this axle, first of all, you have to be straight. After you being straight, this axle doesn't need a lot of energy on it. It has some defects when you use a lot of energy. You have to be straight, but only I can tell you to be straight and to leave it flow. We are done. So after that, you uncramp our material, and then after cutting, we are going to our next process of joining. From this step now, we are going to what we call assembling. Assembling contains of joining metals, but just stacking them, not spot welding. Most people, they normally use spot welding, but spot welding is another type of welding. So we are going to tack, joining or assembling. That's our next step from here. This is step 4. We are from cutting. Now we are going for assembling, which is step 4 in welding. Now we have already cut our work pieces to our measurements. So now what we are going to do is assembling, and in assembling we use what we call tacks or fillet. Tacks, these are small weldments which can be easily disassembled. When you have made any mistake, you can easily disassemble them and then you rectify that mistake. So we have what we call our machine, our welding machine. It's a portable one. In case you have a site, there is no need you to take the other big workshop machine because it's so heavy. But this one is portable, light. Those are some of the advantages of this portable welding machine. And now we have our magnet. I'm using this magnet because my working bench, it's metallic. So I'm going to use my magnet to help me hold this workpiece in one position. And in that, I also have a tape measure to check my measurements when I'm assembling. I also have what I call a tri-square. This tri-square, as I told you, it contains of two angles, 45 and then 90. I'm going to join my workpieces to an angle of 90 degrees. So I have to use a tri-square to help me attain that angle. I also have a welding mask. To some, they call it shield. Now this one is automatic. We have also the other manual one, but this one is automatic. In case you cannot afford it, you can go and buy the other manual one. It's a bit cheap. Now during our assembling process, I'm going to join door frames. This material, it's called a door frame. A door frame, we normally use it in making windows and then doors. That's how it got its name, door frame. Now our door frame, it has 3 sides. It has a side of 30, here it's 35, then here it's 40, also here it's 50. Now if you want to join these two door frames, you have to make sure that the 30 side goes with the 30 side of another door frame. If you make any mistake in that, they won't be equal or they won't flash on top. And again, I'm going to use a welding process called arc welding. This is arc welding. We have very many processes, but this is arc welding. So because this is mild steel, when we are joining mild steel materials, there are 2 processes, 3. We can use gas, we can use arc welding, and then we can use mag. Now, we are going to carry on our assembling. As I told you, I use my magnet to help me hold my workpiece in one position. As you see it, it's already in one position now. I don't have to disturb myself with again putting it side by side. Then I also get my other workpiece. I make sure that this 40 goes with this 40. Now I think you can see that it's flashing on top. I use my tri-square to get my angle of 90. As you see my tri-square, it gives you the proper angle you need. This is now, it's called 90 degrees. This angle now. And in case you have a protractor and you want to measure, you will see that it will give you 90 degrees. So after that, I have to tack it. And in tacking, we use the element, the welding element. This one, its importance is to protect your eyes and then your skin or face from these ultraviolet rays, because they can damage your eyes. When you grow old, you won't see, but if you use this one, your eyes will be protected, and also your skin, because when we do the welding, there are some gases like these ones you see. These gases, they cause cancer when they go into your skin. So we use this one to protect ourselves from all those defects of welding. This is what I call attack. What I've done, it's called attack. In case I've made any mistake, or my workpiece is not to the measurements I need, if I check and it's not to the right measurements I need, I can easily break this and then I rectify my mistake. When we are assembling, we don't do full welding. You have to do full welding. Okay, that's another process, our finalizing process. Now, after that, you have to check again whether it's still on your angle 90. Our workpiece is still on an angle 90. You check because when we do welding, this is heat. Heat, in case you apply heat to any substance, we have what we call detortion. When you do welding, that heat tends to pull this material to a different angle which you need. So you check again. When you see that it's on your right angle, you tack it permanently. Now, after all that process, you check your measurements. We have the right measurements. They are the right measurements. You check on both sides. Yes, those are our right measurements. You check the angle. It's fine. That's our angle. So now, after all that, we can go to our next process. This is now our window frame. We have finished to cut, to assemble. It's to our right measurements. The angles, I think you can see them. We use our tri-square to attain these angles. All angles at 90. Now we are going to full weld it. After tacking, you check whatever you need to check, the measurements, the angles, and then we go to full welding. After full welding, first of all, we do full welding to strengthen this frame. Because to some people, they do only tack welding and then they put filler. But filler is not that strong as a full welded frame. Full welding is more stronger. It's stronger than just filling it with filler. Yes, that's why we do full welding. Then after full welding, you do inspection. Inspection, you get your plan or the frame they gave you on a paper, and then you see that what is on a paper is what you have done. That's what we call inspection. From here, we are going to the finishing process because we can't leave our joint the way you see it. It's very rough and our customer needs a smooth joint. So we have to take it to the finishing site and then they do finishing on our frame.
By the names of Kabuye Lawrence, second year student in welding and fabrication. Really, I'm going to take part of finishing of the product we have done. So let me start by presenting the materials I'm going to use. I have some tools. I have a grinding disc. Then I have a flap disc. This one does the final finishing. Then I'm going to start by preparing the grinder I'm going to use. This is how we put the grinding disc on the grinder. And you must make sure that it is too tight. We tighten it a little bit. If at all you don't have a key, you can use this for emergency. After preparing the grinder with the initial grinding disc, So you get your clear gago. Then after getting it, you can put it on. Then you get a grinder. You must follow the joint how it has been welded. Then after, we can remove this grinding disc. Then we put this one as a flap disc. It does the polishing. So we just put it on the head of the grinder. Then after putting it, you tighten. Then when we are doing this, you follow the joint how it has been welded, because for some good work. You do that, then you polish a little bit. So mostly the important part of it, for us to do the finishing like that, so that you can see how the joint has been welded well. And if at all the joint has not been welded well, you can see some gaps, a little bit of gaps when it has not been welded well. Really, after maybe we can do the cleaning. If at all the product has been it's done, then we can do the finishing. You know, bringing like sandpapering. We sandpaper it. Then we can use a wire brush in case. Then we do the spraying.
After fabrication and the product is out, it's time for spraying. But before spraying, we have to make sure that we prepare the surface. By preparing the surface, we do sanding. We are using the sandpaper. Now when the surface becomes clean, we connect our compressor. That compressor provides us with pressure. That pressure mixes with the paint which is put in this spray gun. Now before spraying, you have to cover yourself with a mask. This is how we put on the mask. Now, after the mask is on, then you start spraying. Yes. Before, we put on undercoat first. This is the undercoat, red oxide. After the undercoat, you leave it to dry. After it dries, you put any color of your choice. So that is when the product is thoroughly finished. Yeah, that is the process.
This is how to make a window, or rather fabrication, a window. When you
Smart 24, driving business. At 24, Driving Business.
The Uganda Women Entrepreneurs Association Limited has launched a 25 billion fundraising drive that will see them collect funds for the construction of an incubation center to benefit women and girls in form of business monitoring. Speaking during the launch of the fundraising drive, UWELA chairperson Dr. Barbara Ofono Buyondo says that the new incubation center will be located at their 2-acre piece of land in Namamvi Industrial Park. She notes that the incubation center will be crucial in addressing challenges faced by women and girl entrepreneurs in both formal and informal business activities around the country. She further notes that they want to create 40,000 jobs every year from this incubation center in ICT, agribusiness, wood and metal as they make women business effective and competitive. Bedson Mumbere, Smart 24 TV.
Following their failed negotiations with the government on the new tax policy of textile fabrics and garments, Casita spokesperson Issa Sechito said that their shops would remain under lock starting 1st September until government reverses the revised tax levy. Casita's pronouncement came after their meeting with the State Minister for Trade, Uganda Revenue Authority, Kampala Resident City Commissioner and Kampala Minister. Meanwhile, the Trade Minister, Honorable Ntambazi Harriet, together with the Casita traders, agreed to call off the traders' strike and demonstrations that were earlier called by Casita. The traders had opposed the revised tax levy from 25% to 35% on each kilogram of imported fabric. Speaking to Smart 24 TV, Mr. John Walugembe, the Executive Director of the Federation of Small and Medium Enterprises, rubbished the Casita strike and called for the traders to back the government on its move to promote locally produced goods rather than having more imports than exports.
Import substitution is no. Because as a federation, we've taken the view that we should support local products. Remember, Bubu without us supporting local products is meaningless. Every time we buy finished products from abroad, we are donating jobs. We are donating foreign exchange. We have a challenge of our balance of payments. We are importing more than we export. So all of us, all Ugandans must have an interest in solving this problem. And we are saying that we oppose the first position of URA because it was self-defeating. They had imposed a $3.5 charge on every kilogram of textile, fabric, finished garments, and so on. Now they've backtracked. Said, as a result of pressure, they've said, no, if you bring in fabric, no tax. If you bring in finished garments that are not being manufactured here, no tax. But if you bring in finished products that are being manufactured locally, there is a tax. And we are saying we support you. We are telling our colleagues in Casita, no, this time we are not with you because what you are promoting ultimately is going to be more painful for all of us as a country. This textile sector that we want to develop can create for us 5 million jobs within a 5-year period if we are serious. If we think that selling Chinese clothes is going to help us to achieve our vision 2040, we are just joking. So, from the Federation's perspective, we are saying the concessions that the ministry has made are fair, and we should all now toe the line. It means that some of the traders need to shift away from trading into manufacturing. It is difficult, but they need to change their mindset. Business is not about trading. You can make business through offering a service. You can make business through manufacturing. You can make business through trading. And we are saying now, we want to promote our manufacturing base. We want, because a trader, you can have a turnover of 20 billion when you are alone. If you have a small factory, even if it is worth 2 billion, we are employing 20 people. So this is our position. This is our position. It has nothing to do with the grievances of our colleagues. It has everything to do with the long-term and strategic direction of this country and where we think we should be going as a people.
According to John Walugembe, Ugandans should embrace dealing in locally produced goods, which will, in turn, provide employment opportunities for their children and the ever-growing population, and he notes that traders should stop importing Chinese goods and focus on setting up small farms that will generate more income and increase the country's GDP.
Why are you fixated on selling us Chinese goods? Why don't you set up a small factory and sell us? Because these things are made, if you go to China, they are not big factories that make these suits and finished clothes. They are small factories. Our colleagues have the capacity to buy these machines. But you know, it's easier to just sell and make a profit than make. Now we are saying, please, we are urging you to go the hard way, because that is what is going to benefit all of us. Even you are educating your child. Yes, you are trading in school, but you have 5 children. Where will they work? That is why you have taken that position.
Uganda's private sector is dominated by MSMEs, comprising approximately 1,100,000 enterprises and employing approximately 2.5 million people, equivalent to 90% of total non-farm private sector workers. Bubu policy was introduced by government to promote the consumption of local goods and services through use of standards government introduced. However, the policy is continuously being crippled with poor quality of locally manufactured products, which poses questions whether by 2040 the local market would have stabilized. Joran Paul Sanko, Smart 24.
Traders explained that they have not benefited from the East African Common Market, as Ugandan sugar is facing rejection and import duty in regional markets. They also decried unfair sugar policies in southern Sudan and Rwanda, which import duty-free sugar from outside the East African market, which embeds the regional sugar industry. Ugandan sugar millers are stuck with a surplus of 160,000 metric tons of sugar, the Sugar Manufacturers Association has revealed. They also say this is due to the dwindling export market for Ugandan sugar. Manufacturers have petitioned the Parliament Committee of Trade and Tourism to push the government to find more export markets for sugar. However, the Minister of Trade, Francis Mwebesa, told MPs on the Trade Committee that there is overinvestment in the sugar sector, which is causing sugar market crisis. MPs are concerned that if government cannot find sugar market in the short run, many sugar milling factories are going to close sooner than later. The committee also questioned the impact of the East African Common Market Protocol as Uganda products continue to face resistance on the markets of the partner states. The Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Matia Kasaija, has appointed a new board of directors of the National Social Security Fund for the next 3 years, effective September 1st, 2021. The new board is headed by Dr. Peter Kimboa, a corporate governance and management expert. Dr. Chimboa is also the team leader at the CEO Summit Uganda, a private sector think tank, managing partner at IFE Consultant Limited, and an award-winning business leader, replaces Patrick Byabakama Kiberenge, whose term expired on August 31st, 2021, after he had served for the last 6 years. The minister also appointed to the board of 4 representatives of the trade union, 2 representatives of the employers through the Federation of Uganda Employers. He reappointed Agri David Kibenge, representing the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, and Mr. Patrick Osliap, representing the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
Smart 24, driving business.
unit to be called Xiaomi EV was registered in Beijing and opened with a registered capital of $1.55 billion and Xiaomi CEO Lei Jun as its legal representative. Some 300 employees have so far been hired for the EV unit, and it continues to recruit talent. The smartphone maker, which surpassed Apple to become the world's second top-selling brand behind Samsung in the second quarter of 2021, confirmed its foray into the EV sector in March, pledging to invest $10 billion over the next 10 years. The chairman said at the time that the push into EV would mark his last major entrepreneurial project, as China has become the world's biggest electric car market in the past decade. Data shows that China's EV sales increased 8% to 1.3 million units in 2020 compared with 2019. The country exported 41% of the total sales worldwide. The EV sales will reach about 9 million units in China by 2030, presenting an annual growth rate of 24%, according to a forecast by consultancy McKinsey. Xiaomi said on Wednesday it has since conducted more than 2,000 interview surveys and visited over 10 industry peers and partners. However, it has revealed few details of its strategy for the automotive sector of vehicle types it intends to launch. The company said it purchased autonomous driving technology startup DeepMotion for over $77 million to boost its research and development. Earlier in August, Reuters reported that Xiaomi had entered talks with Bellegarde, real estate giant Evergrande Group, to purchase a stake in the latter's automotive unit. Sri Lanka has declared an economic emergency after a steep fall in the value of the South Asian country's currency caused a spike in food prices. Authorities say they will take control of the supply of basic food items, including rice and sugar, and set prices in an attempt to control rising inflation. The Sri Lankan rupee has fallen by 7.5% against the US dollar this year. The wide-ranging emergency measures came into effect on Tuesday. A former army general has been appointed by the government as the Commissioner of Essential Services with the power to seize stocks held by traders and retailers. The announcement came after a surge in the cost of basic foodstuffs such as sugar, onions and potatoes. There have also been long queues outside shops due to shortages of other goods including milk powder, kerosene and cooking gas. The country's Department of Census and Statistics said that the increase in the foreign exchange rate was one of the reasons behind the rising prices of many essential items over the last year. Month-on-month, inflation rose to 6% in August, mainly due to high food prices, the department said. As the country, which is a net importer of food and other commodities, is witnessing a surge in coronavirus cases and death, which has hit tourism, one of the country's main foreign currency earners. Partly as a result of the slump in tourist numbers, Sri Lanka's economy shrunk by a record 3.6% last year. In March last year, the government imposed an import ban on vehicles and other items as it tried to stem the outflow of foreign currencies. Earlier this month, Sri Lanka became the first country in the region to raise interest rates in an attempt to shore up its currency and help ease the inflationary pressure of the high cost of imports. Sri Lanka is currently under a 16-day curfew until Monday because of a jump in COVID-19 cases. Amazon is offering a £50 weekly bonus for permanent staff at some UK locations for turning up to work on time. The reward is for people who have 100% attendance, excluding time taken off for sickness linked to disability and COVID. Amazon said that the enticement would help it meet summer and Christmas demand. Last week, the online retail giant advertised £1,000 joining bonus for new warehouse workers, as it comes as the UK labour market continues to rebound, with UK job vacancies at a record high in August. Amazon offers £1,000 joining bonus for new UK staff, as the attendance bonus will be offered at sites including Amazon warehouses in Durham and Gateshead. An Amazon spokesperson said they are currently offering an attendance bonus at a number of locations to permanent associates to support their summer demand and help them prepare for the festive season ahead. The bonus will be paid per week and will be based on 100% attendance for all scheduled shifts, excluding absences under the Equality Act and relating to COVID. Amazon recently advertised that the new starters who start working before 18th September will get £1,000 signing on fee, as the company has faced accusations of poor working conditions in the UK and elsewhere. In March, Unite, the union, launched a whistleblowing hotline for Amazon workers in the UK. It is also called for Amazon to allow British workers to unionize and to have a greater share of the firm's profits. In July, the union described working conditions at Amazon as Charles Dickens meets 21st century Britain, as some workers described having to run to the toilet to make it back to their workstation on time and not being allowed to sit down for 10 hours. Other workers described queues for toilets which meant they had to urinate in bottles. As Amazon's recruitment and retention efforts come as UK job vacancies hit a record 953,000 in the 3 months.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Ugandan learners have had more than 18 months of a distorted school calendar following closures that started in March 2020 and staggered reopening, which has cut short in June 2021 after reports that COVID-19 cases had become rampant in schools. According to UNESCO, the education of nearly 1.6 billion pupils in 190 countries has so far been affected. That's 90% of the world's school-age children. Just recently, information circulated around Uganda indicating that schools would be reopened within 2 weeks, which gave learners and owners of private schools some hope. While addressing journalists, Dennis Mujimba, the public relations officer at the Ministry of Education and Sports, says that the information that has been circulating that schools will be reopened in 2 weeks is not from the ministry, adding that it's only the president and his cabinet that determine the reopening of schools.
Please note that that information of the dates of reopening did not come from the Ministry of Education and Sports. We don't have the authority to determine the dates. That date will be determined by His Excellency the President and his cabinet. Number two, to reopen is not only dependent on vaccination alone. We are like a vehicle dashboard. A vehicle dashboard has a gauge for fuel, it has a gauge for oil, the gauge for temperature of the engine. So we cannot rely on only the temperature gauge to say the vehicle is okay. You look at all the gauges. So in this, we have to work closely with the Ministry of Health because they are the ones who have the expertise to monitor other issues, especially how we are doing with controlling transmission of COVID-19 in the community. So that is a very, very important factor. So it's not just saying because we have hit 100% vaccination rate for teachers, we are letting schools open. No, there are other things we have to look at, and that is why we are working collaboratively with other sectors of government on this matter. So kindly note those dates you saw in the media, they are not from the Ministry of Education and Sport.
President Yoweri Museveni had earlier stated that schools would remain closed until children aged above 12 are vaccinated. The challenge, though, is that children can only be vaccinated with the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine, yet Uganda has only accessed AstraZeneca and Sinovac vaccine since the start of the vaccination drive late last year. Mujimba says that the Ministry of Education has only permitted the reopening of only international schools, but restricts them to only candidate classes that are going to sit for their final examinations.
As you well know, we have some international schools in the country. International schools don't use the local curriculum, the local public curriculum. However, it does not necessarily mean that they use only foreign curriculum. Even if you're here, you are an innovator, maybe from a local district, Mayuge or Bukomansimbi, you can come up with your own unique curriculum. It gets accredited by the agencies of government and you can begin using it. So we also categorize you as an international curriculum. Now, these schools run on a different examination calendar. They are not in control of that calendar. Their calendars are controlled at the source of those curricula they use. The Ministry of Education and Sports received a request to have international schools reopened for finalist classes for 2021 to do their exams, especially practicals. And this was to begin on 30th of August. So the Ministry of Education and Sports has granted that permission, but only restricted to candidate classes sitting their final exams. It is not reopening for international schools. Now, we need this to be very clear to our fellow Ugandans that it is the same arrangement we had for our finalists who use the local curriculum. We released them to go and study to prepare for UNEB. The same happened with higher education institutions. Finalists went and sat. But the calendar for international schools, most of them it's around August, September. So the minister has granted that permission, and we beg for understanding from the public. It is not reopening of international schools. It is allowing their candidates to sit their final exams, especially practicals. These learners cannot do practicals from their homes. They need a physical facility.
Earlier on, while appearing on a One Look Media House, the ministry's Director Education Standards, Dr. Kedres Turiagenda, says that most Ugandans are anxious about the reopening of schools, but government has not set dates for pupils and students to return to their respective education institutions, as alleged by some of the Media House reports. Dr. Turiagenda said that the Minister of Education has not decided that schools will reopen in 2 weeks, saying that she did not read anything in the newspapers and that she doesn't know the source of this information.
My name is Nanka Maria.
The Minister of Education and Sports, Janet Kataha Museveni, early this month appealed to teachers and learners aged 18 years and above to go for COVID-19 vaccination ahead of planned school reopening. In her statement, Ms. Museveni said, following President Museveni's partial easing of the lockdown on some sectors on 31st July 2021, institutions of the higher learning are kept closed for some time until certain conditions are attended to. These conditions include all teaching staff and learners aged 12 years and 18 in the institutions vaccinated. The Minister of Health spokesperson Emmanuel Nebiona as well rubbished rumors that Uganda has been hit by the COVID-19 third wave, saying that this information is totally misleading.
Some time back there was a WhatsApp message that was making rounds in very many WhatsApp groups, claiming that we have already entered the third wave. That's not correct. They were claiming that Murago is already full of patients. That is also not correct. Murago has had an average of about 24 patients admitted, and daily they are receiving 3 to 4 patients. But as I've indicated, there are clusters of cases in the areas I've highlighted, of which we are following closely, but consistently we continue to observe a decline in terms of daily registered cases. So the Ministry of Health will always update the population with the actual picture of the COVID-19 response. No one should be there manufacturing information to mislead the members of the public.
The National Planning Authority has predicted that there is no threat of the third wave of the COVID-19 pandemic in Uganda. The prediction is based on the authority's weekly model projection, which indicate a continuing decline in the daily new cases of COVID-19 pandemic in Uganda. Bedson Mumbere, Smart 24.
Stanbic Bank Uganda said on Wednesday that it had countered fraudulent activity by a few of its 3,500 banking agents aimed at defrauding the bank through a process or error that affected some third-party agent banking transactions. The bank has since mounted efforts with security agencies to recover funds from an undisclosed number of implicated agents from the error in the banking model adopted by the organization 3 years ago. The bank did not necessarily reveal the amount of money retained by the agents that account for nearly 30% of its total transactions. According to the bank, effective operational safeguards are in place to prevent future recurrences, as numerous cases of cybercrime have recently been reported and related to the agents' banking model across the country. An exponential growth of quickly accessible bank agents across the country has bred hackers or even organized criminal syndicates that take advantage of the gaps in the model and steal money from accounts upon accessing vital private data of bank customers. An annual 2020 police report estimates that cybercrime occasioned loss of almost 16 billion shillings in Uganda. The impact of COVID-19 and its containment measures has shifted the landscape of how trade can be conducted, as a survey of several Ugandan businesses has shown. Interviews with several ICT and leaders in trade shows that businesses today are seizing every opportunity provided by digital technology and innovations to offer enormous products that drive economic growth and business development.
The e-commerce space in Uganda it's booming, it's growing. An unfortunate event that happened that is leading to a boost of e-commerce businesses is COVID-19. COVID-19 came and forced restriction on movement, businesses closed, but businesses that were online or had an online presence continued to function, continued doing deliveries, even for physical stores or the normal or the conventional brick and mortar businesses. The ones that had an online presence continued being active. So having an online presence for businesses is the way to go.
It gets clearer by day that the future of commerce through e-commerce has massive potential to create major shifts in cross-border trade or exports and imports, widen markets and enhance competitiveness of businesses and efficiency in delivery of goods and services locally and internationally. It also has the ability to cause the emergence of new business models and removal of some traditional intermediaries while introducing other intermediaries that suit the online marketplace. However, Paul Muyombo from Chikuba Online, a key player in the e-commerce sector, notes that a number of challenges are hindering progress, one of which is the price of the internet.
Used to grapple with firstly the cost of internet. Uganda has one of the highest costs of internet in East Africa, meaning that there are fewer people on the internet because of the cost. So most people are not able to afford the cost of the internet. So if the internet is subsidized for most Ugandans, then you will have more and more people joining the digital spaces. There will be more numbers of people online, and there will be more people interacting and buying or shopping online. And that's better for the e-commerce sector in Uganda.
A quick look at the several sectors shows that the prevailing pandemic only emphasizes that businesses worldwide must quickly adapt to e-commerce. While the electronic sale of goods still represents only a small fraction of economic activity, the use of internet and digital innovation seems to be unlimited as possibilities as both a conduit and disruptor of business. These are all great strides in embracing the progression of commerce in the fourth industrial revolution. Jerome Posonko, Smart 24.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Alatia fire gutted an iconic building at Makerere University, which is a prominent landmark in the capital of Kampala. Known as the Ivory Tower, an overnight blaze left its distinctive white walls with blue-shuttered windows blackened. Police in Kampala started an investigation into the cause of the fire at one of Africa's oldest and most prestigious universities. The Vice-Chancellor described the destruction as unbelievable.
The main building of Makerere caught fire, and the investigations were carried out. There were suspicions in the public as to whether some people were not behind the fire, but earlier on we had considered a report from the technical teams.
According to the cabinet decision, government is considering demolishing the Ivory Tower and reconstruct it back, but will maintain its architectural designs. Addressing journalists in Kampala, the ICT Minister Chris Barimus revealed that the Ministry of Education presented a memorandum of understanding requiring government to inject in money toward the construction process.
We had a report from the Minister of Education and Sports where he was presenting a memorandum or a statement to cabinet requiring government to put money to reconstruct that main building of Makerere University. And the decisions which were taken arose from the two technical committees that had been established by Makerere University, and they made recommendations which we largely adopted, and they include the following. Cabinet decided that the entire building, the entire main building as you know it in Makerere, should be demolished and rebuilt to match its previous form and appearance as a way of conserving the architectural character of the building. You know, Makerere, by and large, is known by that building, the main hall. If you look at its ancient British architectural design. So we decided that the whole building should be demolished and then reconstructed, but then they should preserve that architectural appearance of the building because it is very historic. We also decided that the main hall of that building, which wasn't affected by the fire, should remain as is, to not be demolished. The main hall inside will remain as is, but however, there will be need to refurbish and equip that hall with modern communication technologies. So it will be preserved, but it will just be refurbished and equipped with modern technologies, particularly communication technologies. But the whole other building will be demolished and then put back. We also guided as cabinet that before the demolition of the remaining parts of the building, a detailed photographic and conservatory study and documentation will have to be conducted so that it is in the archives.
The main administration building is one of the most university's oldest and was completed in 1941 under the leadership of George C. Turner, Principal Makerere College from 1939 to 1946. The administration block is an iconic building at the Uganda's oldest university. Immediately after it was put down by fire, the Vice-Chancellor tweeted that the building had students' records and the basement was full of archives, files spanning the whole history of the institution. In a fight to revamp the building, the government urged the university management to formulate disaster and risk management policies and be approved by the University Council.
2020. We also guided the university that a disaster and risk management policy for the university should be developed and approved by the University Council. We also took note that a number of structures in Makerere are very old, including that very main building which caught fire, and therefore we resolved that electrical installations in all the old buildings of Makerere University should be replaced. So they should be remodeled and they put new electrical installations to avoid the kind of fire which gutted the building and destroyed a lot of documentation. We also resolved that the annual maintenance budget of the estates and works department at the university should be increased to enable the department to carry out preventive maintenance in the university, because if the maintenance budget had been adequate, maybe those old wires or installations would have been replaced and wouldn't have got that kind of fire. We further recommended that the university should ensure that all the CCTV cameras in the buildings are fully functional and monitored from the central surveillance room at all items, because the report indicated that one of the cameras which directly was capturing the area which got burned where the fire originated, the camera was not working, and that the CCTV cameras in Makerere are monitored from Natete, the central unit of police. So we recommended that they should make the whole system functional and should have a command center within the university to observe what the CCTV cameras are capturing, much as the central command center in Natete could capture for them, but they should have a local command center within the university to capture what is going on within the university, because if you leave it the other central higher level, they may not be able to capture some of the issues, some of the happenings within the university in real time.
The main building, with its unique 20th century British architecture, is easily Makerere's most recognizable symbol and was constructed with funds from the colonial development. Pedson Mumbere, Smart 24.
A single mature tree of Hass avocado can produce more than 3,000 worth 500 kilograms of fruits under good agronomic management practices. Hass avocado is incredibly nutritious and contains potassium, heart-healthy acids as well as fiber. According to Mr. Mubiru Livingstone, a senior plant doctor in Wobulenzi in Luero, there are many types of avocados but wins most markets.
Tugenda kutunuulira ekimera kye tuyita kedo, naye kedo ayitibwa hash avocado. Tuyina kedo ebika bingi era ebika ebyenjawulo, naye leero kino kye tutunuulira kyekika ekya kedo ekyettunzi ekiri ku katale. Akatale kangi mu mawanga ag'ebweru ne mawanga ga wano.
Mr. Mubiru, in an exclusive interview with Smart 24 TV, says that Uganda is already in a move to plant cooking oil and other related products, processing avocado, which will use Hass avocado seeds as its raw material.
No, gwe tugenda okutunuulira wano e Uganda batandise dde okuba nga bakola enteekateeka ez'okuzimba ekyuma ekigenda okuba nga kimukamulamu butto n'okulaba nti ate products ezisigala bazikolamu ebizigo. Kyemmanyi buli omu ali eyo ng'olya kedo kyesaawa obeere ng'omanyi nti kedo ono gwe twogerako ye kedo ali katale era buli omu gwe yandyetanidde okulima. Kedo yayitibwa hash.
This avocado, according to Mr. Mubiru, is a hybrid of the indigenous Ugandan and Kenyan seedlings type, which are imported from Kenya to graft with the Ugandan ones to get Hass avocado. This type of avocado is jealousy and picky of soil types and pH levels.
Taka netumanya nti ettaka eryetaagisa okusimbako kedo waffe. Tutegeera ne tumanya nti kati we tumala osima ebinya byaffe ekinya tusima fuuti 2 ku 3. We tumala okisima ettaka eriddugavu oba ery'okungulu kye tuyita top soil tuliteeka side yaalyo ne subsoil ettaka erimyufu ne tuliteeka side yaalyo ne tuteekamu ebijimusa byaffe. Oyinza okukozesa kalimbwe w'embuzi oba ebijimusa ebizungu nga DAP ne tuteekako mu kinnya ne tuzaako ettaka ne tuzaako endokwa yaffe ne tugizi.
It is advisable that before grafting is done, the imported seeds are treated to avoid them infecting other seedlings in case of any plant infections. The plant doctor further explained the process of Hass avocado planting.
Kakati omulabi waffe wa Smart TV, kedo ono bwe tumala ofuna ensigo zaffe ezo yonna gye tuzijje ku miti egy'enjawulo tusooka ne tuzireeta ne tuzinnyika mu ddagala oba ne tuzitreatinga okwewala nti senga ziba zize n'obulwadde obumu. Tulina ebika by'eddagala bye tusobola okukozesa. Oyinza okugamba kankozese Nodox Super 75 ne tuzinnyika okumala essaawa nga 3. Kati we tuzinnyika tulina obuveera bwaffe nga bwe mugenda okulaba bwe tuba tutaddemu ettaka ne tutuuzaamu ensigo yaffe eyo ne tugibikka era nga bwe tugenda okulaba. Kati bwe tugibikka tusigala kugifukira bufukirizi kati paka bwesituka neekula ate bwekula ne tugijja wano eno ne tugitwala mu kitundu ekirala. Ekifo ekirala ekyo bwe tugikumira nga tugifukirira amazzi tuyinza oyisaako akadagala akatonotono okugoba obuwuka. Kuba ebintu byaffe tugeza nnyo okulaba nga twewala nga bwe bagamba nti okugema kusinga okuwonya. So ebiseera ebisinga tufuba okulaba nga tugema bugemi tetumulinda amalefu na bulwadde. Kati we tumaliriza okuba nti atuuse ku mutendero gw'okuyunga ne tulyoka tumuteekateeka ne tutumya obwo obuti bwaffe bwe tuyise sayonzi ne tulyoka tumuyunga.
So an acre requires 166 trees at maximum on planting space of 6 times 4 meters, of which production estimate is over 450,000 fruits worth 75,000 kilograms. Okiru Titus, Smart 24. Police have recovered 600 million Ugandan shillings from some suspects who are involved in embezzlement of 3 billion Ugandan shillings from Uganda Printing and Publishing Corporation. According to the spokesperson of the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, CID, Charles Twine, the money was ordained for another accomplice in crime and was part of the Uganda shillings 3 billion cash of Uganda's Printing and Publishing Corporation that had passed through an account of a fictitious commission agent. The Uganda Printing Publishing Corporation Managing Director, Professor Tom Davis Waswa, was arrested on Tuesday following the allegations of siphoning the company money. The Minister for Presidency, Millie Babiri Babalanda, interdicted and arrested UPPC corporate manager and other culprits at the Entebbe Best on allegations of corruption. The other arrested officials include Chitamuwesi Musubire, the Chairman Board of Directors, Maureen Nyakato, the Acting Corporation Secretary, and Andrew Senaburia, the Senior Internal Auditor. According to Babalanda, Professor Waswa will in the meantime be replaced by James Tweheyo, a presidential advisor and former Uganda National Teachers Union Secretary General.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart24, driving business.
In Adelaide trading update for the year ended December 31st, 2020, and which was published, the company says investigations did not uncover any issues material to the company's performance at the end of the period. The company noted that the investigations did not identify items of a material nature that required adjustment to the results of the company or group or to the balance sheets at that date. Investigations into alleged gross misconduct by the two suspected executives saw the company delay the publications of its full year financials by more than 4 months. The pair were suspended on February 18th before their subsequent resignation as directors and senior executives at the company on March 23 and May 11th. On its part, WPP Scan Group says it has been unable to obtain financial information relating to the entities for some time, including dividend returns, but has previously made full provisions for the investments. Swissport Tanzania has bounced back to profitability. A development is showing that the aviation industry is recovering steadily from the impact of COVID-induced travel restrictions. The company announced that it registered a modest net profit of 174 million during the first half of the 2021 calendar year. However, it was a massive improvement from a loss of 1.128 billion the firm registered during the first half of 2020. The firm's total revenues rose by 10% to 14.2 billion Tanzanian shillings. Swissport's board chairman, Mr. Jerion de Klerk, says that the cargo business has fully recovered from the impact of COVID-19. Kenyan authorities have welcomed the progress made in the fight against poaching after the publication Monday night of the first animal census conducted in the country, which should serve as a basis for improving environmental conservation. Efforts to increase penalties against crimes related to the endangered species appear to be paying off, the census authors say in their report. President Uhuru Kenyatta praised the success of environmental protection agencies in the fight against poaching, while urging them to find innovative approaches to protect wildlife. The International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, warned in March that Africa's elephant population was being disseminated by poaching and habitat destruction, particularly through land conversion for agriculture. The population of African savanna elephants has plummeted by at least 60% over the past 50 years, resulting in their classification as endangered in the latest update of the IUCN's danger list. The negligible change in the inflation rate between August and July revised numbers is, however, attributable to marginal increases in food and energy costs. According to Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, the cost of living has soared again at the rate of inflation climbing to 6.57% in August. The food and non-alcoholic beverages index has, for instance, risen by 0.46%, while that covering housing, water, electricity, gas and other fuels has jumped by 0.32%. Among the food commodities to have registered higher prices in the past month include spinach, with a kilogram now selling at an average 66.03 from 64.07 in July. Other food commodities to register higher prices in the month include beef, carrots, oranges and cabbages. On the flip side, transport costs has seen the biggest dip during the month, with its index seeing the only ease at 0.32%.
Smart24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
The Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development has started formulating the budget strategy for the financial year 2022-2023 under the theme Industrialization for Inclusive Growth, Employment and Wealth Creation. Ramadhan Gobi, the Ministry Permanent Secretary as well as Secretary to the Treasury, says is very keen to ensuring that planning aspects informs the budget. According to the Finance Ministry, via its official Twitter handle, they have trained technical staff in preparation for the rollout of programmatic approach in the financial year 2022-2023 budget and beyond, saying budgeting in line with the NDP3 programs is aimed at matching resources to the result. He added that this is an opportunity to eliminate underperforming programs, insufficient service delivery, as well as duplication, rationalism of government agencies, and minimized creation of administrative units in line with the programmatic approach.
In 2020 alone, Uganda Breweries Limited paid 420 billion in taxes, making the brewery the 7th taxpayer in Uganda. As a result, Uganda Breweries Limited contributes 0.4% of the country's GDP. Current reports indicate that Uganda Breweries Limited has paid 7.4 trillion in taxes to Uganda Revenue Authority in its 75 years of operating in Uganda. Experts say this is what over 3 ministries, departments and agencies of the government can survive on for a full financial year. Jimmy Mugera, the Executive Managing Director at Uganda Breweries Limited, says that 75 years has been possible because of what he described as a masterful leadership from the board to the management. He says that outside the investment in the brewery, UBL invested socially. For instance, last year, UBL invested 4 billion to give access to clean and safe water to the people of Budo. Pedson Mumbere, Smart 24. The number of Ugandans in Afghanistan is unknown. However, officials say that there were some 10 Ugandans evacuated by the United Nations on the flights to the United Kingdom, and 6 of these arrived in Uganda. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, JJ Odong, says they established the presence of 3 more Ugandans who are willing to be evacuated, and arrangements were made to have them evacuated, saying despite calls to evacuate Ugandans trapped in Afghanistan, some of them refused to leave the Middle East country. He says that as Uganda, they are working very hard to look out for any other more Ugandans in the Afghanistan capital. According to the Minister of Gender, some Ugandans were evacuated in April 2020 during the COVID-19 worldwide lockdown, and it is not clear how many Ugandans have remained. The Minister of Foreign Affairs also gave an update on the 51 evacuees that arrived last week, saying the request to host the Afghan nationals is temporary and the group is undergoing quarantine as part of the measures to contain the spread of COVID-19. However, he says they do not know how long the Afghanistan evacuees are going to stay in Uganda. Pedson Mumbere, Smart 24.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart24, driving business.
The stakeholders that include school proprietors, education umbrella organizations, and international school representatives all agreed on the strategies that were presented. Among the protocols is the strengthening of COVID-19 surveillance system in schools, and here the ministry wants the heads of institutions of higher learning to be accountable for the implementation of all SOPs in schools and COVID-19 related management. The ministry also suggests that for safe reopening to happen, learners who had very little time in school due to the lockdown should be prioritized. These include primary 1, 2, 3, then senior 1 on grounds that they had no curriculum, and senior 2. Reviewing the school curriculum is another proposal. However, the ministry says that current curriculum will be reviewed in order to extract the core competencies and the rest of the topics be used as an example due to short of time for the learners will be having in school.
The impact of COVID-19 and its containment measures has shifted the landscape of how trade can be conducted, as a survey of several Ugandan businesses has shown. Interviews with several ICT and leaders in trade shows that businesses today are seizing every opportunity provided by digital technology and innovations to offer enormous products that drive economic growth and business development.
The e-commerce space in Uganda it's booming, it's growing. An unfortunate event that happened that is leading to a boost of e-commerce businesses is COVID-19. COVID-19 came and forced restriction on movement, businesses closed, but businesses that were online or had an online presence continued to function, continued doing deliveries, even for physical stores or the normal or the conventional brick and mortar businesses. The ones that had an online presence continued being active. So having an online presence for businesses is the way to go.
It gets clearer by day that the future of commerce through e-commerce has massive potential to create major shifts in cross-border trade or exports and imports, widen markets, and enhance competitiveness of businesses and efficiency in delivery of goods and services locally and internationally. It also has the ability to cause the emergence of new business models and removal of some traditional intermediaries while introducing other intermediaries that suit the online marketplace. However, Paul Muyombo from Chikuba Online, a key player in the e-commerce sector, notes that a number of challenges are hindering progress, one of which is the price of the internet.
Used to grapple with firstly the cost of internet. Uganda has one of the highest costs of internet in East Africa, meaning that there are fewer people on the internet because of the cost. So most people are not able to afford the cost of the internet. So if the internet is subsidized for most Ugandans, then you will have more and more people joining the digital spaces. There will be more numbers of people online, and there will be more people interacting and buying or shopping online. And that's better for the e-commerce sector in Uganda.
A quick look at the several sectors shows that the prevailing pandemic only emphasizes that businesses worldwide must quickly adapt to e-commerce. While the electronic sale of goods still represents only a small fraction of economic activity, the use of internet and digital innovation seems to be unlimited as possibilities as both a conduit and disruptor of business. These are all great strides in embracing the progression of commerce in the fourth industrial revolution. Jerome Sonko, Smart 24. Police have recovered 600 million Ugandan shillings from some suspects who are involved in embezzlement of 3 billion Ugandan shillings from Uganda Printing and Publishing Corporation. According to the spokesperson of the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, CID, Charles Twine, the money was ordained for another accomplice in crime and was part of the Uganda shillings 3 billion cash of Uganda's Printing and Publishing Corporation that had passed through an account of a fictitious commission agent. The Uganda Printing Publishing Corporation Managing Director, Professor Tom Davis Waswa, was arrested on Tuesday following the allegations of siphoning the company money. The Minister for Presidency, Millie Babiri Babalanda, interdicted and arrested UPPC corporate manager and other culprits at the Entebbe Best on allegations of corruption. The other arrested officials include Chitamuesi Musubire, the Chairman Board of Directors, Maureen Nyakato, the Acting Corporation Secretary, and Andrew Sednaburia, the Senior Internal Auditor. According to Babalanda, Professor Waswa will in the meantime be replaced by James Tweheyo, a presidential advisor and former Uganda National Teachers Union Secretary General.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Last year, fire gutted an iconic building at Makerere University, which is a prominent landmark in the capital of Kampala. Known as the Ivory Tower, an overnight blaze left its distinctive white walls with blue-shuttered windows blackened. Police in Kampala started an investigation into the cause of the fire at one of the Africa's oldest and most prestigious universities. The Vice-Chancellor described the destruction as unbelievable.
The main building of Makerere caught fire, and the investigations were carried out. There were suspicions in the public as to whether some people were not behind the fire, but earlier on we had considered a report from the technical teams.
According to the cabinet decision, government is considering demolishing the ivory tower and reconstruct it back, but will maintain its architectural designs. Addressing journalists in Kampala, the ICT Minister Chris Barimus revealed that the Ministry of Education presented a memorandum of understanding requiring government to inject in money toward the construction process.
We had a report from the Minister of Education and Sports where he was presenting a memorandum or a statement to cabinet requiring government to put money to reconstruct that main building of Makerere University. And the decisions which were taken arose from the two technical committees that had been established by Makerere University, and they made recommendations which we largely adopted, and they include the following. Cabinet decided that the entire building, the entire main building as you know it in Makerere, should be demolished and rebuilt to match its previous form and appearance as a way of conserving the architectural character of the building. You know, Makerere, by and large, is known by that building, the main hall. If you look at its ancient British architectural design. So we decided that the whole building should be demolished and then reconstructed, but then they should preserve that architectural appearance of the building because it is very historic. We also decided that the main hall of that building, which wasn't affected by the fire, should remain as is, to not be demolished. The main hall inside will remain as is, but however, there will be need to refurbish and equip that hall with modern communication technologies. So it will be preserved, but it will just be refurbished and equipped with modern technologies, particularly communication technologies. But the whole other building will be demolished and then put back. We also guided as cabinet that before the demolition of the remaining parts of the building, a detailed photographic and conservatory study and documentation will have to be conducted so that it is in the archives.
The main administration building is one of the most university's oldest and was completed in 1941 under the leadership of George C. Turner, Principal Makerere College from 1939 to 1946. The administration block is an iconic building at the Uganda's oldest university. Immediately after it was put down by fire, the Vice-Chancellor tweeted that the building had students' records and the basement was full of archives, files spanning the whole history of the institution. In a fight to revamp the building, the government urged the university management to formulate disaster and risk management policies and be approved by the University Council.
2020. We also guided the university that a disaster and risk management policy for the university should be developed and approved by the University Council. We also took note that a number of structures in Makerere are very old, including that very main building which caught fire, and therefore we resolved that electrical installations in all the old buildings of Makerere University should be replaced. So they should be remodeled and they put new electrical installations to avoid the kind of fire which gutted the building and destroyed a lot of documentation. We also resolved that the annual maintenance budget of the estates and works department at the university should be increased to enable the department to carry out preventive maintenance in the university. Because if the maintenance budget had been adequate, maybe those old wires or the installations would have been replaced and wouldn't have got that kind of fire. We further recommended that the university should ensure that all the CCTV cameras in the buildings are fully functional and monitored from the central surveillance room at all items. Because the report indicated that one of the cameras which directly was capturing the area which got burned where the fire originated, the camera was not working, and that the CCTV cameras in Makerere are monitored from Natete, the central unit of police. So we recommend that they should make the whole system functional and should have a command center within the university to observe what the CCTV cameras are capturing. Much as the central command center in Natete could capture for them, but they should have a local command center within the university to capture what is going on within the university, because if you leave it the other central higher level, they may not be able to capture some of the issues, some of the happenings within the university in real time.
The main building, with its unique 20th century British architecture, is easily Makerere's most recognizable symbol and was constructed with funds from the colonial development. Pedson Mumbere, Smart 24.
A single mature tree of Hass avocado can produce more than 3,000 worth 500 kilograms of fruits under good agronomic management practices. Hass avocado is incredibly nutritious and contains potassium, heart-healthy acids as well as fiber. According to Mr. Mubiru Livingstone, a senior plant doctor in Woblenzi in Luero, there are many types of avocados but wins most markets.
Tugenda kutunuulira ekimera kye tuyita kedo, naye kedo ayitibwa hash avocado. Tuyina kedo ebika bingi era ebika ebyenjawulo, naye leero kino kye tutunuulira kye kika ekya kedo ekyettunzi ekiri ku katale. Akatale kangi mu mawanga ag'ebweru ne mawanga ga wano.
Mr. Mubiru, in an exclusive interview with Smart 24 TV, says that Uganda is already in a move to plant cooking oil and other related products processing avocado, which will use Hass avocado seeds as its raw material.
No, gwe tugenda okutunuulira wano e Uganda batandise dde okuba nga bakola enteekateeka ez'okuzimba ekyuma ekigenda okuba nga kimukamulamu butto n'okulaba nti ate products ezisigala bazikolamu ebizigo. Kyemmanyi buli omu ali eyo ng'olya kedo kyesaawa obeere ng'omanyi nti kedo ono gwe twogerako ye kedo ali katale era buli omu gwe yandyetanidde okulima. Kedo yayitibwa hash.
This avocado, according to Mr. Mubiru, is a hybrid of the indigenous Ugandan and Kenyan seedlings type, which are imported from Kenya to graft with the Ugandan ones to get Hass avocado. This type of avocado is jealousy and picky of soil types and pH levels.
Taka netumanya nti ettaka eryetaagisa okusimbako kedo waffe. Tutegeera ne tumanya nti kati we tumala osima ebinya byaffe ekinya tusima fuuti 2 ku 3. We tumala okisima ettaka eriddugavu oba ery'okungulu kye tuyita top soil tuliteeka side yaalyo ne subsoil ettaka erimyufu ne tuliteeka side yaalyo ne tuteekamu ebijimusa byaffe. Oyinza okukozesa kalimbwe w'embuzi oba ebijimusa ebizungu nga DAP ne tuteekako mu kinnya ne tuzaako ettaka ne tuzaako endokwa yaffe ne tugizi.
It is advisable that before grafting is done, the imported seeds are treated to avoid them infecting other seedlings in case of any plant infections. The plant doctor further explained the process of Hass avocado planting.
Kakati omulabi waffe wa Smart TV Kedo ono bwe tumala ofuna ensigo zaffe ezo yonna gye tuzijje ku miti egy'enjawulo tusooka ne tuzireeta ne tuzinnyika mu ddagala oba ne tuzitreatinga okwewala nti senga ziba zize n'obulwadde obumu tulina ebika by'eddagala bye tusobola okukozesa toyinza okugamba kankozese Nodox Super 75 ne tuzinnyika okumala essaawa nga 3 kati we tuzinnyika tulina obuveera bwaffe nga bwe mugenda okulaba bwe tuba tutaddemu ettaka ne tutuuzaamu ensigo yaffe eyo ne tugibikka era nga bwe tugenda okulaba kati bwe tugibikka tusigala kugifukira bufukirizi kati paka bwesituka neekula ate bwekula ne tugijja wano eno ne tugitwala mu kitundu ekirala ekifo ekirala ekyo bwe tugikumira nga tugifukirira amazzi tuyinza oyisaako akadagala akatonotono okugoba obuwuka kuba ebintu byaffe tugeza nnyo okulaba nga twewala nga bwe bagamba nti okugema kusinga okuwonya so ebiseera ebisinga tufuba okulaba nga tugema bugemi tetumulinda amalefu na bulwadde kati we tumaliriza okuba nti atuuse ku mutendero gw'okuyunga ne tulyoka tumuteekateeka ne tutumya obwo obuti bwaffe bwe tuyise sayonzi ne tulyoka tumuyunga.
So an acre requires 166 trees at maximum on planting space of 6 times 4 meters, of which production estimate is over 450,000 fruits worth 75,000 kilograms. Okiru Titus, Smart 24.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
In Adelaide trading update for the year ended December 31st, 2020, and which was published, the company says investigations did not uncover any issues material to the company's performance at the end of the period. The company noted that the investigations did not identify items of a material nature that required adjustment to the results of the company or group or to the balance sheets at that date. Investigations into alleged gross misconduct by the two suspected executives saw the company delay the publications of its full year financials by more than 4 months. The pair were suspended on February 18th before their subsequent resignation as directors and senior executives at the company on March 23 and May 11th. On its part, WPP Scan Group says it has been unable to obtain financial information relating to the entities for some time, including dividend returns, but has previously made full provisions for the investments. Swissport Tanzania has bounced back to profitability. A development is showing that the aviation industry is recovering steadily from the impact of COVID-induced travel restrictions. The company announced that it registered a modest net profit of 174 million during the first half of the 2021 calendar year. However, it was a massive improvement from a loss of 1.128 billion the firm registered during the first half of 2020. The firm's total revenues rose by 10% to 14.2 billion Tanzanian shillings. Swissport's board chairman, Mr. Jerion de Klerk, says that the cargo business has fully recovered from the impact of COVID-19.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
A new study by the Economic Policy Research Center has found out that prices of sugarcanes have been declined at a drastic rate despite an increase in milling factories. The report, which covers the period between 2017 and 2021, indicates that the price of a metric ton of sugarcane has in the last 4 years fallen by close to 120,000, which represents a decline of about 80%. The report explains that the poverty levels experienced in the sugarcane growing. The decline comes at the time when there has been a fast-paced increase in the number of sugarcane millers, supported by improved supply and good government support. According to the report, a metric ton of sugarcane, which was sold for 180,000 in 2017, has been declining over the time, falling to 120,000 in 2018 before declining further to an average of 110,000 in 2019. A new study by the Economic Policy Research Center has found out that prices of sugarcane have been declining at a drastic rate despite an increase in milling factories. The report, which covers the period between 2017 and 2021, indicates that the price of a metric ton of sugarcane has in the last 4 years fallen by close to 120,000, which represents a decline of about 80%. The decline comes at a time when there has been a fast-paced increase in the number of sugar millers, supported by improved supply and good government support. According to the report, a metric ton of sugarcane, which was sold at 180,000 in 2017, has been declining over time, falling to 120,000 in 2018 before declining further to an average of 110,000 in 2019. Bedson Mumbere, Smart 24. The governments of Uganda and South Sudan have agreed to patrol the Nimuli-Juba highway, where drivers and travelers have recently been attacked. The agreement comes after lorry drivers were killed and bus travelers injured by an unknown militia group. Uganda's first Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, says there will be police checks along the route. Last week, cross-border drivers from East African countries went on strike protesting insecurity. About 1,000 lorries from East Africa have stopped at the main crossing point along the Nimuli-Juba highway. And at least 30 traders and lorry drivers from across East Africa have been killed this year on this same route. However, even Kenyan truck drivers had suspended transporting cargo to southern Sudan after 2 drivers were killed in Juba. All qualifying continuing university students in the country will now benefit from the government's Students' Loan Scheme, the Higher Education Students Financing Board has announced. Under this arrangement, students from higher institutions of learning who qualify are given loans to facilitate their tuition, functional and all-rated school dues, a fee which will be paid back to government on completing studies. Speaking to journalists at the Uganda Media Center, Higher Education Students Financing Board Executive Director Michael Wenyama says that the targeted continuing students are those from the 22 registered public and private universities and 36 other tertiary institutions.
We were given money to only handle the undergraduate degree programs. The year that followed is when we introduced the diploma student, and to us that was a great achievement. Now we are able again to bring on board the continuing students, and when you look at our strategic plan, we have planned in the near future also funds allowing also to cater for other programs such as masters and PhD, but currently within the financial means that we have gotten, we shall only handle the undergraduate diploma programs, undergraduate degree programs, and the continuing student. And as the story has been said, this lot for sure, especially if you're in a final year of your final studies, whether you're doing a 5-year course, 4 years, we have even given you some statistics arising out of the studies that have been carried out that indicate over 30% attrition rate. Attrition rate meaning the number of students who fail to finish. So for this year, let's handle continuing students, but we shall also still fund first-year students. We are not saying we are going to put the target on only continuing. We are funding about 1,500 first-year students in this academic year of 2021-2022. So we are increasing on our products. We may not fund all those who want to get loans in the first year, but that's where we are heading in the near future. So let's add on another product of continuing. In the near future, we may add on another product of the masters, where many of you fall.
Parliament has intervened and appropriated an additional 500 million to cater for the continuing students effective this 2021-2022 financial year. Wanyama says that the board will give priority to students from at least 130 major degree programs and 76 undergraduate diploma courses, mainly in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics.
So the Higher Education Students Financing Board has since 2014 been implementing the Students' Loan Scheme in a bid to increase access to higher education and support highly qualified Ugandan students who may not afford higher education. The board has so far awarded loans to a total of 11,187 beneficiaries. Of these, 9,632 have undertaken undergraduate degree programs and 1,555 undergraduate diploma. Beneficiaries to study. So far we have supported 130 degree programs and 76 undergraduate diploma courses, mainly in the areas of sciences, which we normally call STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, which is in line with the requirements of National Development Program 3 that emphasizes science courses that will accelerate economic development in the country. However, learners, as you are aware, with special needs can access loans to pursue business and humanitarian programs alongside the STEM courses. These programs are currently tenable at 22 chartered universities that include 10 public universities and 12 private chartered universities and 36 other tertiary institutions in the country.
Further says that the scheme has been operating since 2014, but only targeting first-year students. It has now opened its doors to absorb continuing students, following numerous calls from the stakeholders that the COVID-19 pandemic, which has affected incomes of many parents. In October 2020, the Executive Director of Higher Education Students Financing Board, Michael Wanyama, announced government extension of the deadline for the students' loan application due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Bedson Mumbere, Smart 24.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
The Sudan Sovereignty Council President Abdullah Fattah al-Burhan met with Chad AGK President Deby and his accompanying delegation at the Republic Palace in the capital, Khartoum. The chairman of the Chadian Transitional Military Council, Mohamed Idris Deby, Monday visited Sudan in the bid to solicit regional support in rebuilding the North Central Africa state. In a statement, Deby said his visit was also meant to strengthen the cooperation and relations between Sudan and Chad. Faced with related security issues, the two countries embraced the integration, concerted efforts and joint cooperation with the African Union in the field of border security, the fight against terrorism and the fight against cross-border security violations. Deby further stated that they will intensify efforts to reinforce the security stability of Sudan and Chad.
I'm here to announce the completion of our withdrawal from Afghanistan.
The aircraft's departure was the final chapter in a contentious military effort which eventually saw the U.S. handing Afghanistan back to the very Islamist militants it sought to root out when American troops entered the country in 2001.
Every single U.S. service member is now out of Afghanistan. I can say that with 100% certainty.
The last U.S. military flight has left Kabul airport, marking the end of a controversial 20-year presence in Afghanistan and America's longest war. Officials say that the last C-17 aircraft took off with the U.S. ambassador on board after midnight local time on Tuesday.
That we're going to be able to get those people out. I think we're also going to negotiate very hard and very aggressively to get our other Afghan partners out.
They added that the diplomatic mission to assist those unable to leave before the deadline would continue. America's top military commander in the region, General Kenneth McKenzie, said that in total, U.S. and coalition aircraft evacuated more than 123,000 civilians, an average of more than 7,500 civilians per day during that time.
France will send 10 million doses of COVID-19 vaccines to Africa over the next 3 months, the French president said in a statement on Monday. The vaccines will be allocated and distributed through the African Union's Vaccine Acquisition Trust and COVAX. AVAT is a means of enabling group purchases of vaccines by African Union members to help them meet at least 50% of their needs. At a conference in Berlin last week, African leaders renewed calls for vaccine equity. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa said it was unfair that richer countries had vaccinated nearly their entire adult populations, while poorer countries struggled to buy vaccines. Africa has administered the least vaccines of any continent. Only 2% of Africa's population of 1.2 billion is fully vaccinated. African countries have mostly relied on multilateral and bilateral donations. Activists have called the inequality vaccine apartheid.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
In 2019, from a Lunyankore dialect, Emyoga, an initiative to actually give out funds to Ugandans, was established by President Yoweri Museveni. The biggest question was, however, how were the policies going to benefit the Ugandans in terms of the funds and also to move them and help them out in terms of their businesses? This comes out as a question to many Ugandans out there who are crying foul to the government for not receiving from the Emyoga funds by the president. Glaring flaws in the implementation of government's Emyoga program have come to light a few months after its rollout. Launched in July last year, the Emyoga program, in which the government has so far injected 260 billion Ugandan shillings, seeks to enable Ugandans in the informal sector to boost their household incomes by growing their small businesses. According to Ms. Joanita Nasuna, a program associate, Women and Economic Justice at Seatini, Uganda, Emyoga was an initiative by the president to instill a saving culture among MSMEs, and their money was allocated to the Microfinance Support Center.
Emyoga was a wealth and job creation fund that was put in place by the president of Uganda to support small businesses, micro, small and medium enterprises to remain afloat. However, Emyoga is a seed capital that instills a saving culture among the MSMEs. So Emyoga, after being a presidential initiative through Ministry of Finance, was allocated to Microfinance Support Center. Microfinance Support Center received approximately 290 billion shillings to support the micro businesses to remain afloat the COVID-19 pandemic. So the impacts on these businesses were quite versatile, and so the government thought of the already programs that were in place and recapitalized them. So Emyoga was a recapitalized program, and later it became a stimulus fund. So now Emyoga now changed from being a seed capital to now our stimulus fund.
Emyoga, which was a seed capital, turned into a stimulus fund for SMEs. However, a number of conditions were set before receiving the fund, something that has left many people that were said to benefit from this to stay far from what was promised.
Associations in your constituency. For example, now I am in Tinda. There is a constituency which is Naguru 1. You can have an association from Naguru 1. There is Naguru 2, and then there is also Ntinda. So you come together and form a circle. You should be from these different parishes, these different constituencies, to form a circle. So those, after forming a circle, these associations coming together, they take their applications to the district CDOs to be able to qualify them. Now, when they get to these district CDOs, now they are given a training to prepare them to access the Emyoga. But this training is mainly for them to form leaders. They should have a treasurer, they should have a chairperson, and they should have an assistant treasurer. So and a secretary. So when a circle forms the leaders, now it will be these leaders continuing with the processes. Circles should get a certificate from Ministry of Trade to qualify them. Now Ministry of Trade will send some of its administrators on ground to look at these businesses. Are they ghost businesses or are they actually there? So after they have been able to have a holistic monitoring of all these businesses and qualifying them, now they will release certificates. Remember, Ministry of Trade has to inspect 400 businesses to be able. So now that process is where now the lengthy and stringent process comes in. Some of the people since October 2020 had money disbursed on their accounts already. and they were able to save the 10 million shillings. However, they have again not qualified for the certificates from Ministry of Trade.
A few that received the funds want government to increase the seed capital to boost their respective programs, but the procedures have become overwhelming. For instance, the Katikamo North constituency Produce Dealers Sacco is overwhelmed by the number of groups that want to benefit from 30 million shillings seed capital. Meanwhile, Mr. Dennis Odungpini, the Gulu Resident City Commissioner, said only 36 out of 482 groups have been certified to receive the funds. Of these, only 9 groups have gained access to the money, as Ms. Carolina Alaroca, the regional sub-coordinator for Emyoga in Acholi sub-region, said many groups have failed to access the funds due to procedural irregularities. Is 30 million enough for all the SACCOs in the country per constituency, or is 30 million enough to cater for the problems that are prevailing in Uganda's economy to all the traders in Uganda? That is among the questions that is among the traders in the country, and which the president is yet to address regarding the Emyoga funds in Uganda. The biggest question is, however, by 2025, will this have alleviated poverty in Uganda? Because the pandemic has actually caused a number of cases in terms of economy crises, not only in Uganda, but among others. But with the Emyoga Fund on board, if it is well alleviated, will it actually help Ugandans to come out of the poverty line? Joram Paul Sonko, Smart 24.
While releasing a consumer price index, Aliziki Lubega, the head of macroeconomics at Uganda Bureau of Statistics, says that Uganda has recorded a decrease of annual inflation for August, saying that this implies that the rate of increase in prices has slightly gone down. Statistics show that the decrease in the inflation was attributed to the annual transport inflation that decreases to 7.3% for the 12 months to August 2021, down from 10.7% in July 2021.
As of August 2021, for the year that is ending this month, the inflation for Uganda is registered at 1.9%. Compared to the one we released last month, that was 2.1%, meaning the rate of increase in prices has slightly gone down from 2.1% as of last month. For the 12 months up to August, it is now registered at 1.9%. You realize that these decreases are due to a number of areas that have registered a number of decreases, and majorly on an annual basis there've been a decline in the transport inflation. It decreased at 7 to 7.3% for the last 12 months. I mean from August of last year to the August of this year 2021, the transport inflation. And this one, you note that we had a lockdown where we had increase in inflation. That is the last 2 weeks of June and the first 2 weeks of July. So there were increases in the prices of transport. However, now when you look at the inflation for this year ending August 2021, there've been a decrease in the transport as a service. And this, the previous month, we registered the transport inflation had gone up to 10.7% compared to this month for the year ending August, which is 7.3%. In addition, decreases in the inflation were registered in the recreation, sports, and culture, and this was a decrease of 0.3%. In August 2021 for the year ending.
Much as Uganda has recorded a decline in inflation for August, there are other increases that were registered, as Aliziki stresses.
However, much as we still have a decrease in the inflation figures for Uganda, there are also increases that were registered that actually made it to be a 1.9% compared to 2.1%. And when you look at the food and non-alcohol beverages inflation, it increased to 1.3% for the last 12 months to August 2021 from 0.7% registered in July. So here we are noting that the food items and the non-alcohol beverages, we had registered increases in the prices and translated into increase in the inflation for that division of our inflation figures. In addition, the annual inflation for furniture, household equipment, and routine household increased to 1.7% for the year ending August 2021, up from 1.2% recorded in July 2021. Restaurants, accommodation services inflation increased to 1.5% in August 2021, up from 1.3% recorded in the year that ended in July 2021.
Reports indicate that transport fares has drastically decreased in Kampala City from 12.2% to a minus 3.3% for this month of August. Transport fares across the country went up following the resumption of the public transport after a 42-day lockdown. For instance, taxi fares from Wakiso town to the city centre were increased to 5,000, up from 4,000 before the lockdown was imposed. This, according to the report, the prices has also declined to a fair means.
Transport fares went up for the long distances, and actually it was reflected in our CPI for the previous month. And even here, when they opened up, we've seen a decrease in the transport fares, majorly for the bus fares for the long distances, that is over 100 kilometers. The reduction in prices shows that it has gone down by 17.3%. Also taxi fares, that is for the taxi, where we share transport as we are moving. For the medium and long distance has come down on average, that is by 11.4% on average. That is for tax fares.
Looking at monthly commodity price increases, statistics show that food items like matoke have recorded an increase in price up to 22.2%, sweet potatoes at 10.0%, yams at 18.6%, among others.
Inflation is inflation. Whether it is dropped when we say it has reduced, it doesn't mean that there is no inflation. It just implies that the rate at which prices are increasing has actually come down. That's what it implies. But whether you say it is a 1.9 or 2.2 as we registered previously, it is still inflation. Prices are going up. But it is at the rate at which they are increasing that has slowed down. So giving you the prices that actually have affected the inflation for this month. For example, on the higher side, the prices where we registered increases, the items. We have, the first one is matoke. We are seeing matoke, the clustered matoke. It is going up. Majorly it could be it is now moving off season. And also it is actually showing that the prices are increasing. And this matoke clustered, I can see also matoke, the cooking matoke, the bananas. So all matoke actually has increased. It increased by, the clustered one increased by 22.7%. The cooking matoke that we buy increased by 9.1%. Fish, Angara fish, we are seeing an increase of 21%. The yams have increased by 18.6%.
The core inflation for the 12th month to August 2021 declined to 2.2%, down from 2.5% in July 2021. This was attributed to the annual service inflation that declined to 2.5% in August 2021, down from 4.0% in July. Pedson Mumbere, Smart 24.
East African Crude Oil Pipeline, the EACOP, is a 1,443-kilometer crude oil export pipeline that will transport Uganda's crude oil from Hoima in Uganda to the Chongoleani Peninsula near Tanga Port in Tanzania. The construction of the pipeline is expected to cost at least $3.5 billion as Uganda has so far discovered over 6.5 billion barrels of oil. Cabinet has approved the East African Crude Oil Pipeline Special Provision Bill 2021 as the country moves into construction of the oil pipeline between Uganda and Tanzania. The Minister for ICT, Chris Baryomunsi, says if this bill is passed into law, it will define the legal regulatory framework of the East African Crude Oil Pipeline project in Uganda.
First of all, we had an extensive discussion on the East African Crude Oil Pipeline Special Provisions Bill 2021. The Minister responsible for Energy and Mineral Development presented a bill entitled the East African Crude Oil Pipeline Special Provisions Bill 2021. In other words, a legislation that is going to govern the pipeline, the oil pipeline as we all know it. And basically, once this bill is passed into law, it will achieve the following. One, it will define the legal and regulatory framework for the East African Crude Oil Pipeline project in Uganda. As you know, we are doing everything possible to get the oil out of the ground in the Albertine Graben area, Winyoro. And as you also know, we are going to use a dual approach of managing this oil, where we are constructing a refinery to refine and process part of the oil which is going to get out of the ground, and at the same time export part of the crude oil through the pipeline, which will run from Midwestern Uganda.
Earlier this year, President Yoweri Museveni and Samia Hassan Suluhu, the president of Tanzania, signed the East African Crude Oil Pipeline Pact to see the construction of the oil pipeline. The agreement was signed at State House, Entebbe, together with Total, ENP, and China National Offshore Oil Corporation, CNOOC.
It will ensure the effectiveness of the Uganda host government agreement for the pipeline. You recall there have been discussions between the government of Uganda and the government of Tanzania to agree on a framework on how this pipeline will be managed and how the different countries will share the proceeds and the benefits associated with this project. And therefore you need to read the Uganda host government agreement which was entered into. So this law is going to put into effect some of the agreements which are already captured in these frameworks that have been discussed between the two governments. Number 3, the law will also provide a mechanism for lawful implementation of the East African Crude Oil Pipeline project in Uganda, so that whatever is done in the implementation of this pipeline is well grounded in the law. So it provides that legal framework. The law, once passed, it will also give reassurance of confidence to investors of Uganda's commitment to fulfill its obligations under the host government agreements, and also give confidence to the government of the Republic of Tanzania to equally finalize the enabling legislation in a timely manner.
The $3.55 billion pipeline could be the longest electrically heated crude oil pipeline in the world. And once completed, more than 10,000 job opportunities will be created during the execution, according to Suluhu. Environmental activists say that the project poses risks to protected environments, water sources and wetlands in both the country due to carbon dioxide emissions from the burning of oil through the pipeline.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Plans are ongoing to introduce the payments platform for informal cross-border trade in the common market for Eastern and Southern Africa bloc, with East Africa Commission members Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda and Rwanda on board. A public-private partnership dialogue is underway to discuss a draft model policy for the COMESA platform and specifically designed to benefit micro, small and medium-sized enterprises under the bloc's Digital Financial Inclusion Project. The aim of the platform will be to further integrate informal traders into the formal markets through better access to digital finance systems, which are fast becoming the global norm. The predicted common regional scheme will be geared towards facilitating bottom-of-the-pyramid informal traders cross-border and domestic to carry out transparent, affordable and secured digital transactions. Progress has been made in reaching an agreement on rules and guidelines for the platform and the adoption of a COMESA digital integrated common payment policy and framework for micro, small and medium enterprises. Data was collected from the 9 target countries in 2019 and 2020 to map out the sustainability of available payment solutions across MSM's requirements within each country and bridge existing policy gaps for a more harmonized block approach.
Kenya has cut Uganda's sugar imports by about 71,077 tons, which represents a massive reduction of 79%. Data from the Kenyan Sugar Directorate noted that traders would only be allowed to import 18,923 tons of sugar from Uganda, down from 90,000 tons. This comes amidst apprehension, with Ugandan sugar manufacturers accusing authorities in Kenya of frustrating their process that has been under negotiation for almost 2 years. Recently, Kenya had indicated it would open to sugar exports from Uganda, allowing in just 90,000 tons. Kampala City Traders Association is mobilizing its members for a demonstration against the new tax policy on imported textile fabrics and garments. The demonstration will also be used to show displeasure of a failure by landlords to waive rent areas for the period when the country was under a total lockdown. The association had given the government a 2 weeks ultimatum to review the policy, in which the tax rates of textiles were increased to 35% as import duty from 25%. The government says that the move would encourage import substitution and promote local industry. But the traders say that the new policy has placed a heavy burden on them and asked the government to allow them to clear their goods based on the transaction value as opposed to weights. Thaddeus Musoke, the acting chairman of the Kampala City Traders Association, says that traders have resolved to keep their shops closed effective 1st 2021 and were black in protest of the government's failure to listen to their outcry. Pedson Mumbere, Smart 24 TV.
Uganda's Ministry of Finance data shows that as of August, 60,982 workers in the formal sector lost their jobs, mirroring the significant uncertainty around the country's economic outlook. A total of 714,048 Ugandans had formal jobs at the end of May, but with the second COVID-19 lockdown, the formal sector workforce reduced to 653,066 in June. Daniel Muswita Subi, the chairman of the Federation of Small and Medium Enterprises Uganda, said SMEs have taken the biggest hit from COVID-19. The quarantine and lockdown measures imposed by the government in March 18, 2020 and June 18, 2021 led to a decrease in demand and caused supply chain disruptions, raw material shortages, transportation challenges and cash flow disruptions. The central bank projects that the Ugandan economy will have a sluggish in growth. In an August 12 monetary policy statement, the Bank of Uganda Governor Tumusime Mutebile projects the economy to grow 3.5% to 4% in the 2021-2022 financial year as a result of the effects of the measures taken to control the spread of COVID-19, which have affected the economy. The private business owners are asking the government to consider revising its revenue ambitions and policies to improve the competitiveness of Ugandan goods in the region. In particular, they want Ugandan to harmonize the digital tax stamp rates with Kenya and Tanzania.
The Buganda Land Board has asked the government to join hands with the Buganda Kingdom to bridge the knowledge gap on land to enable affordable acquisition of land with authentic titles. The Buganda Land Board Executive Officer Simon Kabogoza explained that this will help to curb the escalating land conflicts, raising the issue of challenges as far as providing land titles in time are concerned. Kabogoza said if they work with the government agencies that have the mandate to ensure that whoever puts up a property has gone through a physical planning procedures and has an approved plan, then they shall resolve the land conflicts. The managing director of Housing Finance Bank, Michael Mugabe, says as the leading mortgage lender in the country, they have mastered the art of serving customers in this space and finding creative solutions to any obstacles they may encounter during the various stages of the title acquisition. Pedson Mumbere, Smart 24 TV.
Smart 24, driving business. Not24 Driving Business.
The internet has dramatically reshaped how we buy and how we sell everything, including each other. Social media has been used by traffickers to recruit victims, to polish their trafficking operations, impersonating the victims, or spreading lies and rumors online. However, survivors are embracing social media as a way to reach out for help or to build support network that allows them to engage with each other, building a community and work as the survivor leaders. This report focuses on the private and public-private sector because fighting human trafficking would require participation by business and industry partners with resources at a comparable scale. If human trafficking is business, requiring intense planning and depending on each of the business and partners to flourish, so too must the fight against trafficking be a collective undertaking. Are families doing enough to protect their children from human trafficking that is polished by social media?
Many times there are two things which are too good to be true. Somebody comes to you that they are paying your ticket, they are giving you everything that then when you look around them, they are relatives and then they're even poor. So you wonder, why are they not taking their child? Why are they not getting this opportunity, they are in? Why is it secret, And there are basics to find out because the websites are also there. Because the labor externalization, go to the, website of labor externalization, find out, seeking information. There's one thing that, people, because you also have to make a choice. Because many young people are on social media, but what are you consuming? Are you only consuming, the things that what? But when it comes to travel, you don't want to put in the homework or to find out why is it secret. That is really, really a red flag. That somebody is saying it's an opportunity. Why are they coaching you to lie about why you're traveling? Why are they coaching you?
Social media is beautiful. It's here to stay. It's going nowhere. But I caution, especially the young people, those who are in business, those who are in politics, those who are in slaying, whatever. I caution you, please be very, very careful with social media. There's a lot of evil on social media. It is important that we learn to distinguish what is true from what is not true. We learn to put things in context. That is only way we are going to beat radicalism, trafficking, and extremism. We need to be very, very careful in our use of social media.
Traffickers often groom and control their victims through online platforms. Between 2015 and 2018, the National Human Trafficking Hotline documented almost 1,000 cases of potential victims of sex trafficking alone who are recruited through internet platforms, most often Facebook, but also Instagram, online dating sites, and chat rooms. Traffickers also use social media for deceptive or fraudulent job advertisement. Some traffickers recruit victims through illegitimate job offers. Sometimes, these deceptives are facilitated through fake business profiles, shame event pages on Facebook, or posts.
Everything you see on social media, don't take anything on face value, so question everything, double check, read, research. Don't be quick to share something, don't be quick to be taken up by something, just ask. It takes 5 minutes, it takes 10 minutes, and it could save you a whole lot of trouble, so question everything that you receive, whether it's about health, whether it's about what's training, question everything and double check the sources.
As the use of technology continues to increase, trafficking and sexual violence facilitated by digital platforms will also continue unless we do more to stop it. Facebook must become more vigilant about prohibiting images or posts that depict violence against women. Facebook has a strict policy against nudity and sexuality, explicit content but often permits graphic, triggering, and demeaning posts about women. In the Uganda Social Media Conference 2021, under a theme, The Rise of Global Social Movement and Social Media, Uganda youth shared what they are going through.
Day and a half. A voice. I have been constantly called a slut, a whore, simply because I have the Wear That Mini hashtag. But Wear That Mini is empowering women, not just in body positivity, but we're actually doing crowdfunding for shelters of women who are victims of domestic violence. So these hashtags are actually doing some work online, but when we go to these institutions, they are not doing the work. How do you appoint someone to a top government position when you have a case of sexual harassment against them? That means you do not actually care about the women in your country. So while it is happening in New York and you have a governor stepping down, in Uganda we have people being promoted. Yeah.
So it's not enough. Blaming social media companies, the so-called tech giants, is also not enough. There's need for, number one, we must encourage intercultural dialogue, especially where young people are concerned.
Social media has been an important tool in creating awareness and sparking activism around sexual assault. Survivors have come forward to tell their stories of assault and harassment through social media platforms, which has resulted in a great public awareness of pervasiveness of this problem worldwide. Unfortunately, social media has also opened new avenues for sexual violence against women and human trafficking majorly. Pedzon Mumbere, Smart 24.
Section 84 of the Thai Microfinance Institutions and Money Lenders Act 2016 prohibits anyone from conducting money lending business without licenses. The Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority has noted with much concern the mushrooming unlicensed money lenders around the country conducting business in defiance of the section under the Tier 4 Microfinance Institutions and Money Lenders Act. Tusubire Namuga, the Executive Director of the Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority, while speaking to journalists, threatened to cause arrest as well as cracking the whip against unlicensed money lenders.
It has come to our attention that the authority, rather to the attention of the authority, that all and some unlicensed institutions are conducting money lending business without licenses, without being supervised, and therefore they are violating. And that is actually in total disregard of the provisions of this Tier 4. Section 84 of the Tier 4 Institutions and Money Lenders Act prohibits anyone to conduct money lending business without a license. The authority would like to inform the general public, therefore, that Tier 4 Microfinance Institutions Act 2016 is very alive. We want to inform you that we are beginning to crack the whip. And so we are concerned about those mushrooming, so many of those money lenders that are out there doing business in defiance, that we are coming. We don't want you to start saying, oh, we are being followed, we are being followed. We will follow you because it is illegal. And so we ask and request that you report and become licensed, because we are coming, and when we come, you will not be allowed to give further excuses.
Anti-Money Laundering Act defines money laundering as the process of turning an illegal obtained property to seemingly legal property. Reports indicate that there are system flaws, diminishing Uganda's capacity to fight money laundering. Tusibiri highlights that the illegal money lending companies are taking advantage of the desperate people affected by COVID-19 to cheat them, saying they are informing the general public that the authority has finalized its plans to launch enforcement operations against all those operating outside the law.
If you might allow me to use the word arrests, they might occur. There might be some form of prosecution, and it might lead to some closure of businesses. Therefore, we ask the public to take note that they should present themselves for and become compliant with the law, because it is illegal for you to continue in business. It has actually come to our notice that businesses that have already been affected by COVID-19 are looking for those money lenders, and out there, some people don't know that some are licensed or others are actually licensed. So what we request you is, if you're licensed, the law requires that you pin up the license within the business premises for whoever deals with you to understand that you are actually a licensed institution. We therefore want to use this opportunity as UMRA to request you to regularize the business that you're carrying out, if it is money lending business, and if it is SACCOs, we request you to be reminded to check your compliance with the law as well. And of late, you have realized that SACCOs have become very important. By the way, before I leave here, I want to remind all Ugandans that SACCOs have our money. We better make sure that Ugandans' money is safe. Ugandans' money is under the Tier 4 sector. Next time we shall come and we shall explain what we mean by that. You will understand. But if you look at all that is taking place in SACCOs, it shows you that we better have UMRA regulate our money, and it is safe from those unscrupulous Ugandans who sometimes want to do things illegally.
The Tier 4 Microfinance Institutions and Money Lenders Act 2016 establishes UMRA to provide the licensing and management of the Tier 4 microfinance institution and provide for management and control of money lending businesses. Nelson Mutatina, the acting director of supervision at UMRA, therefore urged Ugandans to first understand the conditions and the authority of the lending company before they borrow from them.
You find that a desperate citizen who wants some money goes to a money lender, borrows without understanding the terms and conditions. So we encourage the borrowers that once you're going to borrow money, first understand the terms and conditions. We also have approached the institutions which we licensed to make the terms and conditions clear in the loans agreement. We have even encouraged them to translate those loan agreements into the local language for the borrowers who borrow the money and they want to use it and pay.
We've come to realize that several of our borrowers in the country do not read the agreements they sign. So they get bound by terms of agreements that they are ignorantly not in the knowledge of. And when they come to Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority to complain, their complaints are investigated thoroughly, only to realize that these borrowers are bound by the agreements they signed. We've also come to realize that the biggest problem is with payroll lending, whereby some borrowers fall off the payroll, others connive with people at the district to take them off the payroll, and when they go off the payroll, the loans get into arrears and they end up being deducted for the missed months and even charged penalties for some for failure to pay. So someone who has borrowed a loan for 30 months may end up paying for 40 months because he was off the payroll at some time, or because his deduction was not sent to the institution, and this person will think or believe that he's being over-deducted, yet in actual sense, he's not over-deducted. He or she is not over-deducted.
The authority called upon members of the public to seek business only with money lenders that can prove their licenses.
So far, UMRA has licensed 950 institutions. Out of 950 institutions, we have 801 as money lending institutions. So we urge the public that we have licensed institutions across the country. We have moved to all districts of Uganda. Even if a money lender is any farthest district of Uganda, we always reach them. So we have licensed institutions across the country, and we urge the public to deal with only licensed institutions.
This year, Nicholas Opio was produced at Nakao Magistrate Court to face charges of money laundering under Section 3 of Anti-Money Laundering Act. The government alleges that Nicholas acquired $340 through Absa Bank in the names of the Chapter 4, knowing that the said funds were proceeds of crime. The government has not provided any evidence that the money in question is from the proceeds of crime. Bedson Mumbere, Smart 24 TV.
Over the last 2 days.
A year ago, President Museveni instituted a national lockdown to cap the spread of the COVID-19 virus. With 15 million learners in the country, the outbreak in any school community would have led to disastrous outcomes. The strategy worked, and across the globe, while the pandemic caused a radical shift into digital and technological for learning and workspaces for mostly urban children, those in rural areas without access to electricity and internet were the most cut off from a continued form of learning. Speaking to Smart 24, Ms. Dorothy Wengoe Chimuli, the Principal Public Relations and Communications Officer at Uganda Technology and Management University, most of their programs are online and the best on tapping into the digital space, and this is creating space for digitization even in agriculture and business.
The Technology and Management University is a university that is based in Bugolobi, and we are a tech university. Being tech is that most of our activities are online. And we deal with solving problems of the digital space. We have other programs. However, in every program that we take on, we ensure that our students have a foundation in digitalizing. Why? Because that is now the backbone. We are talking of agriculture being the backbone of this nation, but agriculture without utilization of the digital space will not take you the miles that you want to go to. We are talking of digital commerce, we are talking of digital engagements, we are in a time of COVID-19 where there is limited human interaction but more utilization of the digital spaces. So at Uganda Technology, we teach you to be comfortable with using the gadgets that help you to explore other opportunities beyond what we are used to, beyond the normal.
Mentioning about business security in a digitalized era, as one may say, modern challenges need modern solutions. The business owners can still get more skills from universities or higher institutions of learning to add on to their scope on use of digital spaces to manage business.
We are going into a global space. It's no more about Uganda, but it's more of how Uganda interlinks with other nations, other states, and other continents. And this puts you in that comfortable place to be able to interlink beyond your nationals. So that is what Uganda Technology does. However, we have other opportunities as well. We have opportunities in computer security and forensics. You have your businesses. There are hackathons. There are people who hack into businesses every day. How can you protect the interests of your business in the digital space? So these are issues that we deal with. There are many other opportunities at the university. And these opportunities are driving us into that space beyond only what we are thinking of as a nation, into other nations. We are currently the coordinators of a project, the Africa Internet of Things and Artificial Intelligence Challenge, that is ongoing. And we have been able to register quite a number, especially those in agro-processing, who are interested in digitalizing their businesses, in bringing up opportunities that will help the economy. So we are spearheading this project. We are bringing to light the need, the value of the digital spaces, the Internet of Things and artificial intelligence. So there are so many opportunities at WUTAM, and I want to encourage every growing business, every SME, anybody with the potential and the ability and the intellect and the interests to study further, to explore the opportunities that we have there.
As the world governments continue to limit public gatherings, which has greatly affected schools and a number of businesses, the need to tap into the digital spaces is highly encouraged as the future into digitalization has already taken center stage. Jerome Paul Sanko, Smart 24.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Kenya's rising stock of public debt has been on the lips of many economic analysts, tons, which represents a massive reduction of 79%. Data from the Kenyan Sugar Directorate noted that the traders would only be allowed to import 18,923 tons of sugar from Uganda, down from 90,000 tons. These comes amid apprehension, with Ugandan sugar manufacturers accusing authorities in Kenya of frustrating a process that has been under negotiation for almost 2 years now. Recently, Kenya had indicated it would open up to sugar exports from Uganda, allowing in just 90,000 tons. In April, Kenya's Trade Cabinet Secretary Betty Maina led a delegation to Uganda, holding a number of meetings with government officials in regard to different issues. During the meetings, it was agreed that Uganda would be allowed to export 90,000 tons of sugar to Kenya as soon as the verification mission on the country of origin is completed. President Joe Biden has met with the families of the 13 U.S. soldiers who were killed in an attack at Kabul airport last week, as the remains of the fallen army personnel are returned to the United States from Afghanistan. Biden and First Lady Jill Biden attended the dignified transfer of the fallen soldiers at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware on Sunday, a military ritual receiving the remains of those killed in foreign combat. Now, the president and his wife watched as flag-draped cases carrying 11 service members' remains were loaded in 2 vans. Thousands of crying could be heard, and one woman collapsed and was taken to an ambulance.
Lost their lives in the service of our country, and while we're praying for the best in Louisiana, let's keep them in our prayers as well.
The remains of 2 more U.S. military personnel will be transferred in an event not covered by media at the request of their families.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
President Xi Jinping said that the new share market will be in the capital of Beijing during a speech to the International Fair for Trade in Services. Mainland China currently has two major markets based in Shanghai financial hub and the thousand city of Shenzhen. The move comes as Chinese companies are under intense pressure at home and in the US. While President Xi did not elaborate on the plan, the China Securities Regulatory Commission, CSRC, published a statement shortly after his speech that said its leadership was excited at the prospect. The regulator said that the registration system for the exchange would be similar to Shanghai's Star Market, which is seen as China's answer to the technology-heavy Nasdaq platform in the US. The announcement comes as Chinese companies have been under increasingly close scrutiny by both Beijing and Washington. In recent months, Chinese authorities have announced a series of measures that have had a major impact on large parts of the country's private sector, from tech giants and tutoring firms to music streaming platforms and TV companies. Along with a huge swath of tough new measures imposed on companies, Chinese authorities have intensified their oversight of firms with share listings in the US. Last week, Chinese electric car maker BYD had to suspend a plan to sell shares in its computer chip making unit, making it the latest share offering to be hit by Beijing's crackdown on businesses. Earlier this month, the Chinese government signaled that this crackdown would continue as it unveiled a 5-year planning outlining tighter regulation of much of its economy. Meanwhile, in America, the Wall Street regulator, the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, said it will now require extra information from Chinese companies aiming to sell shares in the US.
Enkyukakyuka weeri amaanyi kubanga omuntu asobola n'okulindirako wano nga tafunyeemu buzibu. Enkyukakyuka weeri amaanyi.
Chikobo is one of the busiest centers within the Kampala business district, bringing together thousands of people from different parts of the country for both retail and wholesale transactions. But despite its significance, it had remained dusty with multiple potholes, making its access almost impossible for both motorists and pedestrians, especially during rainy seasons. Traders say that business operations are going on well.
Balutandika wendi mu biseera bya COVID. Babuzayo wiiki nga emu oba bbiri okumuta okuggwako. Ne mu kusinziira ekifo kino nga bwe kikunganya abasuubuzi abangi batikula ebintu bingi, omusolo baba mungi, lwali mu mbeera mbi. Era kino ekyakolebwa kyayamba abasuubuzi. Emmotoka zireeta ebintu byabwe okuba nti zitikula nga tezigwa mu binnya, n'okuba nti gavumenti yakola kirungi okubaddizaako ku musolo gwe bawa okuba nabo bakolera mu mbeera nga nnungi.
The reconstruction of Chikubo Lane in the Kampala has started after a visit to the business hub by the State Minister for Kampala and Metropolitan Affairs, Kabuye Chofatogambye, and the authority's Deputy Director, Engineer David Rimbazi. Upgrading Chikubo Lane in the Central Business District is part of the government's plan to improve city workspaces.
Enkuba we yatonyanga lwasombanga ettosi neribeeramu nga mulimu ebinnya amazzi ng'ova eno n'omanya nti oba kanya katono n'ogwa mu kinyanga kinene ng'amazzi mwegali, oluusi nga n'emmotoka zirwana ku ddeene wakalu, kati nga olwedde tubeera waliwo okunyigirizibwa kwe tufuna nga tutambula. Ne kati baalukola emmotoka zisinganya bulungi era ne zipaakinga bulungi, buli omu n'afuna waayita, naffe ne tufuna we tuyita. Emmotoka ne zipaakinga bulungi kubanga luli emmotoka okweyisinganya zaagambanga eri watono, ne kati zonna tewaliwo ezeekwasa nti oba eri watono eno wanene, zonna buli epaakingi wepaakinze zisobola okuyisinganya.
Ekikubo kati kyakyuka ngeri ya paakingi. Luli wa paakingi sanga emmotoka ku dduuka ly'omuntu ng'omuntu alina waayita. KCC n'abakulu okuva ggulu ne bajja kusalawo ebintu ku mbalaza bibeere nga babijjako. Ng'emmotoka bw'eba epaakinga n'omuntu n'asigala ng'ayita ku dduuka n'asobola okugenda okufuna ebintu. Embeera bw'etyo gye tulimu n'amatunda baali agali bagala okuba nti gasalibwayo ekikubo kitangaala.
All along, more than 100 vendors in the Chikubo Business Center in Kampala, Central Business District, could be stuck following the eviction of their stores by Kampala Capital City Authority, KCCA, so as to reduce crowding. KCCA could evict all metallic and wooden stalls that had been erected on the verandas of shops in Chikubo, leaving vendors wondering how to survive.
Some 90% of the company's staff in India have received at least one dose of the COVID-19 jab so far, as India's vaccine drive has picked up in the last month. Half the country's eligible population has been partially vaccinated. As COVID cases fall and restrictions are eased, several major IT firms, including E4Cs and Wipro, are hoping to bring employees back to the office. And all of them know how this will unfold, but TCS plans to ask 80 to 90% of its employees to return, at least initially, before switching to a hybrid model of work, under which only 25% of its staff will work from office by 2025. India's IT industry employs a quota of 12 to 13 million people in the organized private workforce, and it has been an engine for economic growth in cities such as Bengaluru, Hyderabad and Pune, where TCS, Infosys, Wipro and others have built huge campuses for their offices. TCS alone has offices in 250 locations spanning 50 countries. The company says it's set to explore the logistics of hybrid work and what happens to its physical assets such as office buildings, or will it, like Google, introduce pay cuts for staff who opt to work from home permanently. COVID has forced the company to find ways to tap into talent across borders and deploy on projects world over. The company now plans to build the world's largest distributed talent marketplace on the cloud, connecting staff to jobs virtually from anywhere at any time.
Biogas is seen as an alternative source of energy for cooking and lighting. In Uganda, the use of biogas as alternative source of energy, especially among farmers who have zero grazing units with Frisian cattle or exotic goats. According to Kalule Justus, the operation manager of Kainza Energy, told us the process of making biogas from home remedies and waste of animals like pigs and cows, and how to mix waste product in order to produce biogas.
We collect the waste from the point where we have the source, maybe piggery, maybe a kraal. So after having this waste, say cow dung, piggery waste, or waste from homesteads, we bring it then we have a system where we feed these feed stocks, after where we have a mixing chamber. This is the point of application where we mix this waste. After mixing it, we then open. There is a valve that connects now to the digester. We open there, and this mixed waste is able to go to the digester, where now the whole process takes place in the absence of oxygen. There are many enzymes that
you can feed your home biogas system approximately 6 liters of food waste or up to 20 liters of animal waste daily. An equal amount of water should be added within the waste when to put it into the inlet of home biogas. You can feed the appliance within the animal manure, especially that of any animal that chew its cud, like cow, goats, and sheep. The animal manure should be free of stones, straw, and earth, which will not break down in the digester. You might also add dog or cat without sand. We recommend the limited chicken droppings since they contain a high level of ammonia and will alert the balance of the digester fluid.
Emphasize that water should be more of what? Of the cow dung. We have ratios. Like maybe we can say the ratio should be 1 wheelbarrow of cow dung and 2 wheelbarrows of water. Like not changing the ratios, that won't achieve the dream. Then the other don't is also the conditions in which this process occurs. We need some sunlight, we need some pH variation, Then the do's is any waste that is organic will be able to give you biogas.
Olivia Kanti Mbabazi, Smart 24.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
All right, welcome to SMB. My name is Joram Paul Sonko. This is Smart 24 TV, where we definitely drive your businesses. And of course, it's a new week, new horizons coming up, and new aspirations, or may I say, new goals for any entity out there in regards to the business in Uganda and of course in Africa. And also, how about if we speak about the globe as well? You can follow me on Facebook at Joram Paul Sonko, Twitter at Joram Paul Sonko, Instagram at Joram Paul Sonko as well. Meanwhile, this is Smart 24 TV, Twitter, Facebook and Instagram as well. If at all you want to give us more of your feedback in regards to the services here as we drive your business. Oh my. All right. And as we do have to look back at some of the events that have actually been transpiring throughout the weekend, I would definitely say some of which have actually been sad stories in regards to the entire country in Uganda. Speaking of which, most of them have included a number of deaths of people and also a number of cases in regards to the Bijambia that is trending in Uganda. First of all, as of Friday, as we were heading into the weekend, one of the few things that did catch the attention of Ugandans is a CCTV footage recording that got Bijambia men, the so-called men, the men holding machete. There were quite a number, if I'm to be precise, 3 to 4 men who had entered the fence in Nansana in Wakiso district, and had it not been a burglar alarm that would have that actually scared them off, who knew how many lives would have been lost in that particular situation? So I guess the government should again clearly show the security, should actually show the strength in terms of the security in the country. Speaking of which, because the government has always been telling us we have curfew, but one would still ask, how can we have curfew and at that particular time at 3 a.m. in the morning people are still moving in the night? And to be kind of put it in a broad way, 3 a.m. in the night and moving with machetes. How can they be moving at that time when we know, when we well know that the police and the army are being deployed in the night to make sure they actually trace out anything in terms of what we call crime during that particular night. Now, speaking of the other stories that have actually been making headlines in regards to incidents in Uganda, we head to the death of the Orthodox Church Archbishop, the late Jonah Rwanga, who did succumb to asthma over the weekend as well. Now, the Most Reverend Orthodox Archbishop of Uganda Metropolitan, John Rwanga, did succumb to death as that is the statement coming in from the Orthodox Church in Uganda as of Sunday. And the church early Sunday virtually held an intercessory prayer, also informing congregants that His Eminence Rwanga was hospitalized. And the vocal prelate was born in 1945, just a year before the religion was recognized by the government, despite having been established in the early 1900s. Now, as we continue to speak about that one, and I think our condolences go to the Church of the Orthodox as Archbishop Rwanga over there dying. That is actually following up on if we're to look at the continuous death of the Archbishops of Uganda. We can't go short of the Archbishop of the Catholic Church, who also passed away this particular year. That is the late Kizito Rwanga, who also passed away as well. And our condolences go to the Orthodox Church. He's a man of God who has actually died at the age of 76 in that regard. So we'll be following up on that particular story. It's a developing one, and we'll definitely be following up on to see the death threat, to see when he will actually be taken for burial in that particular regard, and in situations of the COVID-19 situation that we're in, and also which guidelines should we follow in terms of the church. And of course, Smart 24 TV will be giving you more and more in regards to that. And then moving on, still on Sunday, if we had to look at some of the cases that happened on Sunday in that regard, as there was a certain building that collapsed in Chisenyi. It was more of the mall, if I'm to look closely to it, because in terms of building, you will come out and say these are some of the buildings that you will reestablish. But then, as a number of 6 people had been recorded dead as of Sunday in regards to that building that collapsed in Chisenyi, as it's still in its foundation state, not in its foundation state, rather it is still in its building stage to be completed as a serial building in that particular regard. Now the scores actually feared dead, and as building collapsed in Gun, as unconfirmed number of people feared to have died, as 6 of them had been recorded to be dead as of yesterday, as we still await and see what the police has to say in regards to this. Now this happened in the Chisenyi cell near Kwale Cell Terminal on a Sunday afternoon, with those heavy rains that were actually prevailing in the downtown Kampala, and could see a number of businesses were really affected in that regard, and a number of people did actually lose property. People were actually having their cars parked by, actually had their property destroyed, if at all, their cars destroyed, and they're still looking to the owner of the building to actually come up and give them, to at least give them, in terms of insurance, to give them backup in regards to this particular one. But in terms of the businesses that were lost, everyone who was having businesses around that particular building did lose lives. And what we do understand, we even had some of the porters were students of which who have actually been home in terms of COVID and during the lockdown, because schools were locked down. So you could clearly see to the Ministry of Education that most of the students out there were looking for money elsewhere, and now you could see the cases. These are some of the things that do happen, and certainties that do pass by, and we have literally nothing to do, or we have no control over them. But still up to that, we shall definitely be giving you more in regards to that particular story, following the Chisenyi building that collapsed on its way forward. And we'll be also getting in contacts, and we see what the owner of this particular building has to say. And also we want to identify and see what really caused the collapse of this building. Should we say it was the heavy rains, or is it because of the weak materials that were being used? And as of yesterday, the Red Cross Uganda did tweet that we have deployed our emergency rescue services and team and 2 ambulances to support the emergency rescue going on at Chisenyi near the bus terminal, where a building under construction just caved in, working alongside at Police Uganda and the fire brigade to make sure they rescue people. So, and to all those families that actually lost their lives, we do hope the Almighty God comforts your hearts, and also may the souls of the deceased rest in eternal peace. Those are some of the highlights that I did have over the weekend, and of course some of them I must say have been quite sad for me. The first one I did mention of the machete men that were actually seen in Nansana, that is in Wakiso district, and the death of Yona Rwanga, that is the Archbishop of the Orthodox Church. And also you could see the collapse of a building that is under construction in Chisenyi over there in Kampala, in one of those Kampala business centers over there. And of course some of those sad things that you would never want to have, more so on a Sunday when people are home during their family time. But for now, this is Smart Means Business. I'm Joram Paul Sonko, yours truly. And of course, you can follow me on Facebook at Joram Paul Sonko, on Twitter at Joram Paul Sonko, on Instagram at Joram Paul Sonko as well. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, it is at Smart24TV. The website is www.smart24tv.com. Do follow us on YouTube at Smart24TV. If you want to stream live, it is Smart24TV Live, as you can definitely be getting your businesses driven by the best them in Ugandan television in regards to business business stories, and also in regards to business entities. And of course, we do drive your business in that regard. Get us at Commercial Road in Naguru, plot 29A. If at all you want us to drive your businesses home to your final consumer, and if at all you're a service provider over there, you want to advertise with us, why not bring those businesses to us? And of course, we are definitely going to be driving them to your destination where you definitely want us to bring them to you. We bring these stories to life because that will clearly give you a bridge, and that would actually bring you a bridge to gap that space between you and your consumer. Now, how about now if we head into a break? I return with the latest in the news hour when it comes to the business stories here on Smart Means Business. I'm Joram Paul Sonko. We take a short break.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
All right, now Smart Means Business heads into the news hour just to bring you the latest when it comes to the business stories at this particular hour. Now, we start from the Kampala traders operating from Chikubo Lane can now enjoy safe, convenient and more affordable working environment ahead of renovation completion. Now, Chikubo is one of the busiest centers within the Kampala Business Center and bringing together thousands of people from different parts of the country. And however, they have not been having a better working environment. Take a look at this report.
Enkyukakyuka weeri y'amaanyi. Enkyukakyuka weeri y'amaanyi kubanga omuntu asobola n'okulindirako wano nga tafunyeemu buzibu. Enkyukakyuka weeri y'amaanyi.
Chikubo is one of the busiest centers within the Kampala Business District, bringing together thousands of people from different parts of the country for both retail and wholesale transactions. But despite its significance, it had remained dusty with multiple potholes, making its access almost impossible for both motorists and pedestrians, especially during rainy seasons. Traders say that business operations are going on well.
Balutandika wendi mu biseera bya COVID. Babuzayo wiiki nga emu oba bbiri okumuta okuggwako. Ne mu kusinziira ekifo kino nga bwe kikuŋŋanya abasuubuzi abangi batikula ebintu bingi, omusolo baba mungi, lwali mu mbeera mbi. Era kino ekyakolebwa kyayamba abasuubuzi. Emmotoka zireeta ebintu byabwe okuba nti zitikula nga tezigwa mu binnya, n'okuba nti gavumenti yakola kirungi okubaddizaako ku musolo gwe bawa okuba nabo bakolera mu mbeera nga nnungi.
The reconstruction of Chikubo Lane in the Kampala has started after a visit to the business hub by the State Minister for Kampala and Metropolitan Affairs, Kabuye Chofatogambye, and the authority's Deputy Director, Engineer David Rimbazi. Upgrading Chikubo Lane in the Central Business District is part of the government's plan to improve city workspaces.
Enkuba we yatonyanga lwasombanga ettosi ne libeeramu nga mulimu ebinnya amazzi ng'ova eno n'omanya nti oba kannya katono n'ogwa mu kinyanga kinene ng'amazzi mwegali oluusi nga n'emmotoka zirwana ku ddeene wakalu kati nga olwedde tubeera waliwo okunyigirizibwa kwe tufuna nga tutambula. Ne kati baalukola emmotoka zisinganya bulungi era ne zipaakinga bulungi. Buli omu n'afuna waayita, naffe ne tufuna we tuyita. Emmotoka ne zipaakinga bulungi. Kubanga luli emmotoka okweyisinganya zaagambanga eri watono, ne kati zonna tewaliweze ekwasa nti oba eri watono eno wanene. Zonna buli epaakinga wepaakinze zisobola okuyisinganya obi.
Ekikubo kati kyakyuka ngeri ya paakingi. Luli wa paakingi sanga emmotoka ku dduuka ly'omuntu ng'omuntu alina waayita. KCC n'abakulu okuva ggulu ne bajja kusalawo ebintu ku mbalaza bibeere nga babijjako. Ng'emmotoka bw'eba epaakinga n'omuntu n'asigala ng'ayita ku dduuka n'asobola okugenda okufuna ebintu. Embeera bw'etyo gye tulimu n'amatunda baali agali bagala okuba nti gaasalibwayo ekikubo kitangaala.
All along, more than 100 vendors in the Chikubo Business Center in Kampala, Central Business District, could be stuck following the eviction of their stores by Kampala Capital City Authority, KCCA, so as to reduce crowding. KCCA could evict all metallic and wooden stalls that had been erected on the verandas of shops in Chikubo, leaving vendors wondering how to survive.
All right, now, in regards to that, along more than 100 vendors in Chikubo Business Center in Kampala Central Business Center could be stuck following the eviction of their stalls by Kampala Capital City Authority, that is KCCA, in order to reduce the overcrowding in the most parts of Chikubo. And that was actually another move by the government to clearly see that Chikubo gets back to operation without overcrowding of people. That would clearly cause another outbreak when it comes to COVID-19 as a virus. And of course, that is why you could see clearly that Kampala City Council Authority officials were actually going through Chikubo to clearly see that they clear off some of those particular lanes or the centers where these particular street vendors settle down with their businesses and also carry on their particular businesses in that particular regard. Now, KCCA could evict all metallic and wooden stalls that have been erected on the particular verandas in Chikubo, just to clear off the lanes in different areas in Chikubo, and which is actually posing a number of questions on the future of the particular vendors who've actually been operating there for quite some time and had actually had what we call, if you could say, some people would actually even set up their own stalls on those particular verandas to carry on their businesses in order to survive. Now, which has actually left questions on whether these particular vendors will be having room of survival in these particular times that are quite hard for anyone out there who doesn't have where to actually work from. Now, the reconstruction of Chikubo Lane in Kampala had started after a visit to the business hub by the Minister of Kampala and Metropolitan Affairs, Kabuye, that is Mr. Kabuye Chofatogabye, and the authority's Deputy Director, Engineer David Luyimbazi. And that was when they reconsidered the reconstruction of this particular lanes to Chikubo to clearly give room for the smooth running of business in that way. So if at all you've been through Chikubo, you could definitely identify that some good changes have been put in place in Chikubo in regards to making sure there is order on how even the border people who actually do deliveries and also those vehicles that pass through to do deliveries could clearly show you that the lanes have been reorganized as well. But now the only other problem that KCCA is actually identifying is the issue of the road vendors or the roadside vendors that are actually operating on the verandas and on the streets of the Chikubo or the lanes of Chikubo. That is what KCCA and its officials are actually wanting to clear off before time, as the traders are actually saying that the business operations are going on well with the terms of this particular lens, and also those who are actually operating their business on the streets, that is on the verandas of Chikubo, are also saying their businesses are going on well. So they literally seeing no reason as to why KCCA is coming on to actually come and interrupt their business in that particular regard. Now, moving on, we head to the biogas sector in Uganda, as biogas is seen as a good alternative source of energy for cooking and lightening. Meanwhile, in Uganda, the use of biogas as an alternative source of energy, especially among farmers who have zero grazing units with Frisian cattle or exotic goats. Now, according to Kule Justice, the operation manager of Kaiza Energy, actually told Smart 24 that the process of making biogas from home remedies and wastes of animals like pigs and cows, and how to mix the waste products in order to produce the biogas is the way to go. Take a look at this report.
Biogas is seen as alternative source of energy for cooking and lighting. In Uganda, the use of biogas as alternative source of energy, especially among farmers who have zero grazing units with Frisian cattle or exotic goats. According to Kalule Justus, the operation manager of Kaiza Energy, told us the process of making biogas from home remedies and waste of animals like pigs and cows, and how to mix waste product in order to produce biogas.
We collect the waste from the point where we have the source, maybe piggery, maybe a kraal. So after having this waste, say cow dung, piggery waste, or waste from homesteads, we bring it like then we have a system where we feed these feed stocks, after where we have a mixing chamber This is the point of application where we mix this waste. After mixing it, we then open. There is a valve that connects now to the digester. We open there, and this mixed waste is able to go to the digester, where now the whole process takes place in the absence of oxygen. There are many enzymes that
You can feed your home biogas system approximately 6 liters of food waste or up to 20 liters of animal waste daily. An equal amount of water should be added within the waste when to put it into the inlet of home biogas. You can feed the appliance within the animal manure, especially that of any animal that chew its cud, like cow, goats, and sheep. The animal manure should be free of stones, straw, and earth, which will not break down in the digester. You might also add dog or cat without sand. We recommend the limited chicken droppings since they contain a high level of ammonia and will alert the balance of the digester fluid.
Emphasize that water should be more of what? Of the cow dung. We have ratios. Like maybe we can say the ratio should be 1 wheelbarrow of cow dung and 2 wheelbarrows of water. Like not changing the ratios, that won't achieve the dream. Then the other don't is also the conditions in which this process occurs. We need some sunlight, we need some pH variation. Then the dose is any waste that is organic will be able to give you biogas.
Olivia Kantimbabazi, Smart 24.
Thanks, Oliver Kantembabazi, for that particular story. Now, in regards to biogas in Uganda, one of those other sectors that can clearly see, that you can clearly use in terms of making sure you maintain use of renewable resources in Uganda, as you can feed your home biogas system approximately 6 liters of food waste, food waste, up to 20 liters of animal waste daily, if at all you are dealing in that particular sector of biogas. It can generate both energy, can actually generate both energy for using in terms of the kitchen sector, that is for cooking in the kitchens, and you can also use the biogas as source of energy in terms of the lighting in your homesteads, and also can clearly be of help in other sectors. That is why most of the people or most of the farmers in the rural settings have actually used this particular biogas in that particular scenario to clearly generate electricity for them, lighting up in the during the night time, and also to make sure they actually use it for more productive use in terms of cooking and other services at home over there. Now, moving on, we head to the Ministry of Tourism, as the government, through the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, is set to open the Lake Victoria tourism circuit as a way of improving the leisure industry. Now, this was revealed by the manager of the Education and Information Department at the Uganda Wildlife Education Centre. Now, the Wildlife and Antiquities is set to open the Lake Victoria Tourism Circuit project, which is seen as a way of enhancing the tourism industry in Uganda. Now, according to David Musingo, the manager, Education and Information Department at the Uganda Wildlife Education Centre in Entebbe, Uganda is set to improve in terms of the wildlife and other tourist activities along Lake Victoria, with which the Kowa Bridge of Raising Uganda flag activities along Lake Victoria is concerned. And the Kowa Bridge of Raising Ugandan flag as the best tourism destination in the world, not only in Africa. And UWEC, that is the Uganda Wildlife Education Centre, will try as much to secure fund from World Bank as to push the project forward. Now, the Lake Victoria Tourism Circuit project is worth 706 million Ugandan shillings and will kick off in 6 months after the finalization of the major master plan. Now, the master plan will actually address national conservation education strategy for Uganda and the ecotourism address, as well as the ecotourism projects. Now, the National Outlook Master Plan that will bear plans for all areas along Lake Victoria. Now, still according to the Education and Information Department Manager, David Mosingo, this particular UWEC, that is formerly known as Entebbe Zoo, is about to acquire a luxurious art boat that has capacity of 50 passengers with speed of about 40 knots. Now, this particular boat will be of help to actually increase in terms of the tourism and on Lake Victoria, to actually make sure that not only does it improve in terms of the animals or the wildlife that is actually attracting a number of tourists, but also with this particular boat at UWEC, it will give a various reach into tourism, and also to look and visit the different islands on the lake over there for the tourists as well. Now, UWEC is actually in a bid to work with various institutions and train the community in order to revise the negative trends of spoiling the wetlands like Makananga, and to reshape the ecotourism project's approach. Now, the ecotourism developing areas such as Kalangala, Buvuma and Jinja, among others, are also given much consideration in the development processes. Now, the projects are also targeted to be at the turn point of eliminating poverty and developing the communities along Lake Victoria who are living under poverty, and will also attract a different number of investors in the country, organizations that are both government and non-government organizations, and also key players to unlock tourism activities along Lake Victoria and its neighboring areas as well. All right, now up to that particular one, we head to the international scene in regards to the stories that are making headlines across the globe in terms of the business entities. Now, we head to China now, as China is set to open a new stock exchange in Beijing. Now, China has announced plans to set up a third stock exchange to serve small and medium-sized businesses in China. Take a look at this report.
President Xi Jinping said that the new share market will be in the capital of Beijing during a speech to the International Fair for Trade in Services. Mainland China currently has two major markets based in Shanghai financial hub and the thousand city of Shenzhen. The move comes as Chinese companies are under intense pressure at home and in the US. While President Xi did not elaborate on the plan, the China Securities Regulatory Commission, CSRC, published a statement shortly after his speech that said its leadership was excited at the prospect. The regulator said that the registration system for the exchange would be similar to Shanghai's Star Market, which is seen as China's answer to the technology-heavy Nasdaq platform in the US. The announcement comes as Chinese companies have been under increasingly close scrutiny by both Beijing and Washington. In recent months, Chinese authorities have announced a series of measures that have had a major impact on large parts of the country's private sector, from tech giants and tutoring firms to music streaming platforms and TV companies. Along with a huge swath of tough new measures imposed on companies, Chinese authorities have intensified their oversight of firms with share listings in the US. Last week, Chinese electric car maker BYD had to suspend a plan to sell shares in its computer chip making unit, making it the latest share offering to be hit by Beijing's crackdown on businesses. Earlier this month, the Chinese government signaled that this crackdown would continue as it unveiled a 5-year planning outlining tighter regulation of much of its economy. Meanwhile, in America, the Wall Street regulator, the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, said it will now require extra information from Chinese companies aiming to sell shares in the US.
Now, according to that particular one, in America, that is in the Wall Street, the regulator of the Security and Exchange Commission said it will now require extra information from Chinese companies aiming to sell shares in the US, as that particular story does continue in regards to the Chinese opening up a new stock exchange in the markets there in China. And as you can clearly see, that is why most of them have actually looked at it as an opportunity for Chinese companies to start buying stock to actually start buying shares in companies in the US. Now, moving on, food production in the UK is at risk of moving overseas. Let's take a look at this now. Food manufacturing in the UK is under such a strain due to staff shortage that some production may have to move out of the country. That is courtesy of a retail group. Now, Andrew Opai from the British Retail Consortium, BRC, said that shortage of HGV drivers and other supplies has actually created this crisis. Now, chain staff meant that the sector was just on the edge of coping at this particular moment, as he actually warned, that is Andrew Opai, actually warned that the Christmas period would be incredibly challenging in some of the areas as factories cannot recruit at that particular time. Now, enough staff, he said, adding that they are a lot struggling, as Mr. Opai, the BRS's Director of Food and Sustainability, was speaking at a special session of the UK Trade last week. Now, and the Business Commission, an independent group of business representatives and MPs looking to make this particular crisis out of hand, have actually set recommendations to the government. Now, asked about the impact of driver shortages, Mr. Opai told the Commission it was incredibly challenging for the industry, but said he was more concerned about the shortages in manufacturing and food processing in that particular regard, that is in the UK. So you could clearly see how many economies are actually trying out so hard in that particular one. Now, moving on, we head to India now, as India's largest private employer, TCS, returns to office following an 18-month lockdown. Now, the IT behemoth Tata Consultancy Services, that is TCS, which employs more than 500,000 people and is the country's biggest private employer, is gearing to return to office. Let's take a look at this report.
Some 90% of the company's staff in India have received at least one dose of the COVID-19 jab so far, as India's vaccine drive has picked up in the last month. Half the country's eligible population has been partially vaccinated. As COVID cases fall and restrictions are eased, several major IT firms, including E4Cs and Wipro, are hoping to bring employees back to the office. And all of them know how this will unfold, but TCS plans to ask 80 to 90% of its employees to return, at least initially, before switching to a hybrid model of work, under which only 25% of its staff will work from office by 2025. India's IT industry employs a quota of 12 to 13 million people in the organized private workforce, and it has been an engine for economic growth in cities such as Bengaluru, Hyderabad and Pune, where TCS, Infosys, Wipro and others have built huge campuses for their offices. TCS alone has offices in 250 locations spanning 50 countries. The company says it's set to explore the logistics of hybrid work and what happens to its physical assets such as office buildings, or will it, like Google, introduce pay cuts for staff who opt to work from home permanently. COVID has forced the company to find ways to tap into talent across borders and deploy on projects world over. The company now plans to build the world's largest distributed talent marketplace on the cloud, connecting staff to jobs virtually from anywhere at any time.
In India, one of the companies that have actually stood the test of time in that regard, and it's actually employing a number, millions of people in India, with actually a move that 80 to 90 people of its employees would definitely be back in office up to that. But in this particular situation, TCS is actually looking up to new ways by 2025 to see that only 25% of its employees are going to be working in office. That means others can clearly work from the comfort of their homes, just like Google and its employees and also their staff in that regard. Now you could clearly see what innovations and how people are actually moving up to speed in that particular regard due to COVID. How many businesses are actually seeing that the need of working from home can clearly also can actually give positive results and actually keep the business moving as well. So that is why the TCS is also looking into that aspect, that by 2025 they will have only 25% of their employees working from office. And so that means those are the employees that would be definitely needed. Now, after 18 months without employees at office, they will definitely be heading back to office there in India in regards to TCS over there. Now, all right, now that brings us to the end of our news hour here on SMB. We take a short break. Coming up is the Job Mat and the business tips. This is SMB.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
And now we head into our job match rate at this particular point, and you're watching Smart 24 TV. This is SMB, and we will surely take you first from the opportunity of a driver who is needed at Malta International. So let's get into it and surely get to know what you need to know about this in case you are very interested in it. Responsibilities here: you have to ensure provision of reliable and secure driving services, and under that you'll be paying respect to the Ugandan traffic law while driving the MI vehicles. Also, carrying out office outdoor messenger related duties will be required of you. Ensuring the maintenance of vehicle with respect of the MI vehicle code is also required. You will need to also wash the car. Okay, surely you need to wash the car. You need to take care of what you're doing. And lastly, around here you have got a guarantee to good loading and unloading the car goods in an appropriate way, as well as ensuring that there is a non-MI staff saying a waiver of liability form on it. Now let's get to know what qualifications should you have in case you are interested in this one. Minimum Uganda Certificate of Education, that is a UCE. You have got to have a valid driving permit with a minimum Group B, Group DL or E that will be added onto as an advantage. You will have to have good interpersonal and communication skills. How will you definitely communicate to your bosses? A knowledge of simple mechanical repairs. So basically get more information from that is from Malta International in case you're interested from being a driver around there.
All right, now moving on, we head to the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy, Uganda Limited, and is actually looking for a program manager. Now, according to this particular one, the successful implementation of the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy, Uganda Limited, product and project management will actually be focusing on the projects in Uganda with a focus on youth, women and civil society. This includes supporting policy dialogues on various topics and capacity strengthening activities targeting a range of political and civic actors in that regard. Now, you should have a minimum qualification of a master's with you at the senior level experience of 7 years and above. Now, your education and work experience is a master's level degree, 7 years experience, and you should be you're going to be having a contract duration of 12 months with the possibility for an extension. So the current contract is for a 1-year contract, and there is a possibility to actually get a renewal in that process as well. Now, the application deadline is 17th September 2021 at midnight. Now, the organization context is that the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy works to promote peaceful, just and inclusive democracy worldwide. To the end, and together with their global network, they work with the entire political sector in a country, from aspiring politicians down to political leaders, and from national to the local level. Currently, they actually run programs in some 20 countries in Africa, Latin America, Southeast Asia, and the MENA region. So if at all you're a politician or an aspiring politician, you could definitely you could actually get yourself into that particular aspect and get yourself this particular job. Or if at all you're actually interested in the politics, or if you even have what it takes to have, if you have your masters with you and also have a particular skill in terms of the diplomatic skills with the ability to actually build a number of trust with the company, you can definitely go in there and apply for that job.
Very well, moving on, we've got opportunities coming from Luwera District Local Government. Let's head into what positions are there. Number one, they have got parish chiefs where they need, let me see here. Okay, it's only one parish chief needed around there. And then they have got the town agent from the Department of, I can see here, procurement, department, yes, you can have an opportunity there as well. They have got appointment terms of a 1-year contract that is from the parish chiefs. If you're going to be a parish chief at Luwero district or Luwero district taking up this particular opportunity, it is a 1-year contract for sure. And as well as contracting for town agents, where they need 19 people for town agents, where the parish chiefs are 21 needed around there. So you can imagine such opportunity around Luwero. Surely you need to rush to the district, find more information around there. But let's get into the application process in case you want to be a part of it, or how you can definitely go ahead and apply. So applications are invited from suitably qualified Ugandans. So it's not limited to only citizens or Luwero locals, or you have to be a born of Luwero. No, it is all suitably for qualified Ugandans to fill the underlisted vacant posts as well as the ones existing at the service of the local government in Luwero district. Now the detail of the advert can be obtained from Luwero District Service Commission office and the district notes board, where the job description and person specifications for the jobs in the local government can be viewed on Luwero local government website. So you can check out the board at the district. You can as well go to Luwero government and check out. The website is www.luwero.go.ug. Surely go check out in case you want to be an opportunity like this to come your way. Good luck on that.
All right, now the finance minister is leaded at Health Entrepreneurs Uganda Limited, and as they are a lead local finance team in a demanding and fast-growing organization, they're actually looking for a highly experienced, organized, enthusiastic, and motivated finance professional with a clear business affinity who will lead the local finance team to reach the next level. Now, if I told you you want to be their finance manager, you should have a bachelor's degree in terms of the business courses available, and you should as well actually have a minimum qualification of a minimum experience of 3 years. That is a mid-level experience in that regard. And the health entrepreneurs are actually looking for a finance manager for a full-time. So this particular job is for a full-time available. And the health entrepreneurs is a social business based in the Netherlands. So clearly still with the Netherlands here, with activities in several countries in Eastern Africa. And the Health Entrepreneurs HE is specialized in the implementation of last mile distribution models of reliable products and information that enhance health and the quality of life for people living in hard to reach and remote areas. Now, HE aims to contribute to solving social issues and improving access to basic health commodities and services by developing and implementing sound commercial business models. HE is also implementing its franchise model via more than 4,500 communities in terms of the health expertise. All right, now the qualifications and profiles should be: the finance manager must have a bachelor's or master's degree and preferably a CFA degree or in the last years. Strong leadership skills should be very, very important. Extensive experience in a similar position, minimum 3 years. Should actually have strong managerial and organization skills with the ability to prioritize competing demands. Good analytical, critical, and inquisitive skills. You should be very good in English language skills, abilities to communicate in one local language. You should actually have excellent report writing and presentation skills and ability to analyze and interpret information. You should actually have good Microsoft Office skills, extensive experience with bookkeeping systems, as well as team spirit, or able to work with your fellows as well.
Very well, and now that exactly brings us to the end of our job math this particular morning. We hope we have been very helpful, and as well as you have picked something from what we've given you. That is, in case you want more opportunities, you can surely always go to Smart24 TV, check out our job maths that we bring to your screen every day, and get to know what surely you could have missed around there. And now that drives us to our tips for this particular day. Make sure you take a listen as well as share with us on our different social media platforms what you think could be added on, or in case you have experienced it, you can share with us what you've gone through it. So a number of buildings have been, going down, not only given the fact that it's a rainy season. We really do not want to put it on rain, Paul. Like, it's a rainy season, so buildings get cracked down and surely fall. So there was an instance yesterday still at Chisenyi in Kampala around Uganda where the building collapsed and people died actually, and several were injured around there, and perhaps that also hindered the neighboring environment. We never know what could have happened eventually as the day goes on, even what is more to come when such buildings get down. So we want to share and talk on how we can help each other surely come up with decent and well construction ideas that you could know prior to your construction foundation or prior to your building ideas anywhere. And now let's get into it. But first, you need to have come up with great ideas on really what you want. How can you share with them on coming up with ideas?
On ideas, and first of all, when you're sharing ideas, it starts with the owner of.
Sorry about that.
You'll forgive me. It starts with the owner of the business or the owner of the building that is going to be set up, because you're going to sit down with the person who's going to do this, the engineers of the building, the person who's going to actually give you the plan, the architects over there, and you give them the ideas of what you really want. Because in construction, first, it also comes with the idea of the owner of the building. It's you who comes up with the imagination, and you're like, I want this. I want my building to be in this particular shape.
Designs.
Yeah, this particular designs. So the person who's going to give you that artistic impression picks the ideas from what you have. And at the end of the day, your ideas give them what to build. So in most cases, unlike maybe other scenarios that would happen, but in most cases, the building comes up from the idea of the owner of that building. So it is you who comes up with the idea. It is what you want that has to be deployed on board.
I surely do agree with you, Paul. And do you think that now the ideas, yes, you have come up with ideas, we have come up with ideas. Sometimes maybe we come up with can I say complicated ideas or designs? Maybe there is no any complicated idea, but the person who is to implement that idea could make it complicated.
No, sometimes
I may agree on something, Paul, like I may have seen or admired some design somewhere, some fashion that I want to implement on my house, some ramshackle thing.
Yes.
But then you, as my engineer or something, you tend to really know what you're going to do, but in actual sense.
No, I think sometimes it can actually be another, like you said, it may not be complicated, but it can be a complicated idea. In what way? You see, you may come up with your own imagination, and maybe you saw it somewhere, and you still want to add something to it.
Okay.
So the engineer will be like, now, this one wants this. Again, you want to do this. Or you may, approach someone who, when you want your idea, but they have they do not have that particular incidents. They cannot actually pull it off like the way they want it, but they still want to. They still want the job, and they will tell you, okay, we can do it, and still at the end of the day, they give you other results. So sometimes your ideas may be up to point, but the people that you're going to employ to actually bring them to life may not be able to actually set them up.
Yes, I really do agree with that, and that's why we need a plan next. If you will find out that this is another tip that comes with an idea, they go hand in hand. Like, you need to have a constructural plan or an architectural plan, and this one can be achieved between. You can't come up with a plan with unless ogenda zimba kayumba kachi kayumba kembwa oba kayumba
plan.
Nakemba kayagala plan.
Oyinza butajikuba wansi. Now you can first sketch it around there with some few things.
Okay.
You know, oyinza banga toina plan. Oyinza banga kale plan si ya kitabonga eri government jegama nti ekizimbe kyetaaga plan bichi na eno bongo boyino bam ne plan because you will not come out and so mani akabaka nkagala ennyumba kampeke wakayumba wekati. So So a plan is actually needed for everything.
And now we're talking about the floor plan. How do you come up with the floor plan of your building? We do not want more construction challenges and hindrances around that are happening, like yesterday's instance around Chisenyi. An engineer is one person that is going to help you, but before that you need to seek even an architecture design. Some people are there who are very capable of doing what you are not even, maybe you have no idea, you know what you want, but they can bring that idea to life. You know, sometimes sometimes you want to speak. Some people say, I really have a lot of English in my head. But when it comes to, you know, opening up the mouth and uttering it out, or some words out, or some statements, you fail. So there are people who actually bring life to our ideas, bring life to our what we are thinking. And Paul, this is where maybe I want you to take us through on, you know, advising us on what really we should know on taking up floor plans or any plans regarding engineers and architectures. How can we face them? How can we, you know, interact with them?
No, now that you actually said, when interacting with these people, or more so the engineer, because you have your idea already, it has already been established. Now the floor plan, I think if you're to look at the plan that you have to lay on board, it is again sitting with these people to see what they have. Though sometimes their art seems to be confusing in a way when someone actually draws for you, you know, those sketch maps that they actually set up. They would be a bit hard. I remember with the technical drawing students who used to do some sketches. In terms of that, it becomes a bit hard for someone who's not having expertise in that particular segment to actually see. Whether the floor plan actually came from the builder's catalog book or from the internet, it actually needs to be okayed or adjusted by a local general contractor. So your floor plan should actually be pass through the local floor contractors or the local general contractors in that particular regard, because this would clearly give you a view of what you have. Because some buildings, you'll find out that maybe some buildings end up collapsing in a way because their plan work has not gone through the rightful hands. It's someone who's very quick at making a plan, and you're like, I want my building to be done by the end of this year. And at the end of the day, you do sharp things, and you actually do things very fast. I was going to say sharp. It's like chap, you know. I was a chap. Do things chap. So at the end of the day, you need to look into those bigger professionals. That is, even government actually these days has people on the local council committees that have to actually come and look into your plan to see whether it's suitable for that particular place. And they have to look into your plans. And the latest I've even known is that before the building is even up, people normally have to cover it up. Just for
slab.
It's called
that's a slab.
When they cover it up with the iron sheets,
yes. So when it depends really on what you're constructing. Like some people are constructing building what was that, a plaza or a big building, shopping malls, and some people are constructing their small houses or simple homes, and you may not have the iron sheets. You might have to use now there is banana leaves. Have you seen people covering with banana leaves?
Not yet.
Yes, they do. Like if you do not have money, especially in villages.
Maybe when people are doing bricklaying, that is in most cases.
Yes.
In most cases where
because we have to moisturize. You have to moisturize the slab, given the fact that it has to take some time before you continue. At least maybe a week or even 23 days in case you're building a very. I inquired someone yesterday. I happen to have, my best friend is an engineer, so we happened to share about, and he was telling me some of the reasons as to why maybe some buildings fail. So he was telling me about how at least you need a slab to take 23 days if you're constructing a very big building like that of yesterday, maybe malls or maybe any big construction project.
3 days, roughly 3 weeks.
Yes, so you cover it up as you maybe moisturizing it, because there it will be hard and it will allow you, to continue. But people tend to be in a rush because I do not know really. Is it the money? Which brings us to this point of estimating the cost per foot. Like even when you've got a very huge budget and you have really appreciated it, like Paul, you've got the money, maybe a suna, like it's yes, and then you need. It happens, and then people tend to rush work. They tend to put people on pressure. They tend even to put builders on pressure, construction engineers on pressure, because you've got the money, material is there. So abagaga, that's how they tend to be. Why is work not moving?
No, normally, some of the stories that come about is some of them take these loans.
Okay.
And when you take a loan, they give you a time frame on when you're supposed to return the loan. So these particular millionaires or billionaires will actually think of, if I get this building done within the first 6 months, then that means I'm going to have people who are going to be working in the building.
Okay.
And they will have to pay back that money and I pay off the loans. That is how the speed comes up.
And that's dangerous. That's very
quite
dangerous because you're working on pressure, and like a building, it's like a human being. We need processes sometimes.
To actually go slow.
Yes, some stages need processes, like if you have to put a ring beam, it needs its own process to look after it. So these things are the things that we do not know, but engineers know, or an architecture know. So that's why they were telling us like to seek or inquire from the locals, or even inquiring from experts, because they know better. When they tell you no, you will need a week or 2 weeks for this stage, to upgrade from this stage. But because you're the mgaga and you have pressure, like you say, you tend to know, you know what, no, I need this in this particular time. And if you're that engineer as well, who is not going, to dwell on your word, it's going to affect your reputation. I mean, just an example of the building that collapsed yesterday. They're going to find out who has, who was taking part, who are the contractors, what is the reputation, what is the fate of your reputation.
What was the plan of the building at the end of the day? Because now you could see it has collapsed before it was actually set to go into its final stages. And quite unfortunate, but maybe it would have been, it is quite unfortunate for it to have collapsed and people did lose their lives. But what would have happened if at all it had already been complete and people's businesses were already operating? That would be another case or another issue. So, but still, you could see even some people who had parked their cars nearby.
They got steel damages, and like I said, a number of other factors.
And actually, most of them are now asking for the owner of the building to actually pay them their damages, because
you have to, like, that is the cost you go to, which actually, do you see where they are saying budget for extra costs, like for the unexpected? Let us read through here, like, hope for the best and plan for the worst. This is, I like the quote. They say hope for the best and plan for the worst. So that delays are part of the construction processes and carry on the additional costs, which is really okay. But let us take it from the perspective that you were saying. Now the owner has got to pay maybe the grieving families or the deceased families, and now you've got to pay someone's car has got spoiled. You have got to pay
hospitalized now.
The injuries, you have to pay for all that. You see, all that cost is coming on your side, maybe because you were not patient. We do not want to judge it for now, but we are really generalizing it with construction and what happens around. Do not put people on pressure. If you have contracted people to do their work, let them do their work on their agreed time. But the more time you go on surveying them and putting them on pressure, but also really you need to seek great expert or great engineers to really do your work. If not, you're going to incur more cost in regards to injury type or the unexpected that come with the worst cases. I mean, that's what I can say, or I can conclude with on this particular one, Paul.
But in this particular issue also, I will definitely say that when you're planning, like they say, hope for the best but plan for the worst, because a lot of things come into the in that particular process of you setting up something. Even when you're on a journey, there are some unexpected things that do happen. So when you're hoping for the best, do plan that one day maybe something worse may come up, but how are you going to actually get through it? And so now for this particular scenario here, you could clearly see if at all he had planned for, okay, you may not plan for a collapse of the building.
Definitely, that is something.
It just comes up. It's something that comes up unexpectedly. Those things don't just happen. They rarely happen in Uganda.
With a reason. They happen with a reason.
It is due to actually target and see which reasons will actually lead to these worst scenarios. And when you cap that situation, you will definitely see everything will prevail in a way, in an orderly manner.
Very well. And just before we conclude, Paul, that is why you have to make sure there is a risk insurer around this. Did you know that actually there is building insurance or insurance on risks involving construction? So surely you can check out insurance platforms. You can have packages there in case you're going to encounter or you're going to build a very strong project, or you've got a huge project coming up or big project, even your house. If you really want a great house, you have to insure it at some point, so that in case something happens, insurance is going to take care of that building. Insurance would take care of the spoils, of the spoilages, of the injuries. So surely check out on insurance. You can maybe get a windbread, but still you need to seek experts.
You should definitely need to seek some experts, more so in the real estates development sector.
Very well, and now we do take a break. SMB continues.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
You're watching News Hour right here on SNB. My name is Rita Kabanyuro. Now we kickstart it with milk being one of the commonest products from Uganda as a backbone of agriculture. And now we see the increasing cost of the purchase has become a nightmare, a challenge farmers have attributed to drought that has affected very many parts of the country where milk gets ripped out from. But we will be surely diving into this story shortly. And now let's go to Kampala. Traders operating from Chikubulen now that can enjoy safe, convenient and more affordable working environment ahead of the renovation completions. Now Chikubu is one of the busiest centers around Kampala Business District, bringing together thousands of people from different parts of the country. However, they have not been a better working environment. But now, with the reconstruction of the Chikubu Lane in Kampala that started a visit to the business hub by the State Minister of Kampala Metropolitan Affairs, that is Kabuye, and then the authority's Deputy Director, Engineer David Luyimbazi. Let's take a look at this.
Don't take a camera.
Enkyukakyuka weeri amaanyi kubanga omuntu asobola n'okulindirako wano nga tafunyeemu buzibu. Enkyukakyuka weeri amaanyi.
Chikubu is one of the busiest centers within the Kampala Business District, bringing together thousands of people from different parts of the country for both retail and wholesale transactions. But despite its significance, it had remained dusty with multiple potholes, making its access almost impossible for both motorists and pedestrians, especially during rainy seasons. Traders say that business operations are going on well.
Balutandika wendi mu biseera bya COVID. Babuzayo wiiki nga emu oba bbiri okumuta okuggwako. Ne mu kusinziira ekifo kino nga kikunganya abasuubuzi abangi batikula ebintu bingi, omusolo baba mungi, lwali mu mbeera mbi. Era kino ekyakolebwa kyayamba abasuubuzi. Emmotoka zireeta ebintu byabwe okuba nti zitikula nga tezigwa mu binnya, n'okuba nti gavumenti yakola kirungi okubaddizaako ku musolo gwe bawa okuba nabo bakolera mu mbeera nga nnungi.
The reconstruction of Chikubu Lane in the Kampala has started after a visit to the business hub by the State Minister for Kampala and Metropolitan Affairs, Kabuye Chofatogambye, and the authority's Deputy Director, Engineer David Luyimbazi. Upgrading Chikubu Lane in the Central Business District is part of the government's plan to improve city workspaces.
Enkuba we yatonyanga lwasombanga ettosi neribeeramu nga mulimu ebinnya amazzi ng'ova eno n'omanya nti oba kannya katono n'ogwa mu kinyanga kinene ng'amazzi mwegali, oluusi nga n'emmotoka zirwana ku ddeene wakalu, kati nga olwedde tubeera waliwo okunyigirizibwa kwe tufuna nga tutambula. Ne kati baalukola emmotoka zisinganya bulungi era ne zipaakinga bulungi, buli omu n'afuna waayita, naffe ne tufuna weetuyita. Emmotoka ne zipaakinga bulungi kubanga luli emmotoka okweyisinganya zaagambanga eri watono, ne kati zonna tewaliwo ezeekwasa nti oba eri watono eno wanene, zonna buli epaakinga bepaakinze zisobola okuyisinganya.
Ekikubo kati kyakyuka ngeri ya paakingi. Buli wa paakingi sanga emmotoka ku dduuka ly'omuntu ng'omuntu alina waayita. KCC n'abakulu okuva ggulu ne bajja kusalawo ebintu ku mbalaza bibeere nga babijjako. Ng'emmotoka bw'eba epaakinga n'omuntu n'asigala ng'ayita ku dduuka n'asobola okugenda okufuna ebintu. Embeera bw'etyo gye tulimu, n'amatundu baali agali bagala okuba nti gaasalibwayo, era ekikubo kitangaala.
All along, more than 100 vendors in the Chikubu Business Center in Kampala, Central Business District, could be stuck following the eviction of their stores by Kampala Capital City Authority, KCCA, so as to reduce crowding. KCCA could evict all metallic and wooden stalls that had been erected on the verandas of shops in Chikubo, leaving vendors wondering how to...
Well, that one is a great expression from some of the traders around Chikubo, some of even the people or the dwellers around Chikubo who surely use it. And just this one is a concern from me. Most times when government comes out of KCCA, even before when the construction was ongoing, you know, there were a lot of issues, people trying to say, why are they doing this when we're just coming out of the lockdown? We really need to access shops. But now look at what is happening. People are now expressing happiness and really giving attitude to what has been happening. That is taking it from KCCA, and still kudos from us to KCCA for organizing such, and we hope for the best and a better organized Kampala city. Now let's move on to the government through the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, which has also set to open the Lake Victoria Tourism Circuit as a way of improving the leisure industry. Now this was revealed by the manager of the Education and Information Department at the Uganda Wildlife Authority or Education Center. And the Wildlife and Antiquities is set to reopen or open the Lake Victoria Circuit project as a way of enhancing the industry. According to David Musingo, the manager, Education and Information Department at the Uganda Wildlife Education Center, education and information around the tourism industry, the activities that take along the route of Lake Victoria are one of the core bridges of the Rising Ugandan Flag, or Rising the Ugandan Flag for Better Destination in the World. Now UWEC secured fund for the World Bank to push up a project of that particular funding. And when you continue, the Lake Victoria Tourism Circuit project is worth shillings 706 million and will kick off in 6 months after the finalizing of the major master plan. Now the master plan will address the National Conservation Education Strategy for Uganda as well as the Ecotourism project, and the National Outlook Master Plan will also bear the plans of arising from the Lake Victoria centers. Now according to the Education and Information Department Manager David Musingo, UWEC, formerly known as the Entebbe Zoo, is also about to acquire the luxurious boat that has a capacity to carry on 50 passengers with a speed of about 40 knots. And just lastly, UWEC is a bid in working with various institutions and training the community in order to reverse the negativity of trends spoiling the wetlands, that is to say the Makananga, and also the reshaping of the ecotourism projects around the country. And now we move on. Let's head into what's happening around the biogas sector. Now the biogas has seen a good alternative source of energy for cooking and lighting. And in Uganda, the use of biogas is an alternative source of energy, especially among those who have zero grazing units with the Frisian cattle or exotic goats. But according to Kule Justice, the operation manager at Kainza Energy, told Smart 24 that processing or making of biogas from home remedy and wastage of animals, pigs, that is from pigs or cows, are how mixing. They have a mixture of waste products in order to produce biogas very effectively. Take a listen at this.
Biogas is seen as alternative source of energy for cooking and lighting. In Uganda, the use of biogas as alternative source of energy, especially among farmers who have zero grazing units with Frisian cattle or exotic goats. According to Kalule Justus, the operation manager of Kainza Energy, told us the process of making biogas from home remedies and waste of animals like pigs and cows, and how to mix waste product in order to produce biogas.
We collect the waste from the point where we have the source, maybe piggery, maybe a kraal. So after having this waste, say cow dung, piggery waste or waste from homesteads. We bring it, then we have a system where we feed these feed stocks after, where we have a mixing chamber. This is the point of application where we mix this waste. After mixing it, we then open. There is a valve that connects now to the digester. We open there, and this mixed waste is able to go to the digester, where now the whole process takes place in the absence of oxygen. There are many enzymes that
you can feed your home biogas system approximately 6 liters of food waste or up to 20 liters of animal waste daily. An equal amount of water should be added within the waste when to put it into the inlet of home biogas. You can feed the appliance within the animal manure, especially that of any animal that chew its cud, like cow, goats, and sheep. The animal manure should be free of stones, straw, and earth, which will not break down in the digester. You might also add dog or cat without sand. We recommend the limited chicken droppings since they contain a high level of ammonia and will alert the balance of the digester fluid.
Emphasize that water should be more of what? Of the cow dung. We have ratios. Like maybe we can say the ratio should be 1 wheelbarrow of cow dung and 2 wheelbarrows of water. Like not changing the ratios, that won't achieve the dream. Then the other don't is also the conditions in which this process occurs. We need some sunlight, we need some pH variation. Then the dose is any waste that is organic will be able to give you biogas.
Olivia Kantimbabazi, Smart 24.
Very well, now we head into our foreign updates for this particular news hour, where now Coke in peril as a bottling business for Coca-Cola in the UK and Europe has become the latest under the supply chain pressure, as it is reported to shorten for the alumni cans. Now Coca-Cola, a Repific that is told the news agencies that it has faced a number of logistics challenges recently that also include sneezing on a lorry driver numbers. And now this comes after the Boss drinking giant Diego told the Sky News it was also battling globally with the supply chain difficulties related to shipping as well as logistics, but the procurement of the packaging materials remained steadily as well. Now Nick Jining, the chief financial officer at CCEP, said the supply chain management has become the most important aspect following the pandemic, as well as ensuring that continuity of customers surely continues. But also the remarks at the company that operates in the Australia's most highly, in Europe at 61%, that is rose half a year operating profit, driven by the easing of this earlier year's lockdown. And now moving on, China has announced plans to set up a very stock exchange to serve a small and medium-sized business. President Xi Jinping said the news market will also be in capital Beijing, where he said that during the speech of International Fair Trade in the service. Now, mainland China currently has 2 major markets based into the Shanghai financial hub and also the southern city of Shenzhen.
President Xi Jinping said that the new share market will be in the capital of Beijing during a speech to the International Fair for Trade in Services. Mainland China currently has 2 major markets based in Shanghai financial hub and the southern city of Shenzhen. The move comes as Chinese companies are under intense pressure at home and in the US. While President Xi did not elaborate on the plan, the China Securities Regulatory Commission, CSRC, published a statement shortly after his speech that said its leadership was excited at the prospect. The regulator said that the registration system for the exchange would be similar to Shanghai's Star Market, which is seen as China's answer to the technology-heavy Nasdaq platform in the US. The announcement comes as Chinese companies have been under increasingly close scrutiny by both Beijing and Washington. In recent months, Chinese authorities have announced a series of measures that have had a major impact on large parts of the country's private sector, from tech giants and tutoring firms to music streaming platforms and TV companies. Along with a huge swath of tough new measures imposed on companies, Chinese authorities have intensified their oversight of firms with share listings in the US. Last week, Chinese electric car maker BYD had to suspend a plan to sell shares in its computer chip making unit, making it the latest share offering to be hit by Beijing's crackdown on businesses. Earlier this month, the Chinese government signaled that this crackdown would continue as it unveiled a 5-year planning outlining tighter regulation of much of its economy. Meanwhile, in America, the Wall Street regulator, the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, said it will now require extra information from Chinese companies aiming.
And now we cross to India, where India's largest private employer, TCS, returns to office following the 18th month or 18 months after lockdown. Now, IT behemoth Tata Consultancy Service, TCS, which employs more than 500,000 people, and the country's very biggest or private employer, is gearing to return to office after 18 months of the lockdown. Take a look at the joy.
Some 90% of the company's staff in India have received at least one dose of the COVID-19 jab so far, as India's vaccine drive has picked up in the last month. Half the country's eligible population has been partially vaccinated. As COVID cases fall and restrictions are eased, several major IT firms, including Infosys and Wipro, are hoping to bring employees back to the office. And all of them know how this will unfold, but TCS plans to ask 80 to 90% of its employees to return, at least initially, before switching to a hybrid model of work, under which only 25% of its staff will work from office by 2025. India's IT industry employs a quota of 12 to 13 million people in the organized private workforce, and it has been an engine for economic growth in cities such as Bengaluru, Hyderabad and Pune, where TCS, Infosys, Wipro and others have built huge campuses for their offices. TCS alone has offices in 250 locations spanning 50 countries. The company says it's set to explore the logistics of hybrid work and what happens to its physical assets such as office buildings, or will it, like Google, introduce pay cuts for staff who opt to work from home permanently. COVID has forced the company to find ways to tap into talent across borders and deploy on projects world over. The company now plans to build the world's largest distributed talent marketplace on the cloud, connecting staff to jobs virtually from anywhere.
That is TCS there, joyily returning back to office or returning back to work after 18 months. And remember, it's employing 500,000 people. I can say it's a moment of hope for the 5,000 people. Or surely, is it even a moment of hope for them, or people have moved on? But nonetheless, this is a lesson for all of us across the globe. When we intend to go, for a break, what else do you do around there? Do you sit back and wait for that particular one to come back to you, or surely you move on with other things as you keep on awaiting? And I can say that good luck to the 500,000 people that are employed there around from TCS. Hopefully you can get your jobs back around there, but you should surely move on always in case there is a break, or in case there is unprecedented times like this of COVID-19 that has continued to show us lessons across the globe. Now that brings us to the end of our news hour right here on SNB. My name is Rita Kawanyoro. Coming up is Joram Sonko with sport on your screen.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
In terms of sports business at Smart 24 TV is what I'm definitely coming here to provide to you this particular hour. This is Smart Sports Business. I'm Joram Paul Sonko, Twitter at Joram Paul Sonko, Facebook at Joram Paul Sonko, Instagram at Joram Paul Sonko as well. www.smart24tv.com, that is the website on to over there in regards to that. And also get us on YouTube at Smart 24 TV. And subscribe, hit the subscription button. Clearly, we shall definitely get to serve you better in regards to driving your business. You want to advertise with us? How about if you get us at Commercial Road, plot 29A in Naguru as well? Bring your businesses home so we can definitely drive them to you customers. All right, now, as Fabrizio Romano says, Here we go. All right. Now we start with the first story coming in from the Uganda Premier League side. Kampala City Council Authority has announced the capture of Proline winger Mato Rogers. All right. Now Rogers signs for KCC from Proline FC on a 4-year contract. The winger is a product of the FUFA Junior League, and he has featured for clubs like Reza FC Junior Team, that is Maroons FC Junior Team, and the Proline FC Junior Team. Now, KCC FC and Proline FC have agreed for the transfer of Mato, that is for Mato Rogers, to KCC FC, not Mato, but it's Mato Rogers, that is currently from a statement from the Kasasero boys. Now, according to Mato Rogers, he actually said, "I'm beyond happy to join the biggest club in Ugandan football, and I already feel at home because I know a number of players at the club. Most of them are my friends." Now, I've already had a chat with the manager and he sold me this particular vision, and I just cannot wait to get started here. That is according to Mato Rogers in regards to when he first met his first day at the club. Now, he told the club his official website when he was officially unveiled that he's glad he's actually part of KCC FC, the Kasasero boys, who are actually one of the favorites to actually also win the upcoming 2021-2022 Uganda Premier League season. Now, the winger becomes the 8th signing of the club following the arrival of Brian Majwega, who has his homecoming once again at Kampala City Council Authority. Brian Kayanja, as well as Emmanuel Waswa and Geoffrey Waswa, Yasa Mugerwa, as well as Usma Arafati, and as well as Innocent Isim Wafula. Those are some of the particular players at Kampala City Authority that have actually been signed at KCC FC over there in regards to the transfer window in Uganda. All right, now moving on, we head to General Muhoozi. And how do we have politics into sports now? Here's the topic. As General Muhoozi has paid up the Silverbacks dues in Rwanda. Now, we did have stories regarding the fact that the Silverbacks, that is the Uganda basketball team, had actually had issues in regards to the loans and the due, all the debts that they actually had in Rwanda while they were featuring in the FIBA AfroBasket 2021 in Kigali. Now, the commander of land forces and FASAN, General Muhoozi Kainerugaba, on Friday came to the rescue of the national basketball team, the Silverbacks, and cleared all their hotel bills in Kigali in Rwanda. Now, the Silverbacks had dominated the back pages of the Ugandan information over the financial wherewithal as they played the AfroBasket Championship entirely on credit. Now, the Silverback, on Thursday evening, word came through that the Rwandese president, Paul Kagame, a sports fan who was in attendance as the Silverbacks fell to Cape Verde 79-71 to exit the championship with their head held high, had authorized the payment by his government to clear the Ugandan team's dues. Now, the team had owed over 180 million Ugandan shillings in the hotel accommodation and attendant costs, as well as FIBA dues that FUBA President Ambrose Tashoba is said to have been keeping the International Federation on whose council he sits throwing out the team. Now, the team owed the Silverbacks, who had only won their second game in the AfroBasket history by defeating Cameroon last week, went on to fall to Cape Verde despite a spirited effort against the much fancied and superior archipelago and island country in Cape Verde. All right, now, ahead of the trip to Kigali, meanwhile, the Silverbacks lacked the funds and were only given 340 million Ugandan shillings in a sack by National Council of Sports General Secretary, that is Mr. Bernard Ogwer Patrick, on August 16th. Now, you could clearly see now as the General of the Land Forces in Uganda, General Kainerugaba, that is General Muhoozi Kainerugaba, did come to the rescue of clearing off the 180 million Ugandan shillings to the Rwandese hotel where these particular Silverbacks were being held. Of course, they had loans to clear off, or they had debts to clear off. Now, moving on away from the local scene in regards to the sports business here on Smart 24 TV, that is what we've had for you in regards to the local sports business. We head to the international scene now, where Manchester United is set to close to appointing Richard Arnold as Ed Woodward's successor. Now, the appointment of Richard Arnold as the Old Trafford's club group managing director as Ed Woodward's replacement could be announced as soon as next month, that is in October. Now, Manchester United announced Ed Woodward would step down at the end of the year in the wake of the European Super League crisis. The European Super League crisis, that is the ESL, as Manchester United are close to appointing Richard Arnold as Ed Woodward's successor as their new chief executive. Now, the announcement could be made as soon as next month, that is in June, with the changing of the guard of coming at a time of renewed optimism following Cristiano Ronaldo's return at Old Trafford. Now, Arnold, currently Manchester United's group managing director, is reported to have been vying with at least 2 other United executives for the top job, one of the most powerful positions in British sport. Now, Ronaldo's Man United return as energized world club. How good is Ronaldo at 36? Because with this particular score, these are some of which. Will Ronaldo return actually pay off for Man United in regards to the fact that even Ed Woodward is actually having his way out of that? Because most of the Manchester United fans were actually calling for Ed Woodward to exit their particular club. Now, Manchester United announced that Ed Woodward would step down at the end of the year in the wake because of the European Super League crisis and the abrupt withdrawal of the 6 club sides from the European Super League was sparked by a wave of fan protests against some of their owners, the most vociferous of which came at Old Trafford, forcing a Premier League many United supporters having been mistrustful of the Glazers since at £790 million debt funded takeover of the club in 2005. Now, the family floated the company of the New York Stock Exchange in 2012 and retained control through a separate class of shares due to match against Liverpool in early May was postponed. All right, now, that is it. For the Manchester United fans, you could definitely see Ed Woodward stepping down as your club director in that regard. And they do have Mr. Richard Arnold, who is sent to step in as the new director, managing director of the Red Devils in that regard. Now, moving on, still with Manchester now, Jose Mourinho, the current AC Roma head coach, says Cristiano Ronaldo to Manchester United was perfect business. Now, what does the Portuguese manager have to do with a fellow Portuguese man in Cristiano Ronaldo? Now, Cristiano Ronaldo's return to Manchester United represents the perfect business. That is according to the club's former manager, Jose Mourinho, who had actually engaged Cristiano Ronaldo before in Real Madrid as his manager. Now, the 36-year-old is who officially completed his move to Old Trafford after United confirmed that they reached an agreement to resign the Portuguese captain from Juventus. Now, Mourinho, who worked with his compatriot during the pair's time at Real Madrid, approves the transfer, which cost United around 15 million euros. That is roughly 12.87 million pounds, plus a further £6.86 million in adds on. Now, the Roma boss said, the only thing I say, and it looks to me something basic and logic, is that if Juventus are happy, Cristiano is happy, if Manchester United are happy, this is the perfect business. Because when he actually said that if Juventus is happy and Manchester United are happy, is because Cristiano Ronaldo left Juventus after three years at Juventus, and he actually had 1 year still with that particular club. But however, sources clearly say that he did not run out of favor, but he wanted to find another challenge, and he thought that going back home in Manchester is definitely home, because his towards home is definitely the best, because he actually said home is the best. He actually also on his socials quoted that his move back to Manchester United is for Mr. Sir Alex Ferguson over there. Is for Sir Alex Ferguson to clearly said, this is for you, sir, because he actually laid the foundation for Cristiano Ronaldo in that regard. Now, Cristiano Ronaldo, who is set to actually make his debut for Manchester United in their next game, that is against Newcastle. We still await and see whether he will be definitely getting himself back into playing time at Manchester United as fast as he can as well. Now, Cristiano Ronaldo will definitely be wearing the shirt number 7 after Edison Cavani wore the number 21 that was formerly being worn by the main man over there who went to Leeds. That is James, who will now, that means Edison Cavani will be wearing shirt 21 and Cristiano Ronaldo wearing shirt 7 over there. Tomorrow, we shall definitely be giving you more in regards to the sales on the Cristiano Ronaldo jerseys and how much of an impact it has added on to the market in Manchester United, because the sales have actually boosted the club's finances as well, and as well as the club's selling point, that is at Old Trafford, has actually also run out of the jerseys, because most of the United fans were rushing to grab themselves the latest edition of that particular one from Manchester United. That is Cristiano Ronaldo's CR7 is number 7 shirt number for Manchester United. All right, now moving on, still in regards to sports business, we head to the Bernabeu. Now we head to Real Madrid. We cross over to Spain, as Real Madrid will grant their season ticket holders priority in the purchase of seats. Now, the football is actually set to return to the Santiago Bernabeu, and Real Madrid has set up an online system which will allow their season ticket holders to purchase tickets for the 2021-2022 campaign for as long as the capacity restrictions are in force. Now, as you all know, for the last 2 years, Santiago Bernabeu has actually been through redevelopment and actually re-establishment by Real Madrid to actually add on the capacity of the people, that all the spectators that are supposed to be attending matches for Real Madrid, and also to add extra services in terms of the restaurants, in terms of the lodges that are actually going to be set up on the stadium over there. And also, it is actually going to be a cover-up stadium that will actually be covered up in case of uncertainties in terms of the weather. If it is raining and they feel like they want to play on a dry surface, they will clearly have to it will definitely cover up itself. That is some of the new developments coming up at that particular stadium, the Santiago Bernabeu, which costs lots and lots of money. Now, the first priority of buying the seats will go to season ticket and Euro season ticket holders, who will be able to choose from the seats on sale in their zone or similar. Following this, all season ticket holders will have exclusive access to their available seats in the Bernabeu, as the return of the funds will be carried out with respecting all mandatory measures in accordance with regulations as agreed by the Health Ministry, the autonomous communities and sporting authorities. And these measures include the following when the stadium actually reopens again. The capacity limits will be set subject to alteration according to the evolution of the healthcare crisis. Now, the use of masks will be mandatory at all times, and this measure will be enforced both during the match and upon entering or exiting the particular stadium. Now, compliance with social distancing rules as established by the health care authorities will also be mandatory. Now, time slots will be established for staged access to the stadium, and in the event an individual leaves the stadium prior to the end of the game, they will be unable to re-enter, as clearing the stadium at the end of the event will take place in the staged fashion. Now, all tickets will be named and non-transferable, as ID may be required in order to access the stadium. So these are clearly the criteria to pass through to actually get into the Santiago Bernabeu, the new refurbished Santiago Bernabeu. Now, the consumption of the food and drinks except water will not be permitted, nor will smoking or the use of vaping devices or similar. Now, security forces will monitor the area surrounding the stadium in order to avoid large crowds gathering before and after the match. So clearly you could see as Real Madrid is actually making sure that for them, they get themselves back into the Santiago Bernabeu. Last season, they didn't play in the Santiago Bernabeu. They played in another stadium that actually was being used by the under 23 teams as well over there in Madrid as well. And now they are getting back to the Santiago Bernabeu in this particular coming month after the that is after when it comes to after the international break. They will definitely be getting back to their stadium. Now, speaking of which, we head to a preview match here in Ugandan football. Uganda Cranes is set to actually go head-to-head with Mali. Now, the Cranes seek home win over Les Angles in the FIFA World Cup 2022 qualifiers. Now, the Uganda Cranes, which is currently on an 8-game winless run, and need a victory to keep their hopes of qualification alive. Now, the Uganda Cranes play host to the Les Grey, and that is the Les Angles from Mali, during a Group E match in the FIFA World Cup 2022 qualifiers at St. Mary's Stadium in Wakiso today on Monday. Now, the match comes a few days after these two countries played their respective opening matches in the same group, as Mali did beat Rwanda 1-0 in Morocco, courtesy of Adama Traore's goal after Musa Genopo had missed a penalty. Now, this particular game, like I say, come a few days after these two countries played their respective opening matches in the same group. Meanwhile, Uganda managed to secure a point of Kenya during the non-scoring draw at Nyayo National Stadium that was in Nairobi. Now, this will be the 5th meeting between the two sides, and Uganda are yet to register a victory against Mali. Now, the West African country has 2 wins to their name, while 2 previous matches ended in a share of the spoils. Now, their most recent meeting came at the group stage of the 2017 Africa Cup of Nations. Second half goals from Farouk Mia and Yavuz Bissouma saw both sides share the spoils in a 1-1 draw. That was way back in Gabon in 2017. Now, we do wish the Cranes all the best in regards to qualification of the 2022 World Cup qualifiers over there, Qatar 2022. So the road to Qatar 2022 did begin, but Uganda went away to Kenya in Nyayo National Stadium with a 0-0 draw. But now over here in Uganda, they will be entertaining Mali in that particular encounter in the St. Mary's Stadium, and we do wait and see whether Uganda Cranes will definitely go home with the 3 points in the bag, with Milton Sergejovic Mitchell set to actually bank his first win for the Uganda Cranes if he wins this one on his return to the top managerial job in Ugandan football as well. And of course, we do wait and see how the Uganda Cranes will definitely fare in that particular regard. And for now, sports business here on Smart Means Business does end at this particular moment. Coming up, we do have the news hour on Smart 24 TV. I'm Joran Paul Sanko. This is SMB.
Smart 24, driving business.
Smart means business. That's head into our discussion of the day. I'm Jerome Paul Sonko. Now, towards a better Kampala and creating a better way forward for the development of the city and the redevelopment of the city, Kampala City Council Authority has always been laying on board platforms and also laying on board new situations to actually give room for the redevelopment of the city as well. Now, the State Minister for Kampala Capital City and that is and the Metropolitan Affairs, that is Bena Namugwanya, presented the achievements of Kampala City Council Authority between 2016 and 2021 during the NRM Manifesto Week. That was at the Prime Minister's office way back in May. And she was actually giving out the room where Kampala City Council was actually achieved, a number of which are the achievements that have actually seen redevelopments in the town, creating of lanes, and as well as this particular road lanes that you've seen in Kampala, and also giving room for a number of traders to carry out businesses softly and quite smoothly as well. Now, in 2016, the ruling NRM Party manifesto, the 23 presidential directives strategy, which aimed at job creation, easing, and Uganda Society for Low-Income Society and Competitive Income Country, that is through the Kampala City Council Authority, clearly gave room in terms of how the development of the city and the greater Kampala, as well as the local community, could clearly see that. And in this particular situation, in our topic today, we're talking of the impact of KCCFC on the renovations in Kampala. How far has KCCFC actually gone to see that we have some developments in Kampala and in its neighboring areas in that regard? Because remember, the City Council, that is the Kampala Capital City Council Authority, is one of those sectors in the government that clearly gives room of forwardness in regards to development in the country that are coming up. We even had a story that was running with the city vendors that the KCCFC officials were clearly telling them off the streets or the roadsides in Chikubo, in the different Chikubo lanes, to clearly give a smooth running of the businesses in downtown, that is in Chikubo area, the Chikubo or the city district, that is the Chikubo district in Kampala Center, and some of which have actually been one of the integrations in terms of KCC's plans to make sure that the city is actually developing and seeing that as well as that. Now, looking at some of those particular developments, we also take a look at what KCCA has done in terms of the redevelopment of the tax park. That is the redeveloping of the old tax park, which was actually set to be reopened in May. However, according to some of the new guidelines from KCCA, which saw that they had to make sure that there are toilets that are being developed over there in the that tax park that was the old tax park initially. So I think it will now be called the new old tax park or the new tax park in that perspective, in that regard. Now, the old tax park, which was set to be reopened on May, is not yet opened as of now, but those are some of the renovations that KCCA has actually been doing in terms of that. In fact, also to mention last year in that regards, in terms of making sure there is order in the city in Uganda, that is in Kampala, KCCA laid on board new travel routes for the taxis that are getting out of town and also those that are actually getting into Kampala. That was in a way of changing the routes for, that is for the people, not only in the people who are using the Entebbe Road routes differently, and also then other cars that are the vehicles that are heading to Zambia in those regards and that. So those are some of the things that Kampala City Council has actually been doing so much in that regard to make sure that they improve the city and carry on renovations as well. Now, as on May 7th, 2020, KCC embarked on the works that involved drainage improvements, parking area and embankment of construction, as well as the works that involved situations in regards to that. However, the reopening was rechanged, and most of the people looked at it in a way that KCCA will actually see that. And wetutunuulira ne mu nsonga ezo osobola otunuulira mu nsonga eno nti abasuubuzi ba Kampala City Council Authority we njagala oteeka mu nsonga eno okusinziira ku gyenvudde wa KCCA okuva mu 2016 nga President Museveni ayogera ku nsonga y'okuwa development mu city oba mu kibuga Kampala. Ebintu ebimu ku ebyo Kampala City Council Authority bye yateekawo ku meeza okulaba nga developing ekibuga ky'e Kampala mwalimu okulaba nti enguudo zino oba ziyite pathways, enguudo zino naddala abantu kwe batambulira zirongoosebwa, obuguudo obwo butonotono zirongoosebwa, basisaamu katama kalungi. Ne tutunuulira ne tulaba nti KCC yagenda netunuulira ku nsonga nti enguudo n'enguudo n'enkuubo oba ziyite enkuubo, abasuubuzi we bayisa business zaabwe oba ababooda n'abagenda mu kikuubo bagenda olaba nti mu kikuubo nti ebintu bino babigoberera in terms of the businesses in kikuubo zitambula mu mirembe nga tewali butabanguko oba tewali makubo mabi oba engeri gye kiri nti lifting away the overcrowding. And joining me on this particular set, Nina Mwami Daniel Nuwabine, spokesperson of Kampala City Council Authority, ngagenda taking through this particular incidents in regards to the impact of reconstruction in Kampala by KCCFC, that is rather by KCCA. Atuwulire ne ku nsonga ezaba vendors bano abali mu kikuubo ku nsonga eyo awamu n'ensonga endala ne plans KCC ezeyina okusinziira to redevelop and the developments that are coming up in regards to that issue in KCC. And joining me is Mr. Daniel Nuwabine. Mr. Daniel, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
On SMB?
Come again. I'm trying to pick you up.
Thank you for joining us here on SMB as we head into our discussion of the day.
Thank you. Pleasure being here. A huge
pleasure to actually be hosting you on this particular segment. I was actually here giving some of the few developments that KCCA has actually come up with in terms of making sure that the city is in shape for the businesses to carry on, and one of which I've actually noticed the new renovations and reconstructions of different buildings, and I want you to take us from there in regards to the plans that KCCA lays on board in terms of the buildings that are being set up in Kampala.
Well, there is a process that has to be followed for one to commence any construction within the city. And this starts with the physical planning committee. It goes on to the building control committee, and then permission is granted to start any development. But even amidst the development, there are several inspection criteria that are followed. And we do this all through until when the building is complete and an occupation permit is issued. Now this is the idea, and what we hope every citizen that wishes to develop has to comply with. However, there are some challenges along the way. We have those that fully comply and those that may go haywire and may not comply, and this is probably one of the reasons why we have had the collapses that have been there, a few collapses that have been there in the city.
Mr. Daniel Nuwabine, if you can I'll help us and decrease on the volume of the TV set. I don't know whether it's a TV or any speaker that is around you, so that we can clearly get you. Now, meanwhile, I want to also pose a question here in terms of the buildings that are set up in KCC's perimeters. Who is to blame here? Should we blame the builders, the engineers, or KCC for not following up on such cases when you've actually mentioned about the collapsing buildings in Kampala?
Well, it gets to a point when it's not about the blame, but the right thing that ought to be done. We have a process in place, and on our side we follow it to the letter. However, we have errant developers who, in the cover of night, continue with the developments that we categorize as illegal. If you look at all the collapses that have taken place, it is either in the middle of the night or over the weekends or under certain peculiar circumstances. Now, whereas we inspect, our inspectors may not be there all through the night. Yet some developers, even when they are stopped from going ahead, they continue to do the developments in the cover of night. And when such fatalities come out is when we also get to that particular scene. But maybe we need to increase the monitoring, and that calls for more resources, human resource, to monitor day and night, weekday or weekend, such that we are always there at each and every construction site. But we believe that if there is a general discipline that is accorded by the developers, then we shall be able to curb down any of these fatalities arising out of building collapses.
You did mention about you did mention of how KCC can look into that and see that you supervise these incidents. But one would want to understand, do you have systems on how you supervise the buildings, and how genuine do they use these particular materials, like if at all at this particular building sites? Or has KCC set up a way to see that you monitor and supervise the ongoing of the constructions in the town?
Yes, we do. We have human resource systems. We have inspectors that go down to these buildings and actually do inspections. If you look at, for example, last evening's structure, we had stopped this construction site, but we later came to learn that these developments are going on deep in the night.
That particular one, let's step into the Chisenyi building that actually collapsed. That was during Sunday afternoon. I want you to, was KCC did you have a plan of that particular building? Did you know that the construction was actually taking place in that particular area in Chisenyi?
We learned about the construction in that particular area. Our inspectors went there and stopped the construction, and the proprietors wanted to or wished to submit their plans for approval. We went ahead and confiscated their building, their construction equipment, and they had actually stopped, only to find later that they continued legally with the construction. Now, this is an appeal to even the developers themselves. Stopping you from constructing is actually saving you. It is for, first, primarily the good of the people of Kampala, but also for your own good as a developer. Imagine how many resources were lost in that building collapse, simply because a citizen or a developer was not patient enough, was not compliant enough was not law-abiding enough to follow a notice that had been issued by the authority. Now this has cost us lives in the city. It has cost us resources. It has cost us man hours. We have destroyed the road that was recently reconstructed simply because we needed to save lives. Now, this is unacceptable. And if there is any issue or any lapse, be it on our side as the authority, we shall get to the bottom of it and apprehend those or punish those that have not done their job. But also the developers have to be brought to book for flouting all regulations that are required in the construction industry.
Of how you're going to actually cap down these particular people and how KCC is going to be looking out for them, the developers and the owner of the building. But I want to understand, so what is the fate or what is the future of the constructors, actually the builders, the layman or what we call the porters who actually are the building? And which as KCCA, you as an organization of the government, is there anything that you can actually lay on board to help these particular people? Or is it up to the developer or the owner of the building?
The building regulations and the act itself, as well as the laws that govern the engagement of other human beings on a job, there are safety mechanisms or safety provisions that are provided for, and these ought to be followed to the letter. As KCCA, we intend to rigorously and more aggressively ensure that these are followed to the letter, and in this way we shall avoid unnecessary fatalities.
Nuabine, now away from the time in terms of away from the collapse of the building, I want to take you through the Chikubo now, the Chikubo district, that is the Chikubo center in Kampala. I would want to understand KCC is actually having moves to clearly sweep away the vendors off the verandas or off the streets from the Chikubo. Now, which plans do you have for these ones? Because I clearly see and think it is actually a hard one in terms of the vendors that you are clearing off, and most of them actually after sending them off today they will return the following day. Which plans do you have for these vendors that you're taking off from the verandas?
We are actively identifying and we have identified workspaces in the markets. So we have sufficient workspaces in the Usafi market. We have workspaces in Owino, and we appeal as well as ensure through enforcement that our comrades that are trading in the irregular places like these spaces, but also those who buy from them, are equally culpable. And we are going to continue with this enforcement. Now that we have identified the spaces for them, let all those that are trading on the streets go there. Once they're there, we shall establish whether the space is enough for them or it is not. But for those that also purchase from the street vendors, we shall also start apprehending them, and it will not be good.
The Chikubo Center, and you're into Chikubo and you're chasing them away from Chikubo where they're actually earning money. Is this true or false?
Come again?
Some of the Chikubo vendors are claiming that you're chasing them off the streets, and yet they have actually been there for some time, and to them their businesses are not illegal. It's not referred to as the streets. Those are some of the vendors downtown. And most of them are claiming you're chasing them and leaving the other people out of Chikobo to operate business via the streets. Is it true or not?
Well, doing something wrong for 10 years or even 20 does not make it right. It is wrong to trade in the middle of the road. It is illegal to trade in the middle of the road. It is not just wrong before the law, but also for your own safety as a trader. The goods that you're trading may be trampled upon by the passers-by, then you will end up into a brawl. As you trade in the middle of the road, a vehicle may knock your goods as well as yourself, and you get injury. And there are particular places for trading and for walking and for driving. Why would you go in an area for a vehicle to be driven or for people to walk and establish it into a shop? What any responsible authority or urban administration will do is to relocate you, and if you don't want to leave, we use that word enforcement to ensure that you're out of that space. So it is our duty to ensure trade order in the city, and while we are ensuring that trade order in the city, some of us have to make way and go to the right places where we have to be trading.
Now here's the case. We have traders, or we have these vendors who have actually been under the lockdown, and I must agree, or we must agree, that most of them have not been working. Like if we had to talk into the humanity aspect. Now most of them are claiming they have actually been under lockdown, and it's when they have started resuming into business to clearly see that they earn something, regardless of the fact that you did mention that it is wrong for them to trade via the streets. But the other continuing stories that are coming up is that when the goods for these vendors are taken, sometimes they are not given back, or in most cases, they're not given back to the traders or to these roadside vendors. The question is, where do the KCCA officials take these products?
Well, there is a process for reaccessing evidence as well as dealing with evidence. Now, most of these goods that are obtained from the streets, especially when the vendor has when he has been caught in the act of an illegality, these are exhibits. And there's a process of dealing with exhibits, whether they be returned to the offender retained for disposal by the court. Now, all these are matters of law, and they are dealt with as such.
All right, now, Mr. Nwabine, I'd want also to ask, because now this is in two terms of, in regards to plans for that KCC has. I want to understand first, do you think by clearing the streets off, because it is always a plan that by clearing the streets, the vendors off the streets, is it going to give you a clear picture of the developments for the city as you want them?
First of all, as an individual, would you like a chapati maker at the gate of Bank of Uganda? Is it pleasurable for you? Huh? Is it?
No, it isn't, and I think maybe that is a good move for you. To me, it isn't. I just want to understand.
Everybody in this country and in this city must enjoy the city. We must have a city that is representative. If our walkways are turned into mosques, our citizens shall have nowhere to walk. If our walkways are turned into kitchens, then the tarmac shall be destroyed by that fire and will melt away, and our roads will get bad. So we don't want such a situation. That is unpleasant for not just the elite, but also all other city users. So this is an appeal that should be also made by the fourth estate and yourself, such that whenever you come here on the news, appeal to our people not to get on the streets, not to trade on the streets. Imagine the food on the street, a mango on the street, as someone is walking, the dust is spilling onto the mango. That causes disease. So we should all come up in arms and
all right, and we see with Mr. Daniel Nwabine, the PR Kampala City Council Authority, clearly giving us the plans when it comes to what KCCA has in terms of making sure the developments in the city are followed, and in case, what are we to expect from KCCA in regards to the different scenarios that are keeping, all the different cases that we definitely have in the city. Now, Mr. Daniel Nwabine, also something that I want to talk about here is the non-motorized transport in Kampala. I've been through the city throughout the weekend, and I've come to notice something, that there are some lanes or paths that were actually a lane for the non-motorized transport, maybe said the lanes for the people with disabilities, and let me say people, or for the passengers that have to actually pass through. I want to understand how far is KCC going to implement the use of these particular lanes, and how are you following up with this particular path as well?
One, we are sensitizing, but beyond sensitizing, we are going to aggressively enforce this to ensure the right thing is done in the right spaces and in the right place. We have the non-motorized route running from Namirembe Road to Ruum Street. There is no motorized vehicle or equipment that is supposed to be here. One, to ensure that there is no access to the shops and the business areas in this particular area, and reduce vehicular traffic and increase human traffic. If you look at this area 4 years ago, the area around Mini Price at the intersection of Ruumo and Namirembe Road, it was swarmed and filled with vehicle traffic all over that place. It was almost impossible. But now we have more people that are in this area than vehicles. So this is a plus for us, and we believe that also the people within this area are getting more customers, are getting more business, simply because we put that non-motorized route, and people are accessing it much more than the jam that was created by vehicles.
Non-motorized, again, those particular routes. So are those the rightful path for the street vendors to actually carry out business in those particular ones? Because I've also noticed, away from the fact that motors are passing through, but also vendors are again encroaching into those particular paths.
You have stated it well. The question that you have stated is actually where you derive my answer. No, they shouldn't be there, and we shall ensure that they are not there.
Talk of the future of taxi drivers in Kampala. We've heard of regards to Kampala City Council Authority claiming that you're going to set up toilets for the tax park. That is the renovation of the old tax park that was already complete, but only awaiting for KCCA and the government to clear room for these particular taxi drivers to start operating in the particular tax park. But one would ask, when is this going to come to pass, or when are these particular toilets going to be set up?
The old taxi park was having over 200,000 people that would traverse it on a daily. 200,000 people with the current improvement and mobility that would be 5 toilets, of which we have 3 for men and 2 for women. But it's not just the toilet that we're looking at in this area. All the people, the 200,000 people that go through here must be taken care of medically, because someone can have an accident. We have mothers who move in advanced stages of their pregnancies. We have people who fall sick or who are moving well sick. And these need to have an area where they can have first aid, the first response, to ensure that we save lives of all these number of people. So we need a clinic there. 200,000 people accessing that point have to be safe. So we need to have access, regulated accesses. We need the gate in that area, the tax park as it is. Anyone can enter from anywhere. Anyone can enter from anywhere. So we need a gate system. We need access control for both human beings and vehicles.
All right, that is Mr. Nuwawine Daniel, the PR, KCCA, Kampala City Council Authority, giving us some of the guidelines, more so for the people who are all the taxi operators in Kampala that are still waiting for the reopening of the tax park. Like I said, should we call it the new old tax park, or it is now the real new tax park in that particular aspect? But he has been mentioning about building of clinics. I don't know if I still have him on board. Mr. Daniel. I think we still have, we're trying to get back to Mr. Daniel, but I think the network is causing the problem, because I want to ask him something in regards to the time frame. I want to know the time frame in which this particular things are going to be laid on board, because if you tell us you're going to build a clinic, okay, we shall wait for the clinic to come on board. A lot of people are using it. We're clearly seeing that. And we still want to know, Bangachi, ebintu bino nga biwedde, toys, clinics, all those services that KCC wants to input in the tax park. When are they going to be set up, and why were they not considered with the other tax park over there? That is the new tax park. Mr. Daniel. Oh, I think we've lost him, and we shall definitely be getting to him within a week's time. He was not able to be with us here in studio, but we clearly had him via the Zoom here on Smart Means Business, and clearly about that work on nsonga ezimu n'endala okuzimenyaamenyaamu okusinziira ku bye twogedde. Mwami Daniel Nuwabine ye PR omwogezi wa Kampala City Council Authority, ekitongole ekivunaanyizibwa ku biddukanyizibwa mu kibuga Kampala. Mu kibuga Kampala. Ekitongole kino kirina ebintu bingi byekibadde kikwasaganya okusinziira ku ngeri abasuubuzi gye bakwasibwamu, okusinziira ku ngeri ebintu gye bitambulamu mu kibuga. Mu bintu ebimu ku ebyo ebibadde bisinga okuluma Abannayuganda y'ensonga ya tax park enkadde. Mu mwaka guli government yavaayo ne KCCA yavaayo ne guidelines okusinziira ku miwaatwa oba ngambe ebitundu routes ez'enjawulo emmotoka oba taxi we zirina oyita, tugambe ez'Entebbe road. Kati nganze omuntu omu ava ku Entebbe road, edda Entebbe Road twali tulinnya okusinzira ng'olinyira okuva mu paaka nga muyitaano ku Shoprite okudda ku Entebbe Road naye kati baagenda ne balufuula one way nga luyingiza buyingiza motoka mu kibuga ze zimu ku ezo enkyukakyuka ze baateekawo mu kibuga ne bakwata tax park enkadde gye twali tumanyi nga old tax park ne bagigobamu amamotoka okusinzira nti okuva mu muggalo ogwasooka KCC embarked on making sure nti barenovatinga tax park eno kati era yemu kwezo kati ndowooza yesanidde okuyitibwa new tax park mu ngeri ennyangu naye twali tusuubira nti tax park eno egenda kugulwa omwaka guno okusinzira naddala ng'omuggalo guweddewo naye KCC yavaayo netegeeza nti waliwo ebintu bingi ebyetaagisa okukolebwa nga tebannaba kugulwa engeri gyekiri tuli mu mbeera ya COVID-19 KCC negamba nti nembeera sanitation yeetaagisibwa ddala okubeerawo nti tetugenda kubanga tulwanisa COVID yeka waliwo n'ebirwadde ebirala bye tulina olwanyisa negamba nti toilets oba zikabuyonjo za paaka eno mbi teziri mu mbeera nnungi conditions had to change so KCC neteekawo plan nti okugulawo ekifo kino toyi zirina okuba nga zizimbiddwa ekyo netukivaako ne KCC etaddewo n'obukwakuliza obulala nti walina obbaawo amalwaliro nga PR oba omwogezi wa KCC ewayogedde n'agamba nti wootunuulira ku nsonga ey'okuba nti paaka ebadde ediringa n'abantu abasoba mu 2,000 olunaku waliwo ebirwadde bingi nnyo byetusuubira obbaawo waliwo bu accident obugwawo that clearly needs some first aid ne wabaawo omuntu nga alina ebizibu bye ne bimutuukako abakazi ab'embuto nti omuntu olubuto olusobola omusimbiraawo nga yeetaaga obuyambi yensonga lwaki beetaaga clinic so mu ndowooza yange neŋŋamba kale clinic nayo arguments are clear enough you could clearly tell nti clinic zeetaagibwa naye omuntu waba ayagala okumanya ebbanga ki lye tulina kuba kati emyaka tukukuniriza kati tugenda mu myaka 2 tetunalabawo nkyukakyuka in regards to the business in the Kampala capital in terms of the old tax park kati abantu abasinga ba tax operators bakyewuunya waliwo ensonga yonna KCC gyegenda okuteekawo okulaba nga abantu bano baddamu okukosa tax park oba waliwo criterias endala ezigenda okulayingibwa on board okulaba nti before tax park eneguddwa kale tugambe nti bino ebintu bebinaba bituukiddwako before ng'omwaka tegunnaggwa saagala kirulinga out I don't want to set ekisoboka but I'll definitely say nti ki ekigenda otuukawo nga tugambe biwedde ng'omwaka guwedde kibategeeza business zinaddamu okugirwa n'ekirala taxi meke zinaaba zikkiriziddwa mu paaka eno kuba okusinziira ku mateeka amapya agajja ku paaka eno nsuubira okulaba nti amateeka mangi gajja then ne kano akalala kano kagenda eri abasuubuzi bw'oba omanyi nti okolera ku streets oba ku bubalaza obw'ebizimbe oba za arcade mu kibuga KCC yegamba we muli mu business tekitegeeza nti baba tebannaba kujja bakolamu karani awo okutwala bintu byammwe tekitegeeza mbu you're operating legally it does not mean that your businesses or your business entities actually operating in a legal manner nedda kitegeeza nti bwe banaatandika obbanoonya mujja omanya nti you're running illegal businesses or the way you're running your business is illegal nti okusinziira ku mbeera eriwo nti obubalaza buno bulinga bu pathways buconnecting muntu ku bizimbe oba ku arcade mulina okuba nga mulina we operating la business that is according to KCCA nti agenze n'awa clear guidance n'agamba nti ffenna twagala okulaba emidaala gya chapati naye waliwo ebifo okusinziira ku kibuga ekiri organize emidaala tegijja saanibwa kubeera kumpi na Bank of Uganda oba offices ez'enjawulo so n'agenda n'ayogera n'agamba nti ba vendors bano babaguliddewo waliwo party mu Usafi market we babateeka naye okusinziira ku bintu byempulira okusinziira ku bantu abakola mu Usafi bagamba nti tewali kata there is no market for their products nti abantu balaba Usafi waliyo already there is a park in Usafi nti omuntu ajja mu Usafi ayita mu Buyisi kugenda mu kibuga bamanyi business eri mu kibuga ate abantu abamu kakivula aba operatingira ku city ku sidelines ezo to the verandas over the different pathways. Now here the other thing that I've actually picked out from this is the non-motorized areas or the non-motorized transport. Waliwo pathways obo obuli okumpi ne Nakivuba obuli kumpi Nakivubaawo obuli kumpi ne New Tax Park obufo bateekawo okulaba nti abantu ekisokera ddala abantu abaliko obulemu bayitira ekirala abantu abatambuza ebigere kuba balina otambulira ate abantu abamutandisa oteekamu business nti omuntu waba atambula mu kibuga ogenda olaba nti ate ogenda kulinnya ku kintu kya muntu olutalo ne lutandika omuntu agamba yeggwe lwaki onninyira ku bintu byange bibimu ku ebyo ebintu ebiri awo nti okulaba nti KCC eyagala ku redeveloping ekibuga ebintu bingi byetaagisa okuteekebwa mu nteeko naye obuzibu obuliwo ebizibu byesanze bye byabasuubuzi abali mu kibuga abamu baclaiming nti bava mu covid bava mu muggalo beetaaga okulwaninga business abamu kikubo bagamba awe bali baluddewo ate si musango nti lwaki KCC ebayingirira mu bizinesi zaabwe ate nga nabo baagala kuyingiza kasimbi kwebezaawo mu ngeri eyo era ogenda okiraba nga wabatunira in their own perspective they might be right or in the other way but in terms of the guidelines of the city KCC yegamba waayi nedda si kituufu era tugenda kujjanga buli lunaku nga tubajjawo olw'ensonga nti we muli temuliwo mu butuufu bwamu mulina ovaawo business zitandika prevailinga oba mulina ovaawo abantu abalala batambuze bulungi business kubanga ebiseera ebisinga akakubagano mu kibuga kajja olw'ensonga there is a lot of overcrowding in the city which has actually created no room for developments in that regard ate mu nsonga ze zimu era ogenda olaba nga buli kimu tugenda KCC buli kyegezaako okugira enkeera wali wagezaako kijjawo yo nsonga yemu Mwamini Wabine gyayogeddeko ku nsonga y'aba contractors b'ebizimbe oba ba engineer ab'enjawulo abakwasibwa ensonga z'okuzimba mu kibuga ebintu ebimu nti ekizimbe ekyagudde KCC yagenda n'ekimonitoringa era n'estopinga emirimu gy'okukizimba naye ate KCC is surprise ne ku surprise y'abantu abalala nti ekizimbe kyabadde kikyagenda mu maaso nti n'ekiro they were continuing to actually work onto that building lwakubeera nange ndaba there is a very big challenge there. The question is KCC omuntu waba azimba ekiro fena tumanyi there is curfew time right one would ask how come that people are building in the night and no one is supervising them so that means there is someone who is supposed to be supervising in the night to clearly see kino ekizimbe tekitambula mu nteeko so byemu ku ebyo ebibuuzo ebyewuunyiza era agenze n'agamba nti nnyini kizimbe yavunaanyizibwa kati okusooka ku bintu ku bulamu bw'abantu abakoseddwa abantu abamu balwadde bali mu malwaliro they are nursing wounds people did lose their lives a number breadwinners if I am to put it in that way abantu abamu bafiiriddwa abantu abamu abadde baparkinze ebintu bya businesses ezabadde okumpi n'ekizimbe ezakozeseddwa nnyingi gataka abamamotoka abadde baparkinze bagamba nti nabo nnyini kizimbe alina okubayirira olw'ensonga nti ekizimbe kye kyagudde nekigwira emmotoka zaabwe nti ate kati otunuulira nti plans ezo KCC yali ezigudde the owner of this particular building is quite in big trouble and as well as the developers those are the engineers and the architects that were behind this particular project over there in Kisenyi in Kampala. All right, now, Smart Means Business as of now is taking a nap, or should I say we're going in for a rest till the next day. But of now, if I am to leave you, ninebi ntubinji nnyo nganzo mu byenetegereza mu ggwanga nti ebiseera ebisinga amateeka gateekebwawo okutuyamba nti in most cases we are tunyigirizibwa, we become victims of these particular rules or laws that are put on board. Now if you were to put and reconsider bituyambanga fokulaba ekibuga kivunanyizibwa kati eri yenna gwe kikwatibwako ndowooza obuvunanyizibwa gye buli abuli fenna okulaba nti bwe tuba turunning or we are facilitating businesses we put them in the right order on the right aspect kuba oyinza obba ogamba nti kale business eyiyo yakukolera ku kabalaza but then waliwo gwe officer business ali mu arcade mundaawo ng'ate yasasula akakadde oba n'okusobya okulaba nga yeebeezaawo ate gwe nojja no carrying out the same business with him or her wabweru wakabalaza obviously omuntu tagenda ayingira munda ogenda fees oli akatale so in this way as we are trying to earn a living we need to also favor others in regards to the fact that the situation eno fenne tukosa ng'abantu ako kange that is my own opinion and everyone has his own opinion in that regard but what I do know opinions are never debatable kuba eba ndowooza ya muntu tosobola ku challenging ndowooza ya muntu kubeeba ndowooza ekyaba alowooza mu kaseera ako. My name is Joram Paul Sonko. Twitter @Joram Paul Sonko. Facebook @Joram Paul Sonko. Instagram @Joram Paul Sonko. The hashtag on Twitter is JP Live. If at all you want to send in your tweets in regards to all the business stories that we have on Smart 24 TV. Twitter, Facebook and Instagram @Smart 24 TV. If you want to follow us and give us your feedback in regards to the business stories in your different areas in that particular regard as well. On YouTube @Smart 24 TV, Smart 24 TV Live. If you want to stream in wherever you are across the globe, that is at Smart 24 TV, where we definitely drive your business. This is Smart Means Business, and it's a goodbye for now.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Basebo ne banyamu baniriza nate encha yonako olwalero njagala okwebaza Katonda nate atukomezaawo ne tusobola okulaba nga tukomawo tunulie ensonga enkulu ezigenda ddala maaso mu ggwanga wenjogera nti wakati mu weekend wabaddemu ebikulu bingi gwe gyobadde ate ffenno tubaddeyo tusobola okulaba nga tukuŋŋaanya ensonga zino. Katandike n'ensonga enkulu ezigenda ddala maaso mu ggwanga olunaku olw'eggulo ekizimbe waneno mu bitundu eby'omu Kisenyi kyagudde era wetwogerera kati okusinziira kwa ripoota gye tufunye enkya olunaku olwaleero abantu 6 basobodde okufiira mu kizimbe kino n'abalala bali malwaliro ag'enjawulo. Lord Mayor oyo ne Ssaalongo Erias Lukwago atwala ekibuga ekikulu eky'e Kampala abaddeko mu bitundu ebyo era emboozi eyo tugikuŋŋaanyiza tugenda kuba tugikuleetera mu budde obutali bwa wala mu bitundu eby'omu Kisenyi. Kale katweyongereyo n'abalema waneno masekati ag'ekibuga eky'e Kampala abo nno be baganda baffe abalina obukosefu ku mibiri gyabwe bavuddeyo ne bakukumira gavumenti okulaba nga bwe batabayambye ku nsonga ezisinga okubasoomooza. Abakulu bano bagamba nti nabo bantu ng'abalala era abalala basobola okukola nabo basobola okuyikola naye basosoddwa ekimala ate nga bebamu ku bantu abakoseddwa ekirwadde kino ekya COVID-19. Bavuddeyo ne basaba gavumenti nti ebimu ku bintu byeyinza okubateekawo okubayamba kwe kulaba nga nabo ebadduukirira ne bawaka ssente mu ssaako yaabwe wamu n'okubazimbira akatale kaabwe waneno mu bitundu eby'omu Nakivubo ekyo nno zijja kubagegamu ku makubo agagenda okubayamba nabo okwongera okukolera mu mbeera efaananako ey'abala. Omusasi waffe yabaddeyo n'atukuŋŋaanyiza emboozi eno era katugirabe. Bw'otambula n'oyingira ekibuga ekikulu eky'e Kampala tosobola kumala ddakiika ziwera 5 nga tolabyeko ku basuubuzi abalina obukosefu ku mirimu gyabwe. Ekibuga Kampala kiweza abasuubuzi abaliko obulemu abakunukkiriza mu mitwalo ebiri bweddu era nga be bamu ku bantu abasinze okukosebwa ekirwadde kirumima mawuggwe ekya coronavirus. Bwe twogeddeko n'abasuubuzi mu kibuga ekikulu eky'e Kampala abawangale mu bitundu eby'ennabugabo, Hamu Towers n'ebitundu eby'enjawulo batutottolodde ebizibu bye basinga okusanga nga baddukanya bizinesi mu kibuga ekikulu eky'e Kampala.
Ebyenyinza okugaba by'ensoomooza bizibu bingi nnyo, omuli okusosolebwa, tugeze abantu abamu bwe bakula babala nga atalina makulu, obuzibu mu kukola wano tufuna obuzibu bungi, tetulina ssente, tetulina mani, tetwesobola nnyo kuba twetaaga obuyambi naye nga tetusobola bufuna, okitegeera. Kati so obuzibu bwe obusingira ddala obungi, obuyambi tulina butono, tetufiibwako nnyo, oluusi nga biwanvu nnyo ng'ate amadaala oluusi kati kale nze nnyinza okugezaako linnya naye era nkuwa mangu. Oluusi nali tendewadde ku kizimbe ekimu era nali ngudde n'okugwa, naye wakuba Mukama yannyamba n'enkola ki nesigwa.
Omuntu omukosefu nga tasobola kutambula nomo ng'abantu abalala, wakati nze wotambulira 2,000 nze ntambulirawo 5,000, mbuuza lwaki? Era olyandaba nga sijja kusobola kutambula yadde dakiika 2, ansaba sente zonna zayagala ate ze sirina. Kati awo kwe kulaba nti obuzibu bwe tusanga bw'amaanyi era tuli expensive nnyo,
kubanga obutunulira omulema saavisi ezizonna ezikolebwa omuntu omulamu okuba kuzaala mulema azaala.
Abasuubuzi bano be bamu bakukumidde gavumenti ne bagikubira omulanga okubadduukirira n'akasente mu ssaako yaabwe nga bwe bakola ku bibiina ebirala, wamu n'okubazimbira akatale kaabwe akawangaalira wano mu bitundu eby'ennakivubo.
Mu butale bwezimba tulina ettaka lyaffe eryatuweebwa omukulembeze w'eggwanga Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Generali, era mbadde nsaba ekitongole ekizimba obutale mu KCC, sente mweziri eziva mu KCC ezizimbira abantu obutale ne basobola okukolamu, naabe batuteeke ku bajeti eyo KCC gyefulumya ezimbira abantu obutale abalamu, naabe batuzimbiremu ekizimbe mu ttaka lyaffe tusobole okuwona enkuba n'omusana. Bajeti eyo bagituteereko, naabe batuteereko, wakati tunasasula wadde akazimbe kinaba kiwedde tunasasula wakira akasente.
Abasuubuzi bano be bamu bakukumidde gavumenti ne bagikubira omulanga okubadduukirira n'akasente mu ssaako yaabwe nga bwe bakola ku bibiina ebirala, wamu n'okubazimbira akatale kaabwe akawangaalira wano mu bitundu eby'ennakivubo okubawonya embeera y'obudde ebakose nnyo. Abantu abalina obulemu mu ggwanga nabo bantu ng'abalala bonna era nga basaanye. Bassebo ne banyabo nga tuvudde ku nsonga z'abasuubuzi baganda baffe abawangaalira mu bitundu ebya downtown. Olwono katuyingire ezimu ku nsonga ezitunogera kasente. Katuyingire ensonga y'omulimu gwe tuyita ogwa traditional dance oba agonnoge mazina ag'obuwangwa. Tumanyi nti omulimu guno abasinga baguyisaamu amaaso, naye abasuubuzi abategedde ekyama ekiri mulimu guno bagutwala ng'omulimu. Ayeebale wanono gwe twogeddeko naye y'omu ku bakulu abatwala ekimu ku bibiina ebyabazinyi waneeno mu masekkati ne mu kibuga ekikulu eky'e Kampala. Ye agamba omulimu guno eno gumuwadde ssente nnyingi era abandyagadde okuguyingira beetaaga okuba nga balina kasente. Bw'oba wandyagadde okukulaakulana tosubwa mboozi efaananako bw'eti. Okuva edda n'edda ennyimba ezitali za nsangi zino z'ennyimba ez'obuwangwa zaateekebwagako nnyo essira, era nga buli mukolo ogwali ku kyalo ogwakuŋŋaanyanga abantu abawerako ennyimba zino tezaabulangako wabula ensangi zino ebintu bizza bikyuka. Emma Ayebale ono nga ye Nankulu w'ekibiina ekimu ku kiyiiya ennyimba ez'ebyobuwangwa atutottolodde obuwonvu n'obugga obw'ennyimba zino era n'omugaso gwe zirina.
Ova teosobola kwerabira kalica bireeta kalica ne bikujukiza ennono z'obuwangwa weeyisa bitya n'owulira bulungi nnyo ekyenjawulo nnyo ku bino ebidongo eby'abadongo abalala. Naye kati bino bw'oba biraba olaba eŋŋoma eŋŋanda n'olaba xylophone n'olaba buli kimu weekiri kiba kikujjukiza ki kikututte ku byobuwanga gy'ova oyongere okukola ki okubisaamu ekitiibwa. Kati music ono mulungi nnyo ate yeetava ku mulembe ng'ebintu ebirala ajja kuvaayo abayimba balala bayimba ebiyimba ki ebitasobola kukola ki okugira ku mukolo naye music ono buli ku mukolo akola ki agirawo ate takola ki tagwawo.
Yebale atutegeezezza nti omuntu yonna eyandyagadde okuteeka ssente mulimu ogufaananako bwe guti alina okuba n'akasente kubanga olina n'okwewandiisa.
Kamu ensimbi kubanga oba olina okuregisteringa okubeera ng'olina erinnya ettongole ng'opaletinga mu butongole. So government erina kubanga ekola kinga ekumanya olina okufuna ekipapula ekiwandiisiza bizinesi yo, olina okuteeka ssente mu bazinyi okubanoonya si bangu okubabeezawo practice n'okupracticinga okubayigiriza amazina mangi ekitegeeza olina n'okusasula abakola ki abayigiriza ebyo ebintu bingi. Ebyokwambala nabyo byakuteekamu ssente n'ebintu bingi nnyo ebyokwambala ebivuga byonna biba byakola ki byakuteekamu ssente tewaliwo bisanga nga bya bwereere. Definitely okutandikako guno omulimu oba weetaaga ki ssente.
Naye owaaye kyetaagisa ssente mmeka okutandika omulimu ogufaananako bwe guti?
Oba ogyagalako naye katugambe oyinza okugamba kakadde kamu kayinza okutandika obukadde bubiri busobola okutandika. Kisinziira kati ennyanja eri ku different eri ku level ndala n'engeri gy'olabamu zindere turupu kati nazo ziri ku level ndala nkwanza eri ku level ndala ffe tutandika butandisi tukyakulakula naye si bingi kasita obeera n'abaana ate nga bamanyi kye bakola n'ogulayo engoma nazo teziri expensive nnyo ofuna mitwalo 25 3 bwezityo kisinziira sayizi z'engoma z'oyagala deni n'ebyokwambala ebitonotono emishanana deni ebigundi by'abawala bye bazanyiramu byonna bya different. Oba tusobola okuhayalinga kuliko abahayalinga nga tosobola kukola ki obubanga tosobola kubigula n'ogenda neweeyazikayo n'obasasula akasente bumala okuzanya ne mubizaayo.
Brian Sentongo ono ye mu kubakyeza mu kibiina kino atutottoledde ebirungi byafunye mu mulimu guno era n'akubiriza abavubuka okulekerawo okulera engalo wamu n'okulinda n'okusabiriza gavumenti ebayambe.
Nsanzeemu ebintu ebirungi nti gunyanguyidde tegwetaaga capital era tosanga loosi okujjako gwe ng'omuntu nga toli bulungi health wise naye obanga oli bulungi ate nga n'emikolo gye giri osobola ogenda n'ozina n'ofunamu ku ssente esobola okuyambako okulwaninga ewaka kati nga ffe abalabirira bazadde baffe zikuyambako banga ofunye kana akasimbi okubanga osobola okuyambako abakadde abanyooma omulimu guno nga tebalina kye bakola nze ndaba tebaali gunyoomye kubanga omulimu guno gusobola okuyambira ddala n'otutumuka ne weeyongerako kubanga obanga show nga gy'okoze ng'osobola okufunamu akasente akakubeezaawo kikuyambako ate okugulawo bizinensi endala n'investingamu n'obanga guno gutwala mu maaso nga n'eri bizinensi wekola ki weekola ekifooka abantu gavumenti etuyambye abantu baalize mu gurupu ne bayiga amazina ne basasulwa ate ne basobola okugulawoko ng'emirimu emirala gyebasobola okufunamu ensimbi.
Ennyimba mu bulamu obwa bulijjo tezikola nga ddagala eri amatu wabula omuntu yenna bw'abanga yeekumyekumye asobola okukozesa ennyimba okulaakulanya obulamu bwe n'abeetoolodde. Tulekerawo okunoonya engalo. Basebo ne banyabo njagala okubakulisaayo ate mu mboozi ebifaananako bwe tumanyi nti kummwe ababeera eyo nga mwenoonyeza ezimu ku nsonga eziz'okubaleetera kasente omulimu ogufaanako bwe gutyo mulimu ddala. Abanyooma emirimu ne mugamba tulinze gavumenti etuyambe ndowooza ensonga eyo erina bwebalese. Kale basebo ne banyabo nga tuvudde ate ku nsonga y'okwenogera ku ssente. Katuyingire ate ensonga z'abaganda baffe abawangali ano mu bitundu eby'omu kikuubo. Tumanyi nti kikuubo ffe twogerera kyandibadde kitundu nga kya bulambuzi. Kikuubo ono we twogerera abadde ayina ebimu ku bintu ebibadde bimusoomooza emabegako nga tunaba kujja mu kirwadde kino ekya COVID y'embeera y'oluguudo olubadde luyita wakati. We twogerera kati President bwe yali nga agenda okutuggula kikuubo oyo yali agendera ddala maaso okubanga adda betukubaganyizaako nabo ebirowoozo ate nkyanaku olwaleero bategeezezza nga bali abasanyufu anti embeera ya kikuubo egendedde mu maaso okulaba nga etereera emabegako nga n'emmotoka zinoonya we ziyita naye nga tezirawo ate okusingira ddala ng'enkuba etonye babeera n'ebibasoomooza ebiwerako ddala. Abasuubuzi bano oluvannyuma lwa minisita omubeezi omwami Kyofa Tonyaze of course ye Tofa bwe yamala okulambula ebitundu eby'omu kikuubo bineeno ate nno n'akola ripoota awo nno yakwataganira wamu n'abakulu abatwala ekitongole ekya KCCA. Oyo nno ye deputy ate executive director omwami engineer David Luimbazi basobola okuba nga baddaabiriza ekitundu kino eky'ekikuubo. Abasuubuzi bo basanyufu bagamba ensonga ez'ebyobufuuzi ate mu bitundu bino zigenda kubanga zigiva ku ddaala lye ziriko ate lyeyongera eddala ku ddaala eddala. Era tumanyi nti kikuubo ekuŋŋaanya olunaku abantu abakunukkiriza mu mitwalo 2 abava mu bitundu ebyenjawulo okujja okuddukanya bizinesi mu bitundu ebyenjawulo. Kikuubo ono z'ebimu ku bitundu ebisinga okuleeta ssente eziwerako ddala oba zezisinga okuyingiza ssente mu ggwanga lyattu erya Uganda. Abatamanyi kikuubo ono asangibwa no masekati ag'ekibuga eky'e Kampala mu division gye tuyise ey'omu masekati oba mu Lunyanyembe gye bayita Central Division. Kale nga tuvudde ku nsonga z'ekikuubo basebo ne bannyabo nga ffe TV y'omusuubuzi tetulondoola ebbeeyi y'ebintu nga bwetambula. Bwe twogera kati ebbeeyi y'amata mu bitundu ebya Sembabule n'ebitundu ebirala nga Masaka n'ebitundu ebyetoolodde mu western part of eggwanga lino erya Uganda abasebo ne bannyabo ebbeeyi y'amata eyongedde ddala maaso okubanga erinnya ebbeeyi. Kino nno kwe kivudde ku nsonga ez'ekyeya wamu n'abasuubuzi okuba nti tebakyagala kuguza mata abantu basekinnoomu kubanga bwe baguza abantu basekinnoomu tebafuna kasente. Olwo n'abasuubuzi abasinga amata basazeewo okutandika gatunza ate ebitongole anti balowooza nti ebitongole bino bwe baba nga baguza amata ebitongole bino ate olwo bafuna kasente akawera. Bwe twakubaganyizaako ebirowoozo n'abamu ku bakulu abawangaalira mu kibiina ekitwala abalunzi wamu n'abatunda amata mu ggwanga lyattu erya Uganda of course baavumiridde ensonga y'okulaba nga ebbeeyi y'amata bajongeza nti balina kye bakola. Ebbeeyi y'amata eno erinnye okuviira ddala ku nnusu 1,200 paka ku 5,000 mu bitundu ebyenjawulo. Ensonga ezo tujja kubanga tugendera ddala maaso okubanga tuzirondoola okusobola okulaba nga tunoga eddagala n'okulaba engeri gye tuyinza okuba nga tutereeza ensonga y'omulimu ogufaanako bwe guti. Kale nga tuvudde ku nsonga eyo basebo ne bannyabo ate nga ffe TV y'omusuubuzi twongera okulondoola ensonga ezimu ku nkulu ezigendera ddala maaso mu ggwanga nga bwe mbategeeza nti olunaku olw'eggulo lwabadde lwa Sande ekizimbe waneeno na masekati ag'ekibuga eky'e Kampala kyagudde mu bitundu by'omu Kisenyi. Ripoota yetufunye enkyalunaku olwaleero nti abakulu 6 be basobodde okuba nga tebalusukka ate n'abalala abatannaba kutegeerwa muwendo be batwalidda malwaliro ag'enjawulo. Tutegeezeddwako oba naffe tubaddeyo nga omulodi w'ekibuga eky'e Kampala Ssaalongo Elias Lukwago abaddeyo enkyalunaku olwaleero era emboozi tugenda kubanga twongera ddala ogikubaganyako ebirowoozo okusobola okumalira ddala lwaki ebizimbe mu kibuga eky'e Kampala byeyongedde okubanga bigwa. Yesu abakulembeze bava ne boogera ku nsonga eno naye lwaki ate tulinda bizimbe kugwa ne tulyoka tuvaayo. Ssaalongo Elias Lukwago ye agamba nti mu biseera bya COVID ebizimbe bingi bimeluse ebimu byo amannya agayise ebizimbe bya COVID mu lunyanya byayise COVID buildings naye ate ne bakansala bagamba nti tebabakkiriza kusobola kulaba nga balondoola ebizimbe bino nga ate bizimbibwa. Dani Nwabine ye tubaddeko naye enkyalunaku olwaleero ategeezezza nti bakontulakita abakwata ekizimbe kino babagamba balekerawo okuzimba naye ne balema ne bajeema ne bagenda ddala maaso okuba nga bazimba. Ensonga eyo tugenda kuba tukyagikuŋŋaanya twagala tugikuwe mu butuufu bwayo ate nga bwe badde enkya y'olunaku luno olwaleero. Naye nate mbaaniriza basaba ne banyabo mu program Uganda tukole mwe tunuulira ensonga enkulu ezigenda ddala maaso mu ggwanga. Nze Fred Makubuya ndi muzzukulu wa Lusimbi, njagala okwebaza Katonda nte atukomezaawo twongere okutunuulira ensonga enkulu nga bwe ziri. Ffe twabagamba nti bwe tuteeka amaaso olaba ensonga tugitaddeko amaaso omanya nsonga ddala y'amaanyi. Wiiki eno tusuubira ebikulu bingi bye tugenda okubanga twogerako, bye tugenda okubanga tulaba. Tukimanyi nti ate ensonga ezikwata of course ku musolo nazo zikyagendera ddala maaso, era ndowooza tujja kuba twongera okukuŋŋaanya embooza tusobole okuwa the latest update egendera ddala maaso. But of course ekiriwo ku nsonga y'emisolo eyo, baganda baffe bano abawangalya mu majoola nyongera okubajjukiza nti babateekako omusolo ogwa 5% okulaba nga ebintu babipima mu kilograms ate mu ssente eza dola. Wiiki ewedde ndowooza lunaku olwokutaano Parliament yatuula bufofufu ezimu ku nsonga ezaali ku lukiiko lwa Parliament kye tuyise the floor of Parliament nga ziwumbiddwamu abakulu abawerako ng'aba Honorable Macho bagenda ddala maaso okuba nga gyogerako. Latest information Parliament gye yatugamba nti olunaku olwokubiri bagenda kuba nga bagonjoolwa ensonga efaananako bweti. Yo private sector wakati awo yavaayo nesaba abasuubuzi obuteekalakaasa naye ate bo nga bayita mu kibiina ekya Kasita Uganda already bo oba bo baali basazeewo okusobola okulaba nga bateeka wansi ebikolwa. Okwekalakaasa kuno kwatandika ng'ennaku z'omwezi lumu wiiki gye tukubye emabega, era we twogerera kati babagambye bagendedde ddala maaso okubanga baddukanya business. Bo bagambye okukola kino beetaaga gavumenti eteeke ebyo byesazeewo mu kiwandiiko alwo nno bajja kusobola okulaba nga baddayo okukola business. Twogera kati ekiwandiiko ekyo bakyakirinda tebannaba kuba nga bakirabye. Kino nno kigenda kulekawo omulimu gw'obusuubuzi ogw'amajoola abaganda baffe abangula mu bitundu ebyenjawulo. Abasuubuzi bagamba tisenga gavumenti tetunula mu musolo guno eno abasuubuzi bagenda kudduka mu kibuga Kampala ate nno olwo kiba kigenda kukosa enfuna n'ennyingiza y'eggwanga lyattu erya Uganda. Ensonga ezo tukyagenda ddala maaso okubanga tuzirondoola era nazo tujja kubanga tuzikutuusaako maaso keeyo. Bannayuganda nate bangi ezimu ku ngeri gye basevingamu oba gye baterekamu ssente zaabwe abasinga bazeeterekera abalala baziteeka mu banka abalala baziteeka mu bitundu ebya insurance. Gwe twogera kati eggwanga lyattu Uganda lirina ebibiina ebikunukiriza nga mu 12 ezo nno ze kampuni eza insurance mu ggwanga lyattu erya Uganda. Bannayuganda bangi gye bavudde tebaagala kusevinga oba tebaagala kutereka ssente zaabwe nga bakozesa ebitongole bino ebya insurance ate era ebyafaayo bitulaga nti omuwendo gw'abantu abatereka sente zaabwe nga bayita mu bitongole ebya insurance gugendedde ddala wansi. Maaso kaawo tugenda kuba twebuuza insurance kyeki, lwaki Abannayuganda omuwendo gwabwe gukendedde era mu kiseera nga kino ekyembeera eya coronavirus ng'abantu abasinga sente bazinoonya tebaziraba, mu butuufu ate waliwo abazinoonya nga baziraba. Insurance ki eyeetaagisa? Lwaki omuntu yantadde sente ze n'aziteeka mu insurance ate ekyo kiyinza kumuyamba kitya? Maaso kaawo nja kuba negattako omukyala Zawedde onono ya assistant manager mu kitongole ekya Nick Insurance Companies. Tugenda kuba tukubaganya ebirowoozo ku nsonga lwaki omuntu yandisaanye okusevinga insurance ye insurance policy ki eyinza okumuyamba mu mbeera efaananako bwetyo. Ezimu ku nsonga basaba ne banyabo zetugenda okubanga tutunuulira nate olunaku lunene olutuyise olwa Monday mu program egenda okubeera enkulu. Kati nno gwe kyolina okukola kwe kusobola okulaba nga otwegattako ku social media platforms zaffe ez'enjawulo. Genda ku Smart 24 TV eyo no TV y'omusuubuzi, that is Facebook and Twitter. Ate ku YouTube genda kwe tuyise Smart 24 TV. Teeka mu UG tukole ojja kubanga program ene kutuukako buterevu. And of course mwina mwabandagada okubanga mututuukako physically we are located oba tuli ku plot 5 Commercial Road wano mitundu ebyennaggulu etusangibwa okubanga tubaweereza basaba ne banyabo okuviira ddala ku Monday paka Friday okuviira ddala enkya y'olunaku paka olunaku olweggulo. That is our dedication fenno okulaba nga tubatuusaako ensonga ez'ebyobusuubuzi abalaze batalaba fenno ze tutunuulira. And of course program yigi tukole basaba ne banyabo tuyina ensonga zenjawulo zetubatuusaako. Of course bibanda byensimbi tulaba forex, of course forex bureaus bibanda byensimbi forex rates okusinzira mu banks ezenjawulo, Bank of Uganda, Opportunity Bank and of course the Midwest Forex Bureau. Of course tutunula n'ebbeeyi y'ebintu gye tuyise the price of commodities okusinzira mu butale obw'enjawulo Nakasero, Kitintale, Nakawa, njogere kindeke kigwe gy'owangali olumu gy'embeera oba gyesitaba era ntubabuulira ebintu nga ebitambula ate we tuvaawo amaaso gaffe ne tugatunuuliza ne tukuba ttooki ne tugaayagaaya ku nsonga ez'entambula ku ludda olw'ennyonyi abasinga mu mbuzi ebintu by'ennyonyi bineno bigasa bitya. Of course tosobola kwogera ku business notayogera ku baganda baffe abaddukanya business both within Uganda and even outside Uganda, but of course ezo tugenda okubanga tutunulira enkyawunaku olwaleero kansoke netolemu katono ate ndooza bwe nsalawo nenkomawo ate nga ngenda kuba nkomawo kuba nawe manyi okyali nange tugenda kuba tutunulira forex rates, a price of commodities and then the flights according to Entebbe International Airport.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Basaba ne banyabo njagala kubaniza na tent mwakatwegatako enchaunako olwalero, of course nga tuvude mu nsonga ezimu ezibaddewo enchaunako olwalero. Katusoke tuyingire ate ensonga y'ebibanda by'ensimbi ze tuyise forex rates. Of course we bring to you Bank of Uganda, yona bank enkulu erungamya banks endala zonna mu ggwanga lya Uganda. Tutunulira Opportunity Bank, of course eno nayo zezimu ku bank eziddukanya ensonga y'emirimu mu ggwanga lya Uganda. Of course the Midwest Forex Bureau. Katusoke tulabe ensonga za forex rates ate ndo zagenda kubanga nkyatambula wamu naawe. Doza ensonga z'ebibanda by'ensimbi basaba ne banyawo muzirabye enchaunako volo. That is according to twise Bank of Uganda, Opportunity Bank and the Midwest Forex Bureau wetambudde enchaunako olwalimu abandi agadde okubanga mwekyuza kuside. Of course katulabeko, let's make a few analysis of course ku ludda olwa dollar and of course twise pounds. Bank of Uganda kantandike ndoza ne Bank of Uganda kubanga ye bank enkulu eyeggwanga erya Uganda basaba ne banyabo atolondoza ndyoke ntunulire Opportunity Bank and then the Midwest Forex Bureau. Bank of Uganda of course yerungamya abakulu banene abalala bonna 34 ze 13 mu bina mu nkaga mwenda ku ludda olw'okugula eno banka ya Uganda basebo ne banyabo ate 35 mu 85 eyo nno ku ludda olw'okutunda. This is according to Bank of Uganda. Of course kuludda olwa dollar. Kanda of course Opportunity Bank basebo ne banyabo. This is 34 13 mu nkaga mwenda zino 35 mu 85 eyo banka eya Uganda gye tuyise senkulu oba nankulu depending ngabo yagala okubanga ate ogiyita. Opportunity Bank yo ate dollar etambudde etya bano bo bali ku 34 ate 35 bank enkulu yeggwanga lya erya Uganda. Opportunity Bank bo ate nabo figures of course ziliko wagguluko katono kubanga of course ndoza baleka batunulira baganda baabwe banene aba Bank of Uganda abalungamya nabo ne basettinga pace. Ate of course ye Bank of Uganda bwetambudde nate encha y'olunaku n'olwaleero. Of course pounds is 1475 ate 1485. Of course ntunulide dollars and of course pounds nga bwe zitambudde wamu ate encha ey'olunaku luno eno olwaleero. Katulaba Opportunity Bank bwetambudde ngenda saa mukama wange ompe ku bubaka obwo ba Bank of Uganda nga tugivuddeko tulabe of course what we call the Opportunity Bank boy batambudde ku ludda olwa dollars and pounds. Of course bali kubadde ku 35 bali 36 and of course 135 genda kusalira de ku 34 bali ku 135 of course mu 5 ate bano bali ku 35 mu 5 ku ludda olw'okutunda and of course the small notes of course 133 ate 135 pounds of course ziri 148 ate 195 zokka bwezito bwezitambudde ku ludda lwe tuyise olwa Opportunity Bank bwetyo bwetambudde nate nayo enkya ey'olunaku luneno olwaleero baganda bange aba Midwest Forex Bureau bo baneno bawangalya mu bitundu bye tuyise ebya Nabugabo ate ne bitundu ebyenjawulo of course manyi nti Midwest Forex Bureau otera okubanga ogisangayo ate bo ensonga zitambudde zitya enkya ey'olunaku luneno olwaleero aba Midwest Forex Bureau of course dollar eri ku 335 of course mu 35 ate 335 mu 7 ku ludda luneno olw'okutunda. This is of course according to the Midwest Forex Bureau, and of course pound stands at 48 at 30 and then 50 of course 15 mu 10 mu 5 kansoke malize ne euro of course ziri 10 mu 10 mu 3 ez'eggwanga eryo lyennyini at of course ndi ku euros basebe ne banyabo, and then finally ziri 10 mu 3 zokka eza euro okusinzira ku kyetuyise the Midwest Forex Bureau bwekyo bwetambudde enkyawuna kolemu abandi agadde okusasula rent mwagala osasula emisaala mwandi agadde okutambula mugende mulye ku ssente mwandi agadde oyingirako obutale obw'enjawulo musobole okulaba nga mwedira ku ssente gwe kyokola either yingira Bank of Uganda ku State Square awo ojja kubanga ekizimbe ekyo okisangako of course olina okuyingirayo nga otaddeko mask bw'obanga ofunye omukisa oguyingira oyingirira mu opportunity okwekyusa ku ssente ezo, and of course era nawe olina okubanga otaddeko mask okulwanyisa ekirwadde ekya COVID-19. The same applies to the Midwest Forex Bureau just in case oli mu bitundu byonna noonya branches ezo weziri okusobola okulaba nga ate weefunira kasente kasobola okuyamba okutambula mu bintu ebyenjawulo. Of course bwe tuva mu bibanda by'ensimbi wandyagadde kati omaze ofuna kasenteko weetaaga okubaako kyokula. I've usually said nti one of the basic needs omuntu ze yeetaaga is food. Whether oba oli muwanvu oli mumpi oli mugagga okola otya olina okubanga bassebo ne bannyabo olya. Katusooke tulabe ate ebbeeyi ebintu bwetambudde mu butale nga Nakasero ate Kitintale ate wanene Nakawa Kaleerwe n'ebitundu ebyenjawulo. Ngenda kubanga program yugi tukole ne lwaki ovaawo ebbeeyi y'obutale yino naye kutuusiddwako. Is it, ladies and gentlemen, of course, from Katale ke Nakasero akono kasangibwa no Masekati ag'ekibuga kye Kampala kitwise the Central Division, one of the division that make up Kampala. Atewe tudda Kalero, of course, esangibwa mu Kawempe South. That is also another division that makes up Kampala as a district. Atewe tudda mitundu ebye Nakawa. Of course, Nakawa is both east and west. Kitintale ate ni Nakawa neno kukubo nako ensonga mzirabi. Of course, katsoke tulabe ate ebbeeyi y'enva nayo bwetambudde enkyawuna kolale mu butale obw'enjawulo. Basebo ne banyabo ensonga z'ebbeeyi y'ebintu bwezitambudde of course mu butale obw'enjawulo wano mu Masekati ag'ekibuga ekikulu ekya Salongo Erias Lukwago ekyo nno of course ye Lord Mayor ng'omuntu yalondebwa emyaka 45 agenda okubanga atwala ekibuga ekikulu eky'e Kampala. Ensonga y'ebbeeyi y'ebintu bwetambudde enkyawuna ku lwaliro kati gwe yandyagadde okubanga olina ssente of course okutandikira ddala ku nnusu 10 osobola okwefunira mwogos okusinza mu butale nga bwe tubalaze namwe abalina emitwalo 5 mitwalo 10 ndoza ensonga y'ebyobutale mugirabye. So don't get stranded tobeerawo n'ogamba nti don't get malnourished n'ogamba nti sijja kulya bulungi because I don't have money. As long as olina ssente ezitandikira ku nnusu 10 osobola okubanga obaako ekintu kyowefunira mu butale obw'enjawulo. Of course tugongera okubategeeza nti ebbeeyi y'ebintu eno ekyuka era we get this update every morning of course mu basasi baffe ab'enjawulo ababeera mu butale obw'enjawulo. So prices ezo tuzibawanga bwe ziri, but just in case you want to disagree ne prices ezifaananako bwe zityo osobola tukubira ku simu n'otugamba nti nimbye ebbeeyi y'ennyama ogitadde ku nnusu mutwalo gumu mu kakaaga naye ate kilo eri ku ssente bwe ziti. So of course tumanyi nti prices zino zikyuka okusinziira ku locations ez'enjawulo. Abantu abakulu abasinga zibatera okuba nga babeeramu. Bato betambudde basabone banyabo ku nsonga y'ebbeeyi y'ebintu. That is a price of commodities according to different marketplaces. Naye ate luno katwolekere galubindi zaffe ate tuziteeke ku Entebbe Road ate lwotwolekere ekisaawe ekikulu eky'Entebbe gye tulowooza nti kyekimu ku bisaawe ebiyimirizawo eggwanga lyattu erya Uganda. Of course ennyonyi ezisinga ekisaawe kino eky'Entebbe of course kiri located mu bitundu ebya of course tuli twolono twogera kati twogera city gye tuyita ey'Entebbe. Of course njogera city tenaba kubeera city government kwezimu ku city zeyafulumya 15 Entebbe egenda kuba yemu ku of course in the next financial year. But of course as a faithful person manyi nti egenda kubeera city, but of course initially eyo naina yali Wakiso ate kyetuyise Wakiso district. Basebo ne banyabo katusooke tulabe Entebbe International Airport update gyetuwa enkyawuna ku lwaleero okusinziira ku byentambula both kyetuyise arrival and departure and thereafter ngenda kuba atero nkoma nyongera okuteekako essira ku flights zino Entebbe International Airport zetwa. Kale basabone banyabo ensonga z'ebyentambula by'ennyonyi bweso bisambudde enkyawuna kolero. That is according to Entebbe International Airport. Of course bwetwogera ku arrivals tutegeeza ennyonyi eziva mu bitundu ebyenjawulo nga zingira mu ggwanga erya Uganda. Of course wenjogera it is exactly of course wenjogera essaawa eddakiika 5 ze zaakayita ku ssaawa zineeno 5 kati wetwogera kati at exactly 11:30 of course ennyonyi ya Rwanda Airways yonga eva mu bitundu ebyekigali already wenjogera kati eno ya landinze. Of course when you look at the schedule yo essaawa zino wetwogera kati erina okubanga it has already landed at the Entebbe International Airport kusawa mkaga neda chikatano. Of course Addis Ababa, that is Ethiopian Airways, na eja kubanga etambula eja kubanga basewa nebanyabo evam bitundu ebya Addis Ababa. Of course when we speak about the language of Addis Ababa, that is the capital city of Ethiopia. Eja kubanga nayo etuka kusawa mkaga neda chika 5 kusawa msamunda chika 15 Ugandan Airline eja kubanga nayo eva mu bitundu ebya Juba esobola kubanga ate eja waneno ku Entebbe International Airport at 1:20 exactly. Of course the Kenyan Airways will be leaving, of course setting off from Nairobi esobola okuyingira wano mu Entebbe International Airport ekyono kyekisaawe ekyeggwanga lyattu erya Uganda ku ludda olw'ebyentambula ebyennyonyi. Ugandan Airways still at exactly 1:40 ejja kubanga eva mu bitundu ebya Tanzania. When we speak Dar es Salaam or Dar es Salaam depending waje wasomera fabasomera ebiwero kipronouncing bwe kityo, nevertheless kasitoba ngo kitegedde ejja kubanga eva mu bitundu ebya Tanzania. Of course esobole okulaba nga eyingira waneno mu kibuga ekikulu eky'Entebbe at exactly 1:50. Ladies and gentlemen, still the same Ethiopian Airways ejja kubanga nayo esimbula eve mu bitundu ebya Addis Ababa esobola okulaba nga nayo egwa waneno mu kisaawe ekikulu ekyeggwanga lyattu ery'Entebbe at exactly sawa 11:25. Of course the Ethiopian Airways at the same time nayo ejja kubanga eva mu bitundu eby'Egoma esobola okubanga ejja waneno mu kisaawe ekikulu eky'Entebbe ate business esobola okubanga zitambula at exactly 5:45. The flight Dubai eyono ye airline ejja kubanga eva mu bitundu ebya Dubai nayo esobola okubanga ku ssaawa zino 11:45 ejja kubanga esembera ate esobole okugwa ku kisaawe ekikulu Echentebe, that is it to do with arrivals. Let me look at the departure. Yo bwetambude enchauna kola. Of course, wetogera ku departure. The language of departure tutegeeza nti ennyonyi eziri ku kisaawe ky'entebe ze zino wammanga era zijja kubanga zisimbula ku budde bwe tugenda okubanga twogera zisobole okubanga zoolekera ebintu ebyenjawulo. So erimmwe abangadde okubanga mutambula. Of course, if your plane is not part of this, then omanya bakulimbye. And of course, when you get a katiziri dakika 47 zakada ku ssaawa ezo. So at exactly 11, sorry, ku ssaawa mukaaga zennyini enyonyi emanyikiddwa ng'eya Rwanda egenda kubanga esimbula eve wano eyingire mu bitundu eby'e Kigali. Of course, DHA, that is according to the schedule of the Entebbe International Airport. The departure schedule indicate that Kigali banene bajja kuba bava ku kisaawe ekikulu eky'Entebbe bagende mu bitundu bye tuyise ebya Kigali at exactly 1:50 p.m. Of course, the Ethiopian Airways nayo ejja kubanga esimbula egende mu bitundu eby'e Goma at exactly ssaawa 7:05 wezinawera 8 abasinga mujja kuba muli mu kyamisana. Of course, ku budde nga butyo abasinga muli mu office, that is if depending ku mulimu gwokola. The Kenyan Airways of course nayo ejja kubanga eva mu kisaawe ekikulu eky'Entebbe egende mu bitundu ebya Bangui esobole okuddukanya business. And of course 2:30 Ugandan Airways enyonyi yaffe yennyini ya CR9 ejja kubanga nayo eyingira bitundu ebya Lusaka. Kanziruke enyingire Ethiopia zo wezinawera ssaawa 9. And of course abakulu abajja kuba basimbula bayingire the Ethiopian of course country gye tuyise ekibuga ekikulu tukiyite Addis Ababa. Of course eryo ligwange ya Ethiopia era ennyonyi ya Ethiopian Airways nayo ejja kubanga ekola omulimu ogwo. 3:30 of course wetwogera Juba twogera kati wano South Sudan. Of course the Uganda Airlines ejja kubanga nayo esimbula eyingire kye tuyise eggwanga eri abaganda baffe aba Sudan esobola okubanga nayo edukanya business. Last but not least ate ku ssaawa 12:15 of course the Ethiopian Airways ejja kubanga nayo twogera Ethiopian Airways of course twogera ku nsonga eza Addis Ababa. That is the capital city gye tuyise eyeggwanga lineeno erya Ethiopia at exactly 6:15 abasinga kufe tujja kuba mu dduka because of curfew ate esobole okubanga edukanya business ezifaananako bwezitano. Of course at exactly 6:45 p.m. zijja kuba ssaawa 12:45 ababoda kati bineno mujja kuba muli waka kafyu ajja kuba abakutte. So ebintu ebifaananako bwe biti ababoda ku ssaawa bweziti mwina kubeera waka. So mwina kubirabira ku TV kubanga zine ssaawa president yabagamba mwina kubeera waka. Maybe katumulinda ayogere. Maybe we have just about few days okumulinda nga ayogera. But of course the flight Dubai ejja kubanga esimbula eve mu bitundu ebya Uganda egende mu bitundu ebya Dubai. That is the departure schedule for the Entebbe International Airport. So mwabandi agadde okubanga mutambula of course simply get ready. What are documents zo kakasa nti ozirina mu ngalo, kakasa nti oziverify nze ozitunuddemu, kakasa nti zolina zentuufu. Oyinza okukwata report ye ya senior 6 nolowooza okutte documents ezente zikutwala ebweru. Of course why I'm giving that maybe kiddish example is yes dino bibeerawo n'otuuka mu ddwaliro ne bagamba nti leeta ebbaluwa ey'omusawo ogenda okwesanga okutte ekipapula kirala. So make your documents ready, prepare them, get to the airport of course 3 hours before the departure. Osobola okwetegeka, go through the customs. Osobola okulanga oyita mitendera emituufu omanyi ennyonyi egenda okutambuza esimbula ssaawa meka ogenda wa so that bw'otuuka eyo ate tobeera on the rush. It is important bassebo ne bannyawo obanga ogenda kutambula so that you have some of those different credentials. But of course tujja kuba n'abakugu ab'enjawulo abajja okwongera okutusomesa ensonga ezifaanako bwe zityo. Manyi nti baganda bange abawangala mu downtown mutambula and of course manyi nti business is getting back to normality. Of course slowly by slowly but I know tujja kwongera okulaba nga business zongera ddala okubanga ate zitambula. That is the update gye tulina basaba ne banyabo olunaku luno. Naye njagala okubaaniriza manyi nti gwe wakaneegattako nayinza okuva gye natandikira. Of course twatunuulidde ensonga enkulu ezibaddewo wakati mu wiiki. Gwe gy'obadde ng'oli marirax oli mu kulya ssente maybe ogenzeko Abu Dhabi otambuleko ogenza bitundu ebyeberi ffe tubadde tunoonya nsonga semasonga. That is our dedication. Of course we know if you want to go to bed with satisfaction you've got to wake up with determination. Bw'oba oyagala okugenda mu buliri ng'okkuse olina okuba nga wazuukuse ng'olina obumalirivu okutunuulira abalabi batalaba. Tugenda kyusa obulamu bwaffe basaba ne banyabo. Nze ntera okubategeeza buli lunaku nti olina ebintu biringanga 3 olina okukyusa endowooza yo. Perception towards life totally makes us different from how we look at things. Number 2 is attitude, how you respond to the different events of life. Basaba ne banyabo kikola ky'amaanyi abamu sikuffe tugamba nti tebisoboka, business tesoboka, bisoboka kubanga bw'otyo bolowooza. Ffe abasoma ebyawandika bitugamba the man thinketh so does he become. Nti ng'omuntu bw'alowooza bw'atyo bw'abeera. Bw'olowooza nti business tesobola era tejja kusoboka, bw'olowooza nti ebintu biganyira tebijja kusoboka, bw'ogamba nti nze sisobola era tojja kusobola. Teri muntu Katonda gwe yatonda nga talina busobozi. Buli muntu yenna Katonda gwe yatonda alina obusobozi in a particular area. So we cannot live live a life egamba nti tebisoboka. Abantu abasinga bonna abakoze business, when you look at the top business experts abasinga mu Uganda, talk about the shumu, yogera ku basajja nga Bitatule, yogera ku basajja nga Bambire, yogera ku basajja nga bava munno, njogere ki ndeke ki. All those guys have gone through the same levels of life. Bona bona bayise mu bisomoza bimu. Even up to right now, basabane banyabo businesses zichatambula because they have been able to look at life very different. So your perception as we begin the week is very important. Your attitude, that is how you respond to the different issues of life. Basabane banyabo kola kyama nnyo tufula abenjawulo. Abamu kufe tuli banjawulo, sikuba nti tuli banene, sikuba nti tuli bagagga. But we are totally different in the way we see things. We are totally different because of two things. Number one, because of how we look at things. Engeri gye tulabamu ebintu ate n'engeri gye tu responding towards the different events of life. Ezo nno ze zimu ku nsonga tosobola kutandika wiiki n'osuubira nti ogenda kulyanga omuddu. Bassebo ne bannyabo n'obanga ebintu obiraba ng'omulala bw'abiraba. Tosobola. You can't be different in business. Bw'obanga ebintu obiraba ng'abalala babiraba. Ebigenda okukuyamba okutunuulira ensonga ne otambula n'oyita mu bisomoozo eby'enjawulo. Yes, of course tufiiriddwa Abaganda baffe mu bizimbe wano mu masekkati ag'ekibuga eky'e Kampala. But you can't choose not to be, you can't be like any other person. Katonda teyakutonda kubeera nga muntu mulala yenna. Fenna tulina amaanyi gaffe ate tulina obunafu bwaffe. But of course for our interest is to help you identify weakness yo eridda wango oddukanya business. Bw'omala okumanya weakness weeri ate kiki ekigenda okufuula ow'enjawulo, because fenna tuli banjawulo, fenna tutuuka ku bye tutuukako because of our strengths ezituyamba okubanga tufuuka ab'enjawulo. Ffe program igi tukole kyekifuula ab'enjawulo ne tutunuulira ensonga enkulu ezigenda ddala maaso mu ggwanga erya Uganda, ne tuzibamu ttooki ne tuzimenyaamenya ne tuzimyumyula. We go into the in-depth okusobola okulaba nga ensonga ezo tuzikuteesaako. Of course enkyawunako olwaleero olunaku olw'eggulo Baganda baffe abawangalira mu bitundu by'omu kisenyi bavuddeyo ekizimbe ne kisobola okubanga kyagudde. Abakugu abakedde ku makyade balina peeni ne batugamba nti abantu 6 bo bafiiriddewo. Ne batugamba nti abalala bakoseddwa tetunaba kubamanya kati mugira mulindako batubulira. Ne batugamba nti Ssaalongo Erias Lukwago abaddeyo. Ezimu ku nsonga z'agambye nti mu COVID bw'obala ekibuga Kampala ebizimbe bimmeluse era ye mu lulimi lwa Ssaabasajja agambye nti ebizimbe bino mu butuufu tubiyite COVID buildings. Katusooke tulabe ebigambo. Of course Ssaalongo Erias tabadde yekka nga Lord Mayor, ekimufuula Lord Mayor nti abeera n'abakulu bakola nabo be bakansala. Kakati enkyawunako olwaleero omusasi waffe abadde butereevu n'ayogerako ne bakansala ne Ssaalongo Erias Lukwago. Zino ze zimu ku nsonga Ssaalongo Erias Lukwago zagambye ze weetaaga okubanga owulira mu program Uganda Tukole.
Moving permits. Fenna abakulembeze ab'ebyobufuzi ku cases ebatumma kibayita moving permits. Naye ng'ate obuvunaanyizibwa obulina okulondoola okola supervision buli eri ffe ng'abakulembeze naddala mu department yaffe gye ntwala.
Banyabo waliwo ebyuma by'abazungu mu bitegeera tugenda kubanga twongera okugiteekateeka sobola okubanga tugibateesaako. Muzikirize neetoolemu katono nnyo ate maasoka tugenda kwatunula ensonga ezo insurance. Lwaki Abannayuganda mwandisaanye okusevinga sente zammwe mu insurance? Of course given embeera efaananako bweti ate nga bwefaanana tugenda kubanga tutunuulira ensonga ezo. Kasooke tuwumulemu katono tugenda kubanga ate tukomawo.
omuggalo bagutwala abamu bagutwala ng'omugano abantu nga bagaliddwe waka nga wali kafyu alinga kafyu amaduuka masibe nga waliwo babakuŋŋaanyiza omusimbi gwabwe gye bagujje Mukama Katonda yamanyiyo nabo bennyini ne batandika kuguteeka mu bizimbe kati ebizimbe bingi ebikubiriddwa mu kibuga wano nga bikubiriddwa mu kaseera katono bakubirira nga bagamba bano ab'ebyobufuzi tubasibire waka tebajja kumanya kigenda mu maaso kubirira nga technical staff abamu nga babasibidde waka kati supervision naye nebeera nzibu na bino kakati bo ne bakubirira ne bazimba akazimbe so tulina ebizimbe bye bayita ebya covid kino kyekizimbe ekimu ku byo bino covid buildings ate bikyali bingi mu myezi kino kyokka ejja covid bingi nnyo ebiteekeddwa wano mu kibuga okutuusa nga bigudde oluusi tetumanya kati kyetwagala okukola olukiiko olukola ku bizimbe ne plans lunoonyereze lufeffete ebizimbe ebizimbiddwa mu biseera bino ebya covid birina pulaani tebirina bituukaganye n'omutindo tebituukaganye tufune lisiti ey'ebizimbe ebyo byo bigwe ku ttaka nga tebinatta abantu baffe era kino kyekisookerwako kikke ku ttaka n'abalala bamanye nti terigenda kuba manya ya nkoko nga bakola buli kye baagala mu mbeera efaanana bwetyo mwebale nnyo mwebalire
ensonga z'e Kampala abasibo ne banyabo muziwulidde oyo Salongo Elias Lukwago wamu ne bakansala be abatula ku lukiiko olukulu wano ku Kampala Capital City Authority abadde ayongera otuwa ekifaananyi ku kizimbe ekyagula ebitundu eby'omukisenyi n'atukakasa nti yes abakulu 6 bo baafudde ekyono kitalo nnyo nnyini ddala naye tugenda kuba ensonga ezo tujja zitunulako ndoza maaso keeyo of course tugenda kubanga netolamu katono betukoma tugenda kutunula ensonga za insurance Uganda abasinga mwe temwagala kusavinga na insurance ebyafaayo bitulaga of course saving rates eziyita mu insurance zongere ddala maaso kubanga zikendeera ate mu kiseera ekifaananako nga kino of course insurance policies nyingi naye lwaki omuntu yandikutte ssente ze n'aziteeka mu insurance policy that and more after this very short commercial break nja kuba negattwako mukyala zaawedde ono nno y'omu ku managers assistant manager mu kitongole ekya NIC Insurance Company.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart24, driving business. Driving business.
Basabo ne banyabo mbaniriza nate topic of discussion nze Fred Makubya ndi muzukulu wa Lusimbi onako olwalero esira tugenda kuliteeka ku insurance nze byafayo byembadde nine mabega mbadde manyo mwendo gw'abantu abateeka sente zaabwe nga bakosa insurance gukendedde naye bwe mbadde nsoma ka statistics akasembyeyo kandaze nti omuwendo mu butuufu gulinnya Abannayuganda bangi abasinga baagala okweterekera sente zaabwe ne baziteeka ewaka kubanga balowooza ebibiina ebya insurance ebimu si bituufu ebirala ate bituufu ebibiina we twogerera statistics zitulaga nti eggwanga lya Uganda lirina ebibiina ebikunukiriza mu 12 ezo ze insurance companies government zeyakakasa lwaki abantu balina okusavinga sente mu insurance era insurance mu kiseera nga kino balina policies eziwerako naye ku zonna zonna mu kiseera nga kino nga covid mu butuufu abadde atunyigiriza tuyinza kusavinga tutya sente nga tukozesa ebibiina ebya insurance nsobola okuba nga tuyambibwa negatiddwako zawedde Betty onono ye assistant manager underwriting mu kitongole ekya Nick Insurance Companies. Tugenda okubanga tunulya ensonga ezifaanako bwe zityo. Betty nsanyiza okulaba.
Nange bwente mwema kubuya.
Buuza kuba tulaba tulyoke tunulira ensonga ezikwata ku Bannayuganda.
Abatulaba mbalamusizzaako n'abatuwuliriza yonna gye muli. Amanya Betty Zawedde nkola ne Nick Life Insurance. Akakisa kano mwema kubuya nkakweyanziza okwogerera abalabi baffe basobole okwongera okutegeera lwaki omuntu yandisaanye okutereka ssente. Mu mbeera zonna eziriwo yandisobodde okusooka okuba mu ttooki n'alowooza okuterekako ne insurance kubanga emigaso mingi
gye tugenda okubanga tutunulira kati nno kyoyinza okukola nze osobola okunneegattako genda ku social media platform genda ku Smart24 TV that is Facebook and Twitter ate mu UG tukole ate bwoba oli ku YouTube genda kuteekamu UG tukole YouTube sobola okutunulira ensonga abalaze batatunuulira ffe ze tugenda okubanga tutunulira nze ngeyakulira Luwero nandyagadde okumanya insurance mwe mwakulira wano Kampala first class schools zenali eri wansi oli yandyagadde omanya insurance kyeki
insurance kigambo kya lulimi Lungereza ffe bwe tukigandawaza tukiyita insuwa abatulaba abali eyo olulimi tujja kulubbangako tugendeko mu Lungereza olw'ensonga z'okutegeera abamu batategeera Luganda naye nga ekigendererwa kyakutuusa nsonga eno oba message eno mu lulimi Oluganda ensi yonna lwekozesa olaba ni Samsung yatukoledde esimu ey'Oluganda
tujja kutuukayo
tuuse kakati insuwa ebeera ndagaano wakati wange nze eyayita insurer oba insurance company naawe atulaba ali eyo gwe tuyita insured okuba nti tujja kukaanya ku ssente zonna otusasulanga buli kiseera kye tukkaanyaako buyinza okuba omwezi oba buli luvannyuma lwa myezi ng'esatu oba 6 oba omwaka ne tukkaanya nti singa ekizibu kikugwako ky'oba osazeewo okusasulira insurance eno ebigwa bitalaze mu bulamu tuba tujja kuwa omutemwa gwa ssente ogulivaamu so ogenda okukola endagaano eno nga ne ssente ze tuli batukuwa oba ozimanyi so si kusayiningira kintu oba kukaanya ku kintu ate ne mutuuka mu maaso ne mutandika okusika emiguwa ate twakkaanya bwe tuti ate twakkaanya bwe tuti bwekidda mu life insurance lyetabi erimu ku bitundu bya insurance ngenda okunyonyola tuba tukakasa nti kyekino njogera life insurance ng'ettabi kubanga nva mu life insurance company nga bwe nanyonyodde mu kusooka however tulina insurance mu ttabi eddala eritakola life oba eritali lya bulamu likola ebintu nga insuwa z'emmotoka abasinga muzimanyi actually
awo tugenda kubanga tutuukawo
ge matabi ag'enjawulo agali mu insurance naye nga yo ndagaano ate tukwerako akatabo akakakasa nti yendagaano gy'okoze naffe mu buwandiike byetukkiriziganyako oba mu njogera oba by'otuwadde mu mpapula ne tubizza mu buwandiike obusembayo ne tusayininga ne tukuwa akatabo kunoobeera nako
tuyambeko tutegeere kyetuyise ebika bya insurance oyinza okuba obikonyeeko naye nga obikonyeeko katono bimenyemenye eri omuntu wa bulijjo omanyi ebiseera ebisinga mmwe abatukulira ebitongole bya insurance mujja ne musomesa omuntu wa waggulu naye ng'omuntu wa waggulu gwe musomesa okusingira ddala abimanyi naye nga baklayanti bamwe be musinga okutuukirira be bali wansi eno okutandikira ku State Square n'okudda wansi ebika bya insurance nyamba omenyereyo biri bimeka era byo byebirwa
amatabi abiri agasinga aga insurance yenyisuwa ey'obulamu ngenjogeddeko life insurance ne insure etali ya bya bulamu tetuyita non life insurance tugiyita general in particular coveringa buli kimu kyomanyi tekikwatagana na bulamu bwa muntu tuyina amamotoka gaffe tuyina properties ng'amayumba tuyina abantu abatambuza ebyamaguzi byabwe mu mamotoka wakati w'emmeeri ku nnyonyi tuzita goods in transit tuyina abantu abatambula okugenda mawanga g'ebweru beetagisa travel insurance tuyina insurance ey'okujjanjaba tetuyina health insurance ebyo gonna matabi naye under the non life lwaki zo tuzitunulira nga zisasula omutima gwazo buli luvannyuma lwa mwaka nti omwaka bwe guggwako oba tokyalina cover okay oba toli insured so oba weetaaga okuddamu n'ogirenewinga singa oba okyayagala kampani mwe wagikoledde so nga tosobola ogikolera mu kampani endala naye life insurance is life obulamu tebulina kkomo
nga tuna bagenda awo wakino mukira non insurance nga ebintu byendi mu kuinsuringa of course from the expertise point of view emotoka it is also part of life so lwaki tubiyita non insurance naguzi zange ziri ku mmeeri all these also complement life lwaki tuziyita non insurance
much as they complement life naye ebirina bulamu byo nga byo your interest in them to affect your position of finances in the future kyetutunuulira interest yo mu kintu ekiyinza okugwa ku property yeeyo nekuleetera financial instability gye bujja kaŋŋambe emmotoka yo much as facilitating obulamu okugenda mu maaso naye ate singa eba etomeddwa obanga otomedde obanga ebbiddwa obanga ekwatiddwa omuliro eba eweddewo okugizaawo kujja kukosa ensawo yo mu byensimbi so kati awo bwotwala insurance faataawo wetuyingiriramu ng'ofunye obuzibu obwo ku mmotoka yo ne tukuliirira nga bwe twakkaanya n'otakosebwa mu byanfuna ne tukuzaayo ku mbeera w'obadde nti emmotoka yo ebadde ekuyamba ekutambuza era mu mbeera mwebadde bwe biba byamaguzi ebitambula nti biba bikutte omuliro oba emmeeri yaguddemu oba amazzi gayingidde mu container ne tuyingirawo kasita obeera nga wafuna insurance ku bintu ebyo ne tukuddiza ssente ezenkanankana obubadde mu bintu byobadde ofiiriddwa ne tukuddizaawo nti ne bweba ebintu tobizizza naye ssente zobadde osuubira okugyamu zikuddizibwawo noddawo n'oterera mu bizinesi yo
tusoke tumale because waliwo ebibuuzo bingi ebiri wakati awo kyemmanyi mu field eyo gwe n'abakulu abalala ebibuuzo mu bisanga so this is non insurance non life insurance ey'obulamu yo yeeriwa
kati ey'obulamu gye nsobola okunnyonnyola ate okusinga kubanga gye nkola ey'obulamu ekwata ku bulamu ng'obubwo life is and in the element of life you being alive is what we call life ebintu ebikosa obulamu bye tujja okutwalirako insurance kati nga gwe mwami Makubuya bw'oba onotwala life insurance ojja kwetaaga okukaveringa ebintu ebigenda okukosa obulamu bwo oluusi n'abantu b'olabirira katugeze olwadde ekintu nga kansa sigambye nti okirwadde naye birwadde bye bisinga okutojjanyaolesi kyakulabirako kati olwadde kansa bagogenze mu ddwaliro bakugambye ono kansa n'eddagala erimujjanjaba n'ensimbi ezigenderako mpitirivu bw'oba obadde olina ku ssente n'otandika okwejjanjaba ebyenfuna birina engeri gye bigenda okukosebwa biserebe abantu b'olabirira ewaka bajja kuba nti embeera mwobadde obatambuliza mu bulamu ekyuka naawe kennyini embeera y'ey'obulamu ekyuka bw'oba obadde kaŋŋambe otambula oba ovuga mmotoka yo oba otambula ku kkubo n'okoonebwa n'ofuna akabenje n'okosebwa omubiri kaŋŋambe oluusi amagulu gagendeddemu oba oluusi omenyesa omugongo olubeerera ne bagamba omanyi okujjanjaba tukujjanjabya owonye naye toliddamu kukola ki kutambula kitegeeza emirimu gyo gigwotaanye ebyo byebintu ebikosa obulamu so awo oba akola insurance eya life tuvaayo ne tukusasula omutemwa bwe twakkaanyaako nga tusayininga endagaano eri era obeera ozimanyi nti nfunye obuzibu bwe buti n'obuwulira insurance oba oweereza email baba tutera okuba nga tutuwadde email addresses zaffe n'oweereza email n'otubuulira oba n'owandiika ebbaluwa oba n'otuma omuntu oba n'okuba essimu kuba ezo zonna mbeera mwe tusobola okuwuliziganya ensangi zino n'otubuulira nti bannange ensonga bwe nti yantuukako tanga ffe tukebera tamanya gange geegano polisi ennamba yange yeeno nga tukebera nga tukakasa teye abadde asasula jjukira nagambye titukkaanya ku muwendo gw'olisasulanga okusobola okufuna okuwulirirwa okwo singa obuzibu bwakuguddeko so omutemo ogwo olina okuba nti ofuba okulaba nti okituukiriza mu nsasula kuba olwokuba nti twogera ku life bw'oba tosasudde premium eyo kikosa obulamu bwo tetumanyi oba bugenda kuggwaawo enkya nga leero lwosembye okusasula kati webuggwaawo enkya nga wasembye okusasula jjo oba tolina kava kyolina okukola nti bwema neyama mwezi mu mwaka oba myezi 6 tuukiriza okuba nti osasudde kuba kijja kukosa wonooba tosasudde n'oyitako ate oluusi nga totubuulidde nti bannange nafunamu ku buzibu munsaasire tusobodde kusasula mulina ebbanga munkwatiriremuuko awo nno wabaawo enjawulo ddano omuntu atayogera ate sente nga tezijja so tulabika nti polisi ejja kuba eweddewo
ebintu bino nga byangu byakwogera but implementation yabyo simanyi bwobeera wansi eyo omanyi ffe ababeera eno waggulu ne wansi tukkayo olumu obeera eno waggulu nosettinga polisi n'otuuka wansi nga implementation yazo nina eddwaliro limu lye nali nkolako naye mukama wange naŋŋamba nti nze wajja omulwadde nga wa insurance oyo nze kansasule ya naadiringa ne insurance nti ekisooka ne wabawo obuzibu sente zirwawo okujja but also secondly emmotoka yange bana akagigula nga nyitadde mu insurance nekwata omuliro mu just nakubiri nga ne sente ze nabagamba contract temunabakola embeera efaananako bwetyo mmwe mugiraba mutya ye mufunira wa
sijja kugamba nti sente zirwawo okujja as per se weewaawo oyinza okuba nti ofunye obuzibu weetaaga okulirirwa gwenga gwe sente ozeetaaga mu nnaku 2 naye mu nnaku 2 ekyo okusinziira ku kyoba otubuulidde nti bwe buzibu obukutuuseeko for example emmotoka ekutte omuliro mu nnaku 2 nga watutte polisi sijja gamba nti nno kiba kya bulimba makyazirina ekyobulimba kisoboka okukola ki okubaamu so okwewala okuba nti nno obulimba oba olina kyogoba okufuna oba magendo ngaago tujja kuteekamu ba investigator
emmotoka eggwawo investigator wakolera ogende ku polisi
mu nnaku 2 ezakusigaza muliro ng'etutumuka
ya motoka
kati emmotoka tugirabye naye emirundi egisinga abantu batera okukola baleetawo embeera ey'okuba nti aba ayagala oluusi okwoza mu ssente z'enkyafu aziize mu insurance kyetuyita money laundering
timbawadde ssente zange nyingi naye zikomawo zitya
kakata nti sooka owulirize tulina embeera eya money laundering muze abalina ssente nyingi bagukozesa okufuna obugagga baleeta ssente ze bafunye mu mbeera enkyamu oba kutunda biragalalagala ng'ebyo ne basasula ssente ezo ze bafunye mu polisi za insurance ng'ezo mu bungi bwazo bwe tuba tukkaanyizaako nti insurance bwe ojagala tujja gikuwa ku ssente bweziti conditions ziri bweziti terms ziri bweziti nakkiriza n'abasasula oba kakadde kekalamba buli mwaka oba n'abasasula oba billioni z'emmeka kakati mu mbeera eyo gwe tomanyi bwe yafunye ssente ezo makyazo omubuuziza n'agamba ssente nazifunye mu makubo matuufu so okwewala ebyo incident bwetyo bwegudde tusooka ne tuteekamu aseesa ekisooka ajja kutubuulira oluusi emmotoka ebadde ya mwaka ki tumanye ebbali entuufu kuba oluusi mumanyi n'okutugamba nti emmotoka eyange ya $5,000,000
nsooka ompe nze ntereeza ekidduka kyange ffe tugira bwe buba bulamu nti abadde covid njaga kwejjanjaba sooka ompe nejjanjabe bino tubiddeko after
polisi eyo ebeeramu terms and conditions ne tukubulira nti bwe tunagenda kusasula claim yo tujja kutwala ebbanga bwe riti tobakali zijja kuba naku 7 ku claim nga ya muliro ogw'emmotoka for example oba ejja kuba naku weeks 2 olw'okuba nti tujja kukola bwetu ne bwetu ne bwetu so ogenda okusigninga contract eyo ebyo byonna olina okuba nga obisomye n'otegeera nti ekizibu bwe kiti bwe kijja makyazi nja kuba neetaaga ssente mu bwangu twakkaanya ebbanga lijja kuba bwe riti lwaki oluusi incidence eyo ebezze naye nga tekosezza ggwe wekka tulina yavudde eggulu tulina yavudde aluwa naye ate nga mwena twetaaga okukola ki okuba saaviisinga so kye tusobola okukola kwe kwewa obudde obutuufu obusobola okutumala on average fair on ourselves and fair to you the customer nti mu weeks 2 polisi weba ya burglary tuba tugimaze mu weeks 2 oba wiiki emu polisi weba nga motor accident tuba tugimaze lwaki tulina garaji zaffe ntojja kujja emmotoka yo bweba efunye obuzibu gireete tugirepairing mu weekend oba oyina emmotoka yo
olowooza eyo bureaucracy si byebimu ebiremeseza ffe bamuzzukulu ba Walusimbi okukwata ssente zaffe tuzise mu insurance
sijja kugamba bwe ntyo abamu balina bubeezi ndowooza nti insurance tesasula ate ng'ekyo kyadda kyobola nti kati ba players abali mu insurance industry bangi
olowooza ki balowooza bwe batyo abantu babeeramu bamanyi ne
babeeramu bamanyi yes naye abamu endowooza oluusi ekusigalamu busigazi nogamba ate abantu abasinga bwe batyo beb'emyaka emikuluku lwaki kubanga bo babeerawo insurance yali ekolanga bwetyo kati bogezako okubanyonyola nti bannange ekintu kyakyuka tebaka tulina ba players bangi buli omajja kusavinga customer we mu ngeri esaanidde nti customer tojja kubeera eyo gamete insurance nzija kugamba nja kusasula leeta wano sente zo era bwofuna claim yo nga nkusasula so kijja nekikusikiriza nekikutwaza ne kumala gamba olaba bujja twalinga tulooza insurance tesasula insurance esasula kikino so abantu tuyitiridde okubeera abangi ba players mu insurance kiwa omuntu leverage okutegeera nti okay it's not a game of gambling, it is a straightforward thing.
Katsoka tumulemu katono basebole banya tukyatunulia ensonga za insurance mukyala za weda tugambe nayo olumuje bagenda wansi ando agamba nza akasente akange kankasimira ekinyaka take wansi sisobola kawa bitongole bya insurance tubera kwa tunuli tutanye ensonga tunena amateeka agafuga insurance mu ggwanga erya Uganda nze Fred Makuya ni muzukulu wa Lusimbi atende mukyala za wede naye muzukulu wa Lusimbi katukomewo mu kifundo ekyokubi ze ensonga zetugenda kubanga tutunulira
Smart 24, driving business. Smart24, driving business.
Basebo ne banyabo njagala okubandiza mwe bakatwegatako tuli mu program Uganda tukole nze Fred Makubya ndi muzukulu wa Lusembi ndi ne mchala zawedde Betty onon assistant manager and right under insurance waneno ku Nick Insurance Companies masekati agechibuga eche Kampala tutunulira ebimu ku bibuuzo abana Uganda bye tusiba twebuuza ku bitongole ebya insurance. Of course byo bigenda byeyongera ate buli olabe ekintu nga kyeyongera mu namba either baba bafuna o wabeerawo otherwise ndine Betty yatuyamba okunyonyola ensonga tumalirize ensonga yagoni mwina obwairo bwe muteeka muwandika ebipapula nga bingi nnyo ne mbeera mu obwairo bwe mukweka mu ndeeyo nga buli very fundamental nze mmala kugwa mu buzibu ne mundaga nti kano tewakasoma mutufu nga saakalaba.
Sijja gamba nti oli mukyamu naye ate era sijja kuwagira nti kyogamba kituufu olw'ensonga nti ebintu bikyuse. Regulator waffe oba omulungamya waffe, yes, regulator, the Uganda Insurance Regulator, atuteekerawo amateeka gajja n'akolako inspections around companies at different intervals okujja okulaba nti byatugambye okukola tubigenderako. Ekimu ku byo byebigambo ebikolebwa mu butabo obwo byabeeranga bingi ate nga obunyukuta buwandiike mu butono. So ng'oluusi kijja kumalamu omuntu amaanyi okutandika okusoma, oluusi amaaso tegalaba, oluusi n'obungi bw'ebintu ebimu abantu tebaagala kusoma. Naawe kennyini oluusi wali muntu wakubala nnyo ng'ebigambo by'okusoma literature bikumalirako ddala emirembe kati n'obikako bubisi n'otuka ku ssaawa eri ne bakutunuuliza ekintu ng'ekyo. So regulator yajja n'abikyusa n'atugamba policy wording ezo ezibeera mu butabo bwo bw'ogamba musoka ziyisa wange nga temunnaba ku approvinga product oba plan gye mugenda kutunza abantu nga bwe musazeewo okuyamba abantu okutuukiriza ebyetaago byabwe. So asooka n'aziyitamu n'atuwa standard format oba font gye tulina okukozesa nti erina okuba nti n'omuntu asobola okusoma toyinza gamba nti kino saakiraba okujjako ng'oli ddala mulwadde w'amaaso naye ate n'abalwadde b'amaaso ojja kugenda bakujjanjaba amaaso oba oluusi obaako omuntu omulala agenda okukola ki okuyamba n'akusomera n'akuddira mu so ekyokuba nti notolaba ekyo tekiriiwo ate n'ebigambo byakendeera. So omuntu oli wa ddembe ate ekirala mu policy ezo oba omaze ogisayininga tuteekamu clauses eziyamba omuntu okuba nti ddayo eka soma wekkaanye tegeera kyemwakkaanyako kyekiri mu katabo mu buwandiike amannya g'abantu g'otadde mu geego tebagawandiise bubi kubuzaabuza zawedde ate kusoma nga oba zawadi kubanga ate abo babeera bantu ba
nti oli zawedde onasome zawadi typing eyo efuula omuntu nga wanjawulo nze mbeera muganda mu zawedde naye zawadi ate abeera waggwanga ddala so kati ne bapresentinga muba si mwe bamu bwe mwakkaanyako mu kusooka ate nga ebyoluusi nabyo bimanyi okuleeta obuzibu ng'okusasula kutuuse kubanga abantu betu batwogerako baba banjawulo so olina okuyitamu ne wekkaanya kyenabagamba kyekyo kyetakkaanyako kyekino omutemwa gw'ensimbi gwe ngenda okusasula gwe guno mu luvannyuma ze ssente zino ze ngenda okufuna ze zino ze twalaba bw'oba tokkaanya na birimu omwo nti oba conditions ziriwe ziti kino kiriwe kiti kino tewakitegeera tukuwa ebbanga lya mwezi mulamba z'ennaku 3 nojja n'otugamba akatabo sijja kakkiriza olw'ensonga bweti ne bweti sitegedde nze sijja genda maaso na insurance oba muddemu munnyinyonnyole mala okutegeera ne bw'oba osasudde ssente ze z'omwezi ogusooka kubanga gwe mwezi ogusooka gwe tukuwanga omaze okusayininga ssente ze zo zikuddizibwa policy neesazibwamu. Is this a general policy nti mweneba regulator gyayisa nti tekwata kumwe mwekabula n'abalala bonna for fairness tetwetaaga kubeera nti ffeffe kaffe tufunamu kubanga business n'omuntu gw'oweereza alina okubanga omubalirira nsimbi zaateekekamu ezize okuba nti ajja zifuna gye bujja so alina okuzirwanirira naawe omuyambako okulaba nti mu buyaye bwe mugamba nti oba tuli babbi oba kigambolinga nti scam nga bwe mutuyita si kye tuli so byebyo ebifaananyi bye tugezaako balaga nti out of fairness ekyo nakyo nkikuwa so tekwesobola kuyitako nnaku 3 myezi 2 n'olyoka ojja oluvannyuma n'ogamba nti kino saakiraba kino saakitegeera nga twakuwaala awo ensi eyo adressi zaffe zibeeramu amasimu gabeeramu emails zibeerako ba agency baffe oba osobola okuddamu n'obalaba kuba omuntu yakuguza ekintu ekituufu
ate asobola kujja neyekyusa n'agamba simumanyi tekisoboka.
Oyogere ku nsonga ya gambling and scam n'abatuba premium ffe insurance companies ezisinga tolaba bakulu nga bazze ku ground ba representative bajja and of course wabeerawo instances omwadde sente ezimu zituuse endala tezituuse. You've heard of all these things bwenga at least abadde amaze mu sector n'ebbanga eriwerako. So bano how do I handle ensonga ezifaanako misinterpretation, stealing premium, sente z'abantu z'abasuubuzi, ensonga ezifaanako bwe zityo oyinza zogerako kyoba tuyinza zitereza tutya?
Sisobola gamba nti teziriimu.
Nawe okimanyi gyeziri?
Yes, gyeziri tuziraba naye tetusobola gamba nti tetuzinogedde eddagala. Ba agents abamu bajja kujja oluusi akasente takawezezza bulungi ate alina ekyetaago. Customer amwesize amuwadde cash we. Naffe tuli bantu nange nsobola okubeera customer ewala nange kisobola okuntuukako.
Zino sente zange tulina zigandamu. Nze mukama wange bwampa wano sente.
Kakati abantu ng'abo of course information ejja kuva wa customer bw'olaba oluusi omwezi guyiseeko nga tasasudde ogamba katolo njogera ku police already gye mumaze okukanyaako ng'endagaano giwadde customer. Kati omwezi guyiseeko kuba kati tuli ku cash and carry tetukyasasula nti bw'ojja n'osayininga contract tatojja kusasula oluvannyuma lw'emyezi 3 ng'ofunye ssente. Tulinga supermarket bw'oyingira n'onoonya ky'oyagalamu bw'okifuna ng'ogenda wali ng'osasula ng'ogenda n'ekintu kyo yenkola kati
oba tokifunye ogenda. This also applies to insurance nti buli mwezi nja kuteeka emitwalo 3 bwe zinnema.
Kakati nakyogeddeko naye sokoliddeko okunsalawo ojja kumpugula nve omulamu asagala kuyita waawo. Mbadde ngezaako okunyonyola nti tukiraba nti omuntu wamaze okusayininga contract ye tulinda omwezi oguddako n'oguddako n'ebbanga eriddako lyeyeeyama okusasula. Bwe liyitako nga tasasudde tujja kukubira ekisimu. Lwaki? Policy eyo egenda mu state gye tuyita mu insurance language as a lapse. Lapse kitegeeza benefits z'obadde osuubira okufuna nga bwe twakkaanya oba tojja zifuna olw'ensonga nti omutemwa gw'olina okusasula tegukoze ki teguzze. Buli lw'okyusamu mu nsasula si kukyusa buli lw'olwawo okusasula policy eyo ekyuka kina effect. Bwe ndaba nga tezizze nkwata essimu n'enkuba negamba mwami Makubuya munnange nno policy eyo watugamba tulina okusasula nga 27 twakebedde mu banka gye wasalawo okusasulira ssente ezo naye nga teri ssente ababanka we batugambye tukoze tutya. Policy eyo munnaye egenda kukola ki kugenda mu lapsi singa ekizibu kyonna kiba kikutuuseeko abantu bo bajja kusigala mu bbanga oba nawe kennyini ojja kukola ki ojja kusigala mu bbanga. Kati awo n'oŋŋamba hasimanyi kyabaddewo naye kanziweereze ku mobile money wano kubanga tuba ne options za mobile money nazo tuzibagabira nogamba ku mobile money Airtel MTN oweereza bwoti ne bwoti ne bwoti nezijja noteekamu amanya go nti mwami Makubuya ogwo mwezi ne tugavaringa. Naye ate oluusi ojja kuŋŋamba sente zo nga naziweereza naziwa agent gundi. Kakati awo wetutandikira kyobadde ombuuza nti sente tezituuse. Kati awo agent wentandikira munnange nakubidde customer awo n'angamba yaweereza ssente kuba ino teziriiyo nga tezinnaba kutuuka kiki oba oluusi n'apalapalanya oluusi n'okubulira ddala. Kati awo bw'aba akyali active business z'abaleeta tutandika okuzikomako. Lwaki? Kumubonereza asobola okukavalinga sente ziri. Tumuteekako ne surveillance eza poliisi bw'aba asazeewo okwekweka. Yes, kuba oluusi tojja kumanya bameka bakikoze mu bbanga eryo bw'otunuulira omuntu omu oba otunuulidde kitono kitunuulira ona biga.
So nze kati ng'omusuubuzi do you compensate because okakasiza nti sente naziwa omukozi wammwe obuzibu ne buba nga buli wammwe so nze olwo bwemba anyway nina evidence nti namuwa do you compensate me
kati awe mbadde nzija nti weetaaga okuba ne evidence nti owadde omuntu bwati sente for your premium kuba buno ngamba bugambi by word of mouth nti namuwa sente azireete sina bukakafu oluusi oluyinza okubeera ng'owaayiriza oba nawaawo omwezi oyagala oyitirewawo bwotyo ng'ogamba nti wasasula naye nga mumaziba towakola ki.
So ogamba kyandibadde kyabuvunaanyizibwa nsonyi okati nation nti kyandibadde kyabuvunaanyizibwa nti any insurance company oliwo omuwa ssente because agent akola on behalf of the company yandibadde ampa ekiraga nti muwadde ssente.
Yes. Ate naawe n'okuba eno okakasente ssente ozituusizza kwegamba it's a two way bube buvunaanyizibwa bwo nga customer waffe nti bw'oba wadde omuntu ssente ku lwa poliisi eyo gye tulina notifying ko omuntu omulala si kindi nti oli alifuna ebizibu bingi nnyo sente zo nazipalapalanya kuba nawe batozifunye mu makubo mangu nnyo sente nzibu yakutuuyanira kati sitomala gawaayo bwotyo sente zo wa agent ate ekirala tugezezaako okudiscouraginga okugaana bakasitoma bafe okuwa sente ba agents nti cash kozesa mobile money transactions kuba tubeera tuziwadde mu butabo bwammwe kozesa bank details bw'oba wasalawo okusasulira mu bank ate ekyo kikuwonyana nnyo lwaki nti osanyininga omulundi gumu wekyolina okukola kulaba nti sente zibeerayo muki mu account so fennaku bwe zituuka zeweeyamata buli 25 wabeerayo sente nze olwo mujja okutoolanko sente zange eza insurance era bwe zituuka fe nga tunotifyinga ababankayo walingamba Mwayimakubo yalina polisi yaffe esasula kuva eyo 25 oluuno olutuuse lwankya oba lwa nnaku 2 ezibulayo tusaba muweereza eki sente z'emitwalo 15 gyasasula buli mwezi ne baziweereza so awo gwe tobiriimu kati awo kyetujja okukola tujja kuweereza confirmation message eya receiving of your premium tugambye naye Mwayimakubo yatweyanziza nnyo sente zo zatuuse tukuweereza ku email oba tukuweereza ku simu engeri y'empuliziganya yonna gy'oba watuwa mu options ze twakugamba mu application eri gye tuyita proposal form bw'oba wagijjuza n'obituwa ze nkozesa ze tuba tugenda maaso okukozesa okujjabo okwebaza nti sente zo zituuse n'omanya nti zituuse oba tulina abantu abalina abakozesa ng'aba gavumenti oba okolera kampani ng'eyo ngamba wano mu kampani yaffe tujja kubeerawo abantu batano abagenda okusayininga polisi eya life mu Nick Life Assurance ogamba mukama wamwe ng'abasalangako ku musaala gwammwe nga tannagubawa n'aguweereza eno.
So what happens mukyala Zawedde kansoke abatulaba okukosa abanga twegattako leero essira tulitadde wiiki ng'etandise tuzitadde ku nsonga ya insurance of course tukozeseza mukyala Zawedde Betty akola ne Nick Insurance yali mu kutuyamba okutegera dynamics zino tuli mu covid bansazeeko naye nabagamba nti kampuni bweba ensasula mulina kujja ku kampuni ne kampuni tensasula naye eri crippled embeera efaananako bweto simanyi oba mugisanze naye nkola n'ekitongole X and Y and Z kyangamba buli 3 mu kimpa omusaala kati either bantemako oba bantemako n'omusaala oguli less than sente zino okujja mu kitongole kya insurance embeera efaananako bwentyo nyinza ngitandikire wasikyalina mulimu okusevinga mu mbeera efaananako bweti manyi nti ezo challenges nga expert muziwulira
kankuzeeyo katono emabega agent aba yabbye sente customer waffe tujja kumuggyako license tajja kuddamu tukolera kubanga emize gibeera mibi gye batusiiga erimwe ne mulowooza nti sente zammwe bazitwala tuba tetufuddeeyo naye ate naffe tukukubiriza gwe customer waffe ali eyo omulungi atulaba n'atuwuliriza nti sente zo kozesa engeri endala ey'okuba nti tozigabidde agent kuzituleetera bw'oba gwe tosobola kutambula kwereetera cash wo mu office zaffe gye ziri teeka ku mobile money details tuba twazikuwa mu katabo ako oluusi kozesa n'ennamba z'essimu bw'owulira nga kijja kukaluubiriza okuddayo okunoonya akatabo gye wakateeka tukuddamu ne tukubuulira nti toyanziza tukubirako details z'osaba zezino n'oziwandiika n'osobola okukola ki okusasula ssente zo otherwise tubakubiriza nnyo okusasulira mu bank oba ina bank account tukole ekyo kiba kyanguwa yes kiba safe yes so temulowooza nti tuba tetufuddeeyo ku bantu batwala ssente zammwe nedde kyekifaananyi si kirungi Mwayimakubo yakyobadde ombuuza kibadde ku
circumstances nga zino of course katuyingire covid
circumstances za covid
eza covid n'eddala zonna zonna nakugamba nti smart bwena nsasula nga 31 jako emitwalo 4 zigende wano kati bansaza omusaala nfuna 2
mu mbeera ya covid embeera ya covid terina gwe yasanga nga yeetegese buli omu kyamugwira ne kimuyisanga bwe kimuyisizza n'okutuusa lwaleero abasinga tetunnaba nakudda ngulu nange neetwalira mu ngeri emu
obendamwe mukola
oyinza okugamba nkola naye munnaye tekyakozesa sijja kwogera buli kimu nkirambulole nkimaleyo ebyo bireka eri naye nga mu ngeri emu eddala buli omu yakosebwa so omuntu yali asasula premium n'akosebwa ogwa covid twakitegeera nti emirimu giyimiridde emirimu bwe giyimirira abakozi tebakola bwe ziba zibadde products zemukola teri bagenda zigula kuba n'abazigula nabo baba basiba ate era tezijja kukolebwa kuba n'abakozi baba bayimiriza tebajja kujja ku mirimu kola kikola so ne company zikozesa abantu nazo ne zifuna okugootanibwa bwe kutyo mu byennyingiza zaabyo so omuntu atasasula premium ffe twawawo abantu waazi emyezi 6 bannange mube basanyufu musiime emyezi 6
is this a general policy and regulator yagiyisa oba buli company enengeri gyekola ina police zayo sijino police nti Uganda Insurance Regulatory Authority
sijja government regulation authority ebaako weekoma kuba ogwayo gwa kulungamya so sate kuyingira nnyo wansi kulaba ngeri gye mugenda kukwasaganya mu bakasitoma mu bintu nga bino nga bizze katataawo we tuyingirawo ffe ngaffe kasitoma wange mwami Makubuya muyambye etya mu mbeera ng'eno saagala mufiirwa olw'ensonga bweti ne bweti macha zisiyingiza naye ate nga kitegeerekeka kubanga tali yekka it's a country wide and a nationwide and worldwide event so twawawo abantu emyezi 6 nti mu myezi 6 okuva lockdown wetandise naddala eri yasooka natubawa nti emyezi 6 tojja kusasula katubayambe emyezi 6 bwe giggwako tandika okusasula polisi esobola okukola ki ogenda maaso kuba atojja kumanya ekinajja kinajja ebintu ebikosa obulamu nyinza okuba saabimanye mu kusooka tulina obulwadde obusobola okukulwaza n'ogongobala lubeerera kituyita critical illnesses ng'ezo zibeeramu abalwadde b'emitima oba kansa ng'ezo critical bintu nga kale mukulowooza nja kuleeta ebifaananyi ebirala gye buddako ne bikugongobaza n'obeeraawo oluusi ofunya akabenje amagulu ne bagatemako oluusi afunya akabenje amaaso ne gaziba amatu ne gaziba obwongo ne buwunga nga tokyalinga gwe nga webeeranga nti osobola okukola n'oyimirizawo abantu bo so embeera ezo n'okufa bannange tusooke tunuulira ensonga y'okufa abantu tugitya naye okufa teeka lya buli muntu ekyo sijja kirumamu ate sijja kyetoola
buli muntu azaalibwa ekiseera kirina okutuuka nga
kampisonekate tulyetegekera abantu abaali tebasasudde ssente mu myezi 6 gye twabawa omuntu yandibadde asima kuba twakkiriza polisi ziggwako mu myezi 3 gwe mwezi gumu polisi nelapusinga kyenayogeddeko naye tukuwa emyezi 6 naawe baweesaana okwekuba mu ttooki kati awo tetenkanya okoza otyaddala polisi eyo oba ojagala okugizaawo otherwise emyezi 6 bwe jaggwako polisi eyo oba atadda kudda kusasula ssente z'empolampola nga bwe twali tuteeseza tuba naffe
ogenza n'ogamba nti mu mbeera ngene ya covid wabeerawo okutegeeragana what happens mu situation nti na signinga insurance police ng'eri ku motoka naye emaze emyaka 10 motoka terina buzibu obulwadde bubuno obuzze bunkutte naye ng'etteeka na signinga lya motoka isn't there a situation for abasoma psychology tukita moral reasoning nti etteeka weeriri ne waliwo n'embeera gy'osobola okukozesa obwongo bansibye ndi mu kkomera n'etteeka na signinga lya motoka but I need someone to help me. Isn't there a point where tutuuka ne tutandika okureasoninga nga tukozesa bwongo okusinziira ku mbeera eriwo ne twadressing embeera eriwo tuba tusigala tugamba etteeka lyali ku motoka badde ensonga ez'eyabulamu ezo circumstances tezibeerawo
insurance bajawula kati tulina life nga life kyoba company za life kati ziri straight for Nick Life Assurance Company neza general business oba non life insurance nezibeera zokka nti Nick General Insurance Company so tebakwatagana n'omulundi n'ogumu buli omu ayisa amateeka ge nga ye nga company eyeetongodde yokka bweti ekyokuba nti oluusi mujja gaba n'amannya oba ki tekina bwe kibagattira so bw'oba oleeta insurance ey'emmotoka ebyemmotoka biba bya mmotoka bw'oba oleeta insurance ey'obulamu biba bya bulamu machazi gwe akola ey'obulamu n'ey'emmotoka mukwatagana nti emmotoka yo naye ate interest ezo gwe lutindo naye interest ezo zaawukana nti kiri kikuyamba kutambuza bulamu naye ate bino ebyeno ebikosa obulamu bwo oba ate tosobola kukozesa mu motoka yo
isi mukyala zawedde oli mukunyonyola
ate kirala ongambye emyaka 10 emyaka 10 egyo bwetunira insurance ez'ebintu ebiri non life tosobola kuba na polisi ya myaka 10 ng'etambula myaka 10 kuba nagambye zo zikola buli luvannyuma lwa mwaka negwako oba togirenewinze oba tolina so omwaka bwe gugenda guba gugenze bw'otandika contract endala eya product eyo eba contract ya mwaka gumu so olina okugirenewinga
mukyala zawedde oli mukunyonyola ebintu ebiri very pertinent and very important betulowooza nti even on day one because nze bweba ozze ngaoyagala okunguza policy nyonyola ebintu bino byonna nti mwami Makubuya tulinawo life insurance eri ku lwayo bw'ofuna obuzibu nga tebuli ku bulamu bwo tetukwata eno ate n'ongamba eno ya motoka senga ofuna obuzibu nga buli kulamu tebuli ku motoka I think these are issues mwandibadde mutunyonyola ffe abatategera na luzungu lwa molo lwe muyitiramu because ebiwandiiko olumu bibeera mu luzungu ne tujja oluzungu luba lungi babasomesa customer care nonyinyonyola ebintu naye nga mu butuufu nga zino ensonga ezirimu critical zoyogeddeko nga sizimanyi obulamu bukendedde naye nga ate na signinga insurance ya motoka nga some of the things neetaaga okuba nga mbimanyi nesobola okuba nga before nga sinatandika lugendo luno nga na information efaananako bwetyo
mwami Makubuya nja kuddamu neebaza omukisa guno gwompadde olwaleero okujjako ey'abalabi baffe bakasitoma baffe abatuwuliriza mwena gye muli mu nsi eno okuba nti nsobola okwogera n'ennyonnyola bye nsobodde okunnyonnyola mukadde kempereddwa nsuubira nti gwali eyo oyizeemu ky'osobodde okuyiga omukisa guno nja kuddamu ngusabe kuba nsuubira nti kati abantu bali eyo balina ebibuuzo bingi ebimu ebiyinza n'olwobudde
abatulaba bibuuzo ki bye balina
gye balina sijja kutandika kulowooleza ani alina kiriwa nandyagadde kuwulira buli omu kyalina nenfuna experience ey'okuddamu buli omu okusinziira ku ngeri gye yandyagadde okuwulira nti muddamu oba okuddamu ekituufu kyayagala okuwulira oluusi n'okuyigiriza kuba oluusi abamu balowooza bamanyi naye nga tebamanyi nga kyebasuubira okuba nti kyebamanyi si kyekyo omuntu baddamu n'akuyitiramu n'ogamba bulijjo kyembadde manyi kiri bwe kiti naye nga mbadde nkimanyi mu bukyamu so omukisa guno ngweyanziza ali eyo osobodde okutegeera kye tuliko bw'oba obadde otanka n'ebintu bino nsuubira olina ky'osobodde okuggyamu bw'oba tosobodde kutegeera bulungi ennamba zaffe ziri available mwami Makubu yanja zisoma wandibadde
ozimpisizanazisoma bakama bange bajja kumpa invoice nga sinnaba kuva wano naye katumalize ne kino nsome ekyeziri ewaffe kati tuli ku public issues eziva ewaffe nga zitomera ebitongole bya insurance. What are some of the common mistakes ffe ze tukola nga zijja ku ludda olwammwe abatwala ebitongole bya insurance?
Common mistakes ensobi ezo abantu ze bakola nyingi
tulina eddakiika nga
naye nga ziggwera mu bintu bibiri ebikulu. Tulina fraud obufere ne tuba ne money laundering nayogeddeko mu
obufere bwaffe abasuubuzi
ngeri gyombuuziza kankiddemu kuba kiva eri bakasitoma nga kitomera ffe abayinsuwa abantu balina emize gy'okutukozesa okutuyisaamu ssente enkyamu ze bafune mu ngeri enkyamu ne bafune ssente entuufu. Omuntu insuwa yenna atali vigilant oluusi kino tajja kiraba oba ateeka ennenya nnyo oluusi kino tajja kukiraba olw'okuba nti ofokasinze mu kufuna ssente eza premium reporting premium income nti nnene nnyo bweti wesa nti ojja kuyingiza ssente z'abafere ojja kuyingiza ssente ez'okwozaamu ezivudde mu biragalalagala ng'olowooza nti wafunye balance sheet yerabike nga nnungi nnyo bweti siganye naye bajjako kuba claim eri tebayita luvu okwaya nga weetaaga okuyitako ate wa insuwarawo ffe ba insuwara baffe tubayita ba reinsurers akuyambeko akuweeyo ku kasente osobole okuddaabiriza kasitoma ono otuukirize obweyamo bwe bwali naye nga mazima matuufu ezo sente wandibadde teweetaaga kolaki zisasula singa wali osobola okulaba ebintu ebyo nga tebinnaba kutuuka mu kusayininga kyenayise okwekenneenya okulaba mu katuli akatennyo nosobola okulaba ekirimu wadde nga bw'otunula amaaso agajjudde oba tosobola kukiraba kyetulira attention to detail bw'oba aspect eyo togirina ofuna obuzibu obwo so tuyisibwamu ssente ezo in fact mu proposal forms zaffe tuteekamu line eyo ekubuuza gwe kasitoma nti ssente zino z'otuwa ozifuna mu makubo matuufu. Nyinza okuba nkirese nga bwe nkirese sijja kukozesa lulimi lwaffe lwe tukozesa naye nga ekigendererwa kiba kya gwe ajja okwagala okufuna insurance weeyabye otubuulira amazima. Insurance is about honesty kuba emina egisinga bwe weesanga nti olese claim ng'ebintu ebimu byogenda okudisclose nga kusaawa eno essaawa eno nembizuula nti bye wagamba si bwe byali nsobola okugaana claim yo gisasula ne regulator ne mulaga naye nakkiriza niwesanga ng'oviiriddemu awo olw'okuba nti tewasobola kutubuulira butuufu bwa bintu bwe biri disclosure. Bwe nkubuuza amannya go Makubu n'ogaŋŋamba ne nkubuuza emyaka gyo Makubu emanyi olina emyaka 5 n'oŋŋamba olina emyaka 3 lwaki oyagala kufuna premium owa wansi okufuna benefit ennene olw'emyaka kuba life insurance bwekola kati bwe nkizuulamu ddala nfunye claim nti Makubu yalina emyaka 5 yali agenderedde ki kati awo naye sijja kugamba nti claim yo sijja gisasula oluusi for fairness nja kugamba tuddemu tu computing emyaka gyo ne premium gwe wali olina okukola ki okusasula tufune omutuufu ojja kwesanga nti mungi claim gy'obadde ogenda okusasula njitolamu ssente ezo z'omaze ebbanga eryo emirundi n'emirundi
akadde kampeddeko mukyala zaawedde ngenda kuwa seconds za 3 tusibula abatulaba tuve wano
abatulaba n'abatuwuliriza nziramu okweyanza akaseera kempeereddwa okujjako gye muli okwogera n'okwongera okukkaanya ensonga ya insuwa naddala okusinga ey'obulamu musobole okugitegeera. Tubasaba bwe muba mulowooza mu kutetenkanyiza obulamu bwammwe obw'emmaaso obujja ku bwammwe n'obw'abaagalwa bammwe ng'abaana oluusi n'abazadde bemulabirira mutunuulire okusavinga mu insurance olw'ensonga nti sente za insurance tetukuwa oluvannyuma ng'omaze ozisavinga ng'emyaka giweddeko mwana watu tezibaako misolo. So bwe mba nkuwa sente yo nga bwe wagimpa bubuddivu bwayo nga bw'ogisasudde ate ne nkuteekerako amagoba siraba lwaki oba toleeta sente zeeno so nga ate bw'oba ofunye obuzibu mu bulamu ng'otomeddwa oba kufiirwa tusobola okujja sente ze era ne tuzikuwa mu buddivu bwabo ate ne tuddamu ne tukwongera n'ezeri z'obadde oterekayo so n'obeera ng'ofuna almost emirundi ng'ebiri. So kati abantu abasinga mu Uganda by the records mu Uganda Bureau of Statistics 2017-2018 age dependency ratio eri waggulu. The working age is between age 14 and age 64. Banji ate nga bw'otunuulira ennyo omuntu ng'omu ayinza okubalabirira abantu nga 7 omusaala gwafuna kyekyo kakati abantu nga baba tebalina insurance bw'aba avuddewo abantu 7 obulamu busigalira ddala nga buweddewo banaye mwetanire insurance tusobole okubaka oludda olutuufu mu kutetenkaniza ensi yaffe eno n'abantu baffe gye bujja.
Kale ensonga za insurance bassebo ne bannyabo zongazi naye tukwatako katono omusajja omu yagamba nti Rome was not built in one day. So if Rome was not built in one day naffe ensonga za insurance tetusobola kuzittaanya zonna mu lunaku lumu tukwatako katonotono okusobola okulaba nga ate tukuwa relevant information esobola okubanga okuyamba. Webale nnyo omukyala Betty Zawedde oyo nno ye assistant manager mu Nick Insurance Companies, underwriting manager under Nick Insurance Company. Bwetambudde naye ate obulamu buneeno osobola okulaba nga tubuteekateeka okusevinga kikulu kubanga bwobanga oyagala okumanaginga obulamu bwo obw'emmaaso olina okutandika kati totandika nja wabula otandika kati. Nze Fred Makubuya muzzukulu wa Lusembe program igi tukole ekyagenda ddala mu maaso tuvaamu.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Asaba ne banyabo njagala okubebaza nate betutambudde nabo okuvira ddala enkyalunaku olwaleero. Nze Fred Makubuya ndi muzukulu wa Lusimi nate njagala okubaaniriza okuba nti tubadde twogera ensonga eza insurance. Tumanyi nti statistics zitulaze nti abantu beeyongedde abasavinga sente zaabwe abatereka sente zaabwe nga bayita mu bibiina ebya insurance. Era mukyala zawedde olabye engeri gyatusomesezza ndowooza nti olina kyofunyemu. Naye ku budde nga buno program ki kyotunda ate nayo tugisabukulula. Ye programu yokka ekuwa omwaganyo okulanga business yo nga oyita mu bitundu ebyenjawulo aba mu downtown, of course mu bitundu ebyenjawulo abatandika business. You could be a small scale industries association member. Izokuba maybe you subscribe to the Uganda Manufacturers Association, Private Sector Foundation Uganda, associations ezenjawulo Kasita, Kafo, Kata, UTEA, New Generation. Talk about association, Uganda Medicals Association, Uganda Farmers Association. Nebirala byonna fenno kye tuyinza okukola be namba y'essimu oba olina kyotunda tusobole okulaba nga tutambula ffenna mu businesses n'ez'enjawulo ate nga bwe tutambudde olunaku luneeno olwaleero. Kasooke tulabe businesses zino nga bwe zitambudde ate mu basuubuzi baffe abawangalya mu bitundu ebyenjawulo, of course mu downtown, of course upper town can be State Square n'okudda waggulu. Abasinga mumanyi beno ba downtown nene aba plot 1 n'ebirala byonna abakulu abali mu bitongole ebyenjawulo nabo gye bawangalira business bwe zitambula batubulye biki bye batunda bya sente meka era batundira wa. Nja kuba nakomawo mu maaso kaawo ate soke tulabe ekinaaba kiddako tuvaawo.
Stella ntunda ntangawuzi n'embiringanya n'obutungulu na carrots, pepper na nyanya. Nyanya tutunda 610 n'obutungulu 610. Jinga za 10,000 nazo, ebiringanya za 10,000. Naye ebintu tebitambula bulungi. Tumonabona nakamala nnaku 3 nga ndi wano just ku stock. Ntundamu naye si nyingi, olusi ntunda mutwalo gumu kitundu just we watyo naye mbeera mbi. Tumonabona banange tuli bubi. Naze wano ku lockdown naye mbeera mbi. Myezi nga 2 n'emyezi mpola just byokwebeesawo. Mbeera mbi. Tubisuubula Kalwero, olusi Nakawa, olusi Nakasero. Olusi omuntu ofuna n'okolamu ne loss zibeeramu, olusi ofuna profit. Oba okoze bulungi ku lunaku lumu olusi okola 3 just 2 bwe bati.
Amanya nze Watuwa Muzaffar nga nkola nga manager Mr. Tasty Fried Chicken branch y'Entinda. So far tuyina branch 4 okwetola Uganda. We have tuyina mu Kabalagala, tuyina City House opposite Radio 1, tulina Egayaza, and we are growing to bring in more branches for the growing demand for our products. Okusingira ddala tutunda fast foods omuli enkoko, chips, pizzas, burgers n'ebirala bingi. Naye ku lw'okusaba kw'abantu twatandiseewo ne breakfast omuli Rolexes, omuli wraps, omuli omelets nga zona nungi. Tumaze emyaka 10 n'omusobyo nga tusavinga bana Uganda era nga tubaaniriza abantu bonna ab'ebika byonna okujja bagala okuliira. We have a good dining place, takeaway platforms tusobola okuleetera ewuwo nga tosumbukanye na kutambula. Osobola tusanga ku Glovo, osobola tusanga ku Safe Border, osobola tusanga ku Jumia, wonna wooli tuli beetegefu okuweereza. Webale.
Peter on Parkview, level 4 shop 59, tudilingamu cosmetics, jewelry and bags. Tutunda sunglasses, specs, tutunda ebintu by'abakyala, tulinawo ensawo, tulinawo necklaces, tulinawo mu jewelry, tulinawo necklaces, tulinawo ebyokwewunda, tulinawo empeta, tulinawo bracelets ne bango, n'ebyabasajja tubiyina, tulina shades, tulina ensawo. Mu bya cosmetics tulina obw'amaaso abakozesa mu makeup, tulina Vagisil abakyala tulina deodorants, tulina ebizigo, tulina shower gels, tulina n'ensawo. Tusangibwa wano ku level 4 shop 59 ku Parkview. Tutunda both retail and tusuubuza ne okutunda obutunzi. Ke twatandika na bu earrings kuba abasinga we basinga otwala like tudidinga mu bantu bangi naye abakongo be basinga odidingiramu, so twatandika in a small business of these earrings. So we came up twajjana ne tubeera nga twongeramu ne necklaces nebyo cosmetics. Tekiba kyangu kubanga bakasitoma baba bampola kubanga babeera tebabamanyiziza maaso kati ng'abakongo beegulako nga bo abakongo, naye with time otuuka ne babeera nga bajja bakopinga up. Zonna kisinziira, waliwo ezibeera thick nezibeera thin, waliwo ezibeera 3 layered nezibeera 2 layered. Layered kiba kitegeeza nti ziba ssatu mu emu, then ebbiri ziba mu bbiri mu emu. Kati ng'eno eri 1 eri emu. Eyandiyambadde necklaces ziri 3 ziba nti nno omuntu tayambadde byakwewunda eby'omu matu, abeera asooka kwambala ez'esatu ate ng'ayambadde open dress oba ekintu nga tekibikka nga kiri mu bulago. Earrings enene ozambala nga okoze kale enviiri, kisinziira kuba earrings enene zinene za danglers zijjayo fesi nga ntono, so ng'okoze enviiri ezidde emabega obanga you're feeling ng'oli owulira uncomfortable. Kisinziira earrings waliwo nti rings ne earrings. Kati earrings waliwo zinene ez'okumulimu waliwo n'eza pate. Ez'okumulimu waliwo eza offices n'eza bulijjo, omuntu wa bulijjo, waliwo eziri simple ennyo nga butonotono nga bumwanguyira okuteekamu n'agenda ku mulimu nga tebusika nnyo bantu nti no pate, then walibeerawo ne zino eza pate nga ziri too much nga nnyingi. Earrings ezo ozambala on a daily buli lunaku kubanga ng'omukyala era naawe okimanyi omukyala oba olina okwefaako oba olina okwambala bunene obutini. Kati nga zineeno mulimu n'ez'abato, kati zineeno on a daily obeera olina ozambala buli lunaku. Abatalina ziri like amatunga mawummule tusobola okuba nga tubafunira ezitali z'abantu mawummule. Kati tulinawo nga zineeno zinabeera bridal, abeera too much, abeera nga olaba tino okoze omukolo kwanjula n'embaga, zineeno ne pate nga ngenda ku birthday ngenda nyambadde dress yange sobola oteekako kane.
Amanya bampita Mulongi Daniel, ndi musajja wa kuno ku kitundu Lugembe kawa Kiso Kayunga. Nze mulimu gwenkola nkanika TV era nzigula ate era nzitunda. Mulimu guno nga nkyali mukyalo ewaffe eyo nalina ekirooto ky'okukola ku masannyalaze oba okanika ebyamasannyalaze oba okukola amasannyalaze. Kati nali mukyalo eyo nga ndi wa mama wange e Masaka ne baba wankubira essimu nangamba ajja ampeerere nsobole okukola omulimu guno gwe njagala kubanga gwe nali nfiiringa mu mutima gwange njije ngukole. Kakati nensalawo okuva e Masaka nenja nensoma koosi emyaka 2 nasomera nensoma koosi ey'okukanika ebintu bino ebyamasannyalaze byonna ebikozebwa amasannyalaze nengisoma emyaka 2 we nagimala emyaka 2 ng'era nga ntandise okukwata nga ntandise okukwatirirakwatiramu ebiyigayiga nasobola okukanikaakanikako. We namala emyaka 2 nengenda nenfuna wenkolera ka intani wa boss nenfunayo boss omu nanteeka mu workshop ye nentandika okukolera mu workshop ye nga wemuweereza wenkwata ku tivi. Kakati wenvudde okutuukawo nange nsazeewo ntandika okuteekawo obwange mpolampola. Omulimu guno mwangu ate era muzibu. Omulimu ekigufuula omwangu guno kasooteekayo omutima gwo nga kyokola okyagala n'oba tewasoma n'oba wasoma n'oba tewalina feeling egukola naye ng'owulira nti ogwagala mu mutima osobola okukola n'ogujjamu omulamu. Ate ekigufuula omuzibu bw'oba towulira tuteekayo omwoyo ku bye bakola toteekayo omutima ku byokola ate nga ne bakasoma tugukutte bulungi gufuuka muzibu bakuyita n'omubbi. Kati olina okukolanga ekintu okyagala ate ng'okimanyi nti okikola n'omutima gumu osobola okujjamu omulama gw'ekirimu kyokola. Omulimu guno nga ndaba nakima amazzi ku kyalo agenda gakimira emyaka 5 akutuka omugongo naye ate nze guno omulimu nemba nkaddiye nga ndi katebe nsobola okugukola nga ntudde wansi nsobola okukanika. Omulimu guno ebirungi ebirimu nti gufuna ssente ofuna ssente osobola okuba nga otuddeawo ng'obadde tosuubirayo wadde akantu naye oba osobola okukola emitwalo 10 mu ddakiika eziwera 4 oba mu ssaawa emu osobola okukola emitwalo 10 mu ssaawa emu. Osobola okumala essaawa nnamba ng'otudde oba essaawa 2 oba essaawa 3 naye ate ozze w'ofunye ofuna kiralo ofuna ziri zonna n'ogatta ne guli n'ogatta ne ziri essaawa zibaletakola zonna n'ozigattiramu n'ofuna sente. Ate ekirala obuzibu obulimu wotakwata bulungi bakasitoma biba bigenda kukulema bakuyita omubbi bakuyita muyaaye bagamba bamakanika bayaaye bagamba makanika babbi naate tetuli babbi naye jasi naffe tulya ku bwongo bwaffe tulya ku bwongo. Kati omuntu wakulaga nti ate agalagamba nti oli muyaaye ate n'omuntu asobola omubba nga atunulaawo era omuntu osobola okumubba naye ate tetuli babbi naffe tukola tuteeremu ekitenje tulina okukola ne speya butaddemu tulyoke ofune ekyoyagala tetuli babbi. Bamakanika bagamba nti bagenda kuteramu ekipya asobola okugjamu kitivi eri ekikadde kyolaba nti kikadde naye ng'ekintu ekyo kiramu nga kyali kiramu kikolera ddala nga kigenda singa lwaki mba nkusaza sente ekipya nga kikadde. Olw'ensonga waki nkusaza sente ekipya nga kikadde nyinza okugamba ekipya naye nga nina akantu gange kapya kakyakola nakalaba mu saketi kakyaliyo kakola naye gwe n'olaba nga ngakudde eri mu saketi olw'okuba nga kudde mu saketi kati gwe ojjalowooza nti kikadde so kiba kikyali kipya kiba kikyakolera ddala kiba kikyakola. Naye wenkugamba nti ngenda kuleetera kipya yes nsobola okuleetera ekipya naye nekino ekikadde ekiba nga kikyasobola okukola mba nsobola okikuteeramu kubanga kiba kikyali kipya. Ekintu kyekiyita ekifu ekikadde ekitakola kiba nga tekitakolerako ddala kyebayita ekifu kiba tekikyakola kiba kikadde naye ekintu ekiba nga kikadde nga kisasobola okukola kiba kisasobola okukola kiba kyasobola okukikola nekikolamu ekintu. Mulimu guno nze nakatandika ebbanga si ddene nasooka nengulayo display oba tolina nnyumba osooka n'opangisa oba tonapangisa era osooka n'okola emikwano ku kyalo wooli kubanga ne bagenda nga bakuyitaayitamu boosi jangu otukolere kano awo ne batandika okumanyira. Kati bw'ofunamu ku busente ng'ofuna akazigo akamaaso ofunayo omuzigo nga gwa maaso gukola guli bungi bunyini ku kkubo n'otandika okukola n'oteekamu amasaago mpola mpola. Kati nze wano nakatandikawo ebbanga si ddene bino ebintu bye mulaba nabiteekamu just capital wa mitwalo 7 capital wange gwe nakateeka wanene naye kati wenjogerera nakakola wiiki emu naye nakakola emitwalo 7 ate era nasevingako emitwalo 5 ate era nga n'okulya ndya osobola okukola mu wiiki emu n'okola engeri gye nakatandika osobola n'okola emitwalo 5 bino ebyokanika birungi nnyo osobola okukola n'ojjamu ekyomulamu. Kati TV ekozeeko bagiyita TV ekozeeko. TV tulinawo emitendera, tulinawo ezirina inchi eze14, tulinawo 32, tulinawo 29, tulinawo mmeka, tulinawo zigenda mu inches. Kati TV kibuto kangezeka 14 akana akatono akatandikibwako ka 14 akaliddeko tusobola okaguza emitwalo 8 akakozeeko akapya kabanga mitwalo nga 18 kwa 2 ka kibuto. Kati TV flat tubayo ne flat screen eri empya ya mitwalo 55 ku nkaaga empya. Kati TV eriddeko eba mitwalo 3 kwa 4 eyo TV eyo flat screen sade mukadi eyo era nkuba omulanga gwange buli muvubuka yenna atambula mukulu okanika kuli mu ssente makanika tasula njala n'oba omaze olunaku lulamba nga tokoze naye era bwe bunazibira omuntu asobovayo n'agamba nti jangu onkolere kano n'akuwa 15 ng'obudde buzibayo tosobola nazisuubira. Kati kyembakuutira abavubuka abaleero okanika kuli mu ssente okanika osobola okufuna wansi n'otuula bulungi n'otakoowa okanika gwe mulimu gw'oli smart okanika bano ebyamativi otuula wansi ovaawo oli smart teri kweddugaza todda mu bino bw'ate abawala nti ebyo tetubikola mulimu ogwaffe abawala sooka nobategeka ebbali kubanga bino bintu beetaagamu mathematics mungi birimu math kulimu okubala kungi olina obbala nti guno omuliro nti kati webitabika bingi otabika abawala notabikamu neokanika guno okwaffe kitegeeza nti ogenda gatta ebintu by'abandi omulimu guno ngwagala nnyo kubanga gwempulira ku mutima ngwagala gumpa kyembadde sisuubira ku kyensuubira nganze ate kyo gwo guyinza okunsusaawo ku kyensuubira bwe ŋŋamba nti olunaku kangere nnoonyeyo omutwalo gwo gusobola okumpa emitwalo 5 kyembadde sisuubira kati ekyama ekinkuumiddemu kisobola agamba nti olunaku kangere nkola 10 nga we n'abawerera wakabalagala nti wano balance nti capital wange nfisaako zino nze siriiko bino nti olunaku ngenda kukola zino kati ngenda olunaku nsobola okukola 5 olunaku nsobola okukola 10 ate nkya nenkola 2 kati kiriiko nti olunaku wezi ngenda kukola zino wezi kati emulama ekinkuumidde mulimu mubuka ali eyewaka nze mbagambye guno mulimu nagutandika ne capital wa mitwalo 5 nagula bino bidisplay byange nabigula emitwalo 4 nabijja mu town Kampala nangula nembireeta nabigulanga mikwano gyange bamakanika nembireeta nabigula emitwalo 4 nenfuna piki nendiwa emitwalo 2 nembireeta netandika okuja nebisoma kati capital kinene nnyo natandika n'emitwalo 6
okubaniza nate basebo ne banyabo of course tuli mu program kikyotunda ndoza mulaba emirimu gy'abakulu abasinga bali mu kwekolera mu bitundu ebyenjawulo of course downtown bitundu ebyomunde bali mu bitundu ebyenjawulo nitugenda kubanga tumulamu katono naye ku ssaawa 8 nzagenda kuba mbalekera Marcelino Makune agenda kuba abatwala mu program the trading dawn of course kikyotunda ekyagenda Damas but at the top of the hour Marcelino Makune ajja kuba ajja atutwale mu program the trading dawn.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Nasooka nentunuulira famire mwenva. Tata wange yafa ndi mwana muto nga nina emyezi 9. Kati nenkula n'omukadde jjajja wa taata. Kati bwe nafuna chance sobola okuyiga omulimu nga guno natunuulira neŋŋamba nti mu butuufu nina okugwesibaako kubanga nali sijja kusobola kunoonya mirimu kusinziira nga bwe nali. Olugendo nno olw'okuyiga okutuuka ku maliba gano lwali luwanvu kuba nze nakulira Mawokota Kamengo, naye eyo nakolangayo emirimu mingi nga nsala embaawo, nasimanga tooyi, nga nkola buli mulimu gwonna okusobola okufunamu sente kuba nze natandika okugula omunnyo awaka nga nina emyaka 8. Mama yali mukadde nga nze nina okulabirira ki awaka. Kati nenkola buli mulimu gwonna, naye kindeeta Kampala waliwo omuvubuka bamweta Kirabira. Jjajja waabwe bwe yafa bwe bajja okuziika naŋŋamba kalungi baŋŋamba osima tooyi nnyo, naye waliwo omugagga ayagala omusimira tooyi, tugende ogisime komewo. Nange ne ŋŋamba nti kaŋŋende mu kibuga, kaŋŋende ngisime enkomewo fune akasente kange. Naawe munnaawe mukwano gwange gwe neyazikako ne sapatu ali sirina nenzijja mu kibuga. Nateetaawo wa Paulo Kivumbi Serebi yali omukozi w'engatto era ye yasooka mu Uganda okola engatto. Kati bwe ntuukawo nensima tooyi, nagisimira ewiiki emu neninda sente zange teyamba, nembeerawo mwezi mulamba. Naye olw'okuba nti nali mukozi kiseera ekyo nafunawo omwami mukwano gwange, omwami nga bamuyita Lubega, naye mulimiramirako mu luggya lwe. Kati nanzigirira n'abalala mikwano gye, yawo nina mukwano gwange wanaakola obuli mulimu kwega nasobola okubeerawo nga ninda ki, bwasobola okumbeezaawo nga ninda sente zange teyazimpa. Kati saagonda nnyo neŋŋamba kankoleekole emirimu emirala. Kati bwe mu kiseera ekyo naŋŋamba nti omanyi kye tuba tukola, tugende enkozi ninayo ennimiro zange onnimireko nkuwe sente lumu, nantwala eyo nenimayo kanga 4 nenzimaliriza era teyampa sente. Nenkomawo wano nenkomawo enateete nemugaba sente maliriza teyampa. Ngamba kale natuuka ekiseera nenemererwamu okwo nenzirayo e Mawokota. Olw'okuba nali nfunye interest y'ekibuga ate nga nfunyeyo n'emikwano, ngamba kaŋŋende. Natambula nenzirayo mu kyalo. Bwe naddayo mu kyalo nensala embaawo. Bwe nasala embaawo waliwo omwami omuvubuka yantwala Kyabadaaza bamuyita Kawooya. Nensala loola ennamba nga njagala nfune sente z'omuzindo nkomewo e Kampala. Sinayiga ngatto nkola emirimu emirala. Kaakati bwe twasala embaawo motoka bwe yajjula, motoka bwe gye yatiika gye yagirako kuno nambulako teyampa sente. Nandekayo eyo neŋŋamba kale kati kweku nemalayo omwezi gumu nga mpakasa awo nenfuna emitwalo 28. Nagamba wali e Kamengo siddawo era nayitawo buyisi neninnya nenkoma. Nagulako empale ne saati ne bulangiti nagigula mu katale ebuwama nenzijja Kampala. Kati bwe ntuuka olw'okuba nayina emikwano, oyo muvubuka Kirabira yali mukozi wa ngatto, ye yayigira wa Paulo Kivumbi yali jjajjaawo. Kakati kyava agamba waliwo omuvubuka nga bamuyita Moses amukolera. Namugamba Moses omulaba oyo mukuwadde kola naye, musajja oyo mukoze w'amaanyi nnyo akuyambeko awo. Kati Moses yali musiraamu naye tukwatagana mangu ntandika okukola naye anjigiriza siiga gamukoloti kola. Kakati Moses nanjagala nnyo kubanga yamanya namunyumiza yambuza background yange nanjagala. kati yali asula Katwe naye ng'alina n'omuvubuka omulala gwakolera nga bamuyita Mad Mike ye yasulanga ku Nabagala Road awo naye ng'ajja n'amukolerako ku ngatto kuba ye Mad Mike yali akolagana nnyo n'abazungu nga afunaafuna buodaoda obwo kati ng'oyo ajja n'abumukolera kakati nga aŋŋamba lwaba takoze eri wakirabira ng'aga nti ojja nonsanga eri ewa Mad Mike kati Moses anyumyanyumya nnyo kyava anyumiza ku Mad Mike namugamba nti omwana oyo mulaba muntu mulamu muki naye bambi ayina tayina nnyo bantu be tayina kati neyo gyasula asula wa mukwano gwe naye muntu mulamu kakati lumu Mad Mike kyava ngamba kalungi Moses yaŋŋamba nti wosula jangu osuleni ngoberera saalwamu nensitula byange nenzija wa Mad Mike bwe natuuka wa Mad Mike yanjagala nnyo twakolagana nnyo kati ye yayinako kwa idea yali musajja mujagujagu naye nga kwegamba takola kintu kweganga si kyalimu ennyo kino yayinako kwa idea ng'asobola okukomola ensawe nga nagitunga nagiwa naye nga si gwe mulimu gwe yali ayagala okukola kakati bwe yandaba bwe najjanga olwo Moses twawukanye olwo kati ndi wano wa Mad Mike kakati yajjanga n'apima ensawo ng'eyo ng'afunyeyo kasitoma nandagirira bwe bagitunga nanga ntutunga booti kati awo bwe natandikira nabeerako ekiseera kitono ne Mad Mike n'afuna safari y'okuvuga eggaali n'agenda South Africa kati waagendere South Africa yali olwo twali tuggudde bw'alaba nti nkola tuggulawo workshop agatugulewo workshop mu industry ya 6 Street naye nga nze mukozi gwalina kati yagguddewo workshop afunye omukozi kutukola ensawo n'engatto neki kati ye nga akakasa nti nja kusobola okubikola ti Mad Mike bwagenda South Africa olwo mu industry yeeyo yagenda okugenda nga tuvuddeyo olwo nandeka awaka nentandika okukolera kuli nenzira awaka nenkolera awaka kati olwokuba nti Mad Mike era wano wonna we yali atambulira nga wali mikwano gye wasiiba kuba yali dansa yali dansa yawangula break dance mu 86 kati yali amanyiddwa nnyo ye Mike ne kati lino erya Mad Mike nickname olwadda okuba dansa kakati era wano wonna twajjanga ffenna kati era okujja wano yali Mad Mike kakati nafuna emikwano gyali egya Mad Mike ye Mad Mike n'agenda South Africa bw'akomawo n'atandikawo ka workshop mu basement yawo National Theatre kati naye ng'erengeri nti ye yali sigwe mulimu gwako nga ajja nampita nanga akalungi nja kujja onyambeko tikali kati bwe najjaawo naye nafuna mikwano kati Mad Mike olwo wakomera okuva South Africa nali nina mikwano gyange ku William bakozi bangatto bo baali bakola ngatto kati nemba joininga netubanga tukola ffenna naye nga nze nkola nsawo olwo nga nziize nga nkola buntuntu obutonotono keyholder obusawo obutonotono wallet kakati awo wentandikira ddala okubeera nti mbeera mukintu kati Mad Mike bw'ava agenda mu America bw'agenda mu America kati nze nfuna omwami Sabiti wali mukyala Sabiti manji wali mu printing mugandi njagala nfunireko wana akafo mbeerewo okwo nkolerewo naga nti kale kati awo nentandikira ddala omulimu kakati bagatundira mu square foot ti square foot eyo kisinziira ku quality. Kati eno square foot yaayo eri ku nusu kananda 5. Kati eddiba nga bw'olaba ente bwe yakula bwe balijjako bwevyo era bwe balikolako. Kati oyinza okwesiŋŋaana n'osanga nti oba kaali kakolomojjo kalina square foot nga 7 oba nnene. Kati zino enzungu zimaleeto olisanga nga liyina square foot 18 point oba 2 oba 0.3. Kati bwerityo mwe tugagulira bwe gati naye ogagula okusinziira ku quality yaali. Ne bagamba nti kati chips 15 oba 8. Ne baga postre gakola ntebe ez'abagagga ezo naye kati square foot eri 9 muza Kenya. Amaliba gano ag'ente ennansi magumu nnyo ate gayina leza anyirira okusinga gano naye tebagatuwa. Oli baba bagatu tebageekoleramu ngatto zaabwe zera ze bambala baaya. Kati wano okugireeta wano era baminisita be bazijjayo be bazigulayo eyo nga bagenza. Naye leza waffe yali mulungi nnyo. Ente zaffe zirina amaliba amalungi. Kebera embuzi akaliba goat skin ow'embuzi eyawano ali different nnyo ku mbuzi enzungu. Kati okusinga product zino mba nkola bya order. Era olubimala kabigenda. Omuntu abaguze bw'atwala product eyo mu dduuka afuna order nakubira essimu n'agamba nti kuba ayinza okuba yatwala wallet 5 ng'agamba njagala wallet 2. Kati ate ne munne bw'azisanga mu dduuka lye kamuga nti ebintu bino ebirungi nti gundi yabe ng'amuwa essimu. Abamu beekutoggera naye abamu baba ba mikwano n'agamba nti kankuwa essimu y'omwami akolera. Kati bweti akatale bwe kagenze kagaziwa kakati oluusi era kati ng'ab'ebweru abo bansanga mu katale kote Kampala. Kakati n'ekirala nti mu kiseera kino waliwo kampuni eri mu America bagiyita enjuba Laser Works. Nasalawo kigula kubanga oyo erinnya eryo nalisanga naye nga buli baboogera nnyo ku kigula olwo kwega bamwogerako birungi bire. Yali musajja mulungi nnyo. Kati ne ŋŋamba nti ebbanga kuba yafa 1929 kati ate nzindi wa 7 naye nasanga bakyamunyumyako ne mu kika kyaffe kyennyini ekyengeyi ne muko ne mu bulamu erinnya eryo. Ate n'ekirala nti erinnya kati eryakalungi lyali tekisooka nti mwenzijja kyendya era ne famire yange mwenzijja ekigirabirira. Ekyokubiri nti emikwano mingi nnyo gye nina ngifunye lwa mulimu guno. Wano wonna abanjagala lwa mulimu guno kuba oli aba ayinza okufuna kasitoma nga aguze nga totemutuuka nadduka mangu nagamba gende wakalungi ankolereko kano najja nenkamutereza n'afuna ssente. Kati n'asanyuka kwega ndi musanyufu. Ebizibu by'ensanze mu bizinensi eno bintu tebitundika nti sigwe si kyekintu kyokera ku makya noga nti omuntu ajja kituuka kakigule mangu. Kyetaaga bumu obugumiikiriza. Ekyokubiri nti abantu abamu tebasasula. Oli ayinza okuwa oda n'omukolera ebintu n'obimutwalira n'atandika okutambuza naga nti nkyabiki ate ng'ebintu byo byonna tebikyalimu mu dduuka n'otuuka ekiseera n'omuvanako. Kati ekintu ekyo nti oli bw'aba takuwadde ssente gwe ng'ogenze n'ogula materiyo n'okola ebintu n'obimutwalira n'atakuwa ssente oba naaze kuwa mu musoolesole n'akuwaayo 5, 2, 3 olyandye tosobola kuddayo n'ogula materiyo. Kali mu kiseera kino abantu basatu naye nga nzize nkolagana nnyo mbeera nnyo n'abaana abanga ba student najja nti sente zaabula zisoma najja n'abeerako wano myaka ng'ebiri nakuŋŋanyawo sente n'addayo n'asoma. Kati bw'abaaze ekisinga si nyingi kakadde kamu ntugulamu matiriyo wano netuzikozesa zigenda okugwawo nga ayize bwongo bwe. Mpozi kye nkubiriza abantu benyigire ennyo mu bintu eby'emikono mpozi ne gavumenti nti etunulire nnyo ekintu ky'ebyemikono gino. Ebintu ebyemikono bye bisinga okuleeta abalambuzi kwega birimu ssente nnyo ddala ng'abalambuzi bwe bajja bagula ebintu bino ebyemikono n'agenda n'akirabirako nti nali mu Uganda nti senga yateeka nnyo amaanyi mu bantu bano ab'ebyemikono twandibadde abasuubuzi nga tebagenda mu mawanga g'ebweru kujjayo kubanga omuntu avudde e Bulaaya aba ayagala agula ekintu ekya Uganda naye ekisi ekyewuunyisa nti basinga kugenda na bintu bivudde bweru mu mawanga agatwetoolodde ng'ebyaffe wano tebiriiwo kubanga oba okola wano abantu ng'omukazi batunda baluka mikeeko babekuŋŋaanyiza bwe bati sireka nze esobola n'obbayigganya nebalemesa okolaki okugira naye senga gavumenti eyina engeri gyetuuka ku bantu abo wansi nebayamba omukyala n'amanya nti ajja kuluka omukeeka agufunemu ssente oba abaluka ebibbo babifunemu.
Nze Diana Kiridde Nakabaale ndi mukyala musuubuzi ntunda engoye ez'abakyala naye nga second hand engoye enkadde nga tuzijja mu ngoye enkadde ze bayingiza mu Uganda. Ntunda tops, dresses, skirts ez'abavubuka abakulu ne ba corporates katugambe abakola mu office n'endala zonna partywear naye nga basically zibangoye nga za second hand nga nkadde. Tusangibwa ku Grand Corner House level 6 shop number 455 ku Bench 1 Street. Okupangisa engoye tusobola okupangisa engoye ziba nga za party naye nga basically tutunda before lockdown, even before the first lockdown eri yasooka business yali nungi twali tutundira ddala n'okola amagoba n'osavinga sente ku account n'ofisaako nez'osuubuza n'ofisaako neza capital naye apparently bwe twagenda mu lockdown sales zakka. Ate nga ne expenses tulina nnyingi eza rent eza loan eza taxes begamba sales zakka olw'okuba nti bye tulina okusasula bingi ate nga tubisasulira mu budde butono nnyo. After lockdown challenge tusinga okuba ennene nayo ya kusasula rent gwe tutakoledde kubanga imagine osasula rent naye nga toyingiza wadde 10 moyo lockdown naye nga osasula rent twandibadde tusaba senga badde batusobola otuyamba either ne batusalirako ku ssente ku myezi gyetakoze oba tetugamba nti tetujja kusasula oba batuwe obudde obumala obusasula ssente ezo kubanga ebiseera ebisinga rent tumujja ku ssente ze tuba tukoze amagoba ge tuba tukoze. Challenge esinga okuba ennene ya rent ne bwobanga olina looni ne looni kale last lockdown nayina looni naye nasaba extension nenfuna extension banka nempa obudde obumala okusasula looni eyo neggwayo banga bampa another 6 months okusasula looni neggwayo naye this other lockdown badde sina looni but I had that twina challenge ya rent gotakoledde mungi amagoba gaba matono ate nga ne sales kati ntono as compared nga tetunaba kudda as compared kweri season nga tetuli mu lockdown. Customers are coming but bajja naye batono ate mu batono we bajja tebagala ebintu nga byalayisi nga bya bbeeyi ntono bajja nga batono naye ate era bagala ebintu nga bya sente ntono otusobola kutundira ate mu loss already tuba tufiiriddwa ate customer yagala ekintu ku bbeeyi ya wansi nnyo tuba tetulina ngeri gye tukola okumaintaininga business okumaintaininga expenses ne costs zonna tuba tulina okutunda at the standard price sigaba nti exaggeratinga prices naye era customers are crying bakyakaaba nasookera nangoye empya kutunda nasooka nakutunda nangu bwe nali ntandika business eno nakolako mu office nga nakamala okusoma I went and worked in office but still my passion was in business nali njagala nnyo obusuubuzi kubanga from my home background mama nga yali yanjigiriza obusuubuzi nga nkyali muto kati I had a passion for business bit nali nkola mu office ngeri a bit oppressive bena saving yakasente kange neri nenvaayo nengamba kanoonye ekifo mu kibuga ntandika okukola okusuubula engoye why clothes that is where my passion is kubanga nali njagala nnyo ebintu by'okwambaza abantu okugambye kuba background yange ya mama nga abadde alina bridal salon biki so mbadde nnyo mu background y'engoye so that is where my passion was so nasooka nensubulako engoye empya naye kati embeera nga bwezze engoye empya za bbeeyi nnyo ate people want uniqueness so nensalawo okusubula nensalawo okudivertinga a bit sigamba mbu zose zidiringamu nensalawo okudivertinga a bit okunensubula engoye enkadde naye nga za first class omukadde ennungi buli muntu gyasobola okwambala ku mutendera gonna bwe nali ntandika satandika na sente nyingi tho nali nsubula engoye empya nali nzija na Nairobi nali sizijja wano nali nzija Nairobi so natandika n'obukadde 6 mu ngoye empya nengenda Nairobi nendeeta engoye za bukadde 6 nensubula nenfunako amagoba ga millioni nga 2 oba mu kitundu within a time range nti ogamba osubudde leero ojja zireeta ozitundire mu weeks nga 3 oddeyo oleeta endala nengenda nga improvinga nga capital wange yeeyongera naye ate obudde we bwagenda nagenda okulaba nga te demand y'engoye enkadde erimu wano mu kitundu kyendimu abantu baagala nnyo style, uniqueness, and especially uniqueness. Something nice, but at the end of the day, it is unique. That is yensonga lwaki kyankaka okudivertinga my business okugiza mu second hand naye ng'era maintaining the standard eri ey'engoye empya though in a second hand version. Yes. Because nali ntandise na engoye empya it calls for higher capital naye ne bw'oba ng'olina akakadde kamu osobola okukola ki otandika ne pieces entono z'osobola kasita oba ng'olina discipline mu business to handle the money but with the kind of business now that I'm running ne millioni 2 otandika ne millioni 1 otandika n'okola totya pozi kyolina okubala ekifo w'okolera kye kisinga okuba ekikulu kubanga at the end of the day business yo weeri naye nga if it is capital that is the clothes, the furniture, the what, at least 2 millions is. But with second hand, even with 1, you can start. You can have a space. You sub-rent a space. Like I can have also someone to sub-rent. You buy your 2 dummies. You go and get clothes of 5. Mgoeza mitwala 5. No tandika bakastoma ne bajja. Nze okufuna kubanga n'okufuna engoye enkadde ennungi nakyo kizibu togenda kumala kugenda ku street olondere kubanga olonda ngoye enkadde no olina okufuna first class omukadde omuntu gw'onoomuwa namu appreciatinga nambala wadde agenze mu office wadde agenze ku party eri corporate wadde agenze ku wedding ayambadde olugoye lukadde naye nga luguli zijja engoye enkadde yes zijja engoye enkadde tho nazo ntono ziri limited teziringa bwe zaali kati nze nganze bwenkola I have my own suppliers aba nakola connections n'abo abantu abazifuna so I make a call bakubira ne bagamba neetaagayo engoye bwe ziti ne banfunira endibuuta ne bansalira bakuyita kusalira ne bansalira ne ndonamu oyo first asooka nze togironda nga sinagironda ne nnondamu ezo ezisooka ennungi ennyo, the cream of the ndiboota, then the rest ne nzirokera bali abalala zisobodde kutwala. Alternatively still ne bw'oba tosobola kukola nga nze bwe nkola, oyinza okuba tolina emitwalo nga 5 oba kakadde oba 3 plus ng'olinawo kangamba emitwalo 10, era still okeera n'ogenda bwe basalira engoye n'olonda ne banno n'ofunamu engoye 5 6 depending on sente mmeka z'olina, era nawe n'ofuna cream. Kisinzira ku busobozi bwo ne choice yo. Kikigamba nti olina kubeera ng'osala ndiboota zokka, but still you can go n'obeera kufa abakola abasala ne bwe basalira n'olondamu nawe cream.
So kikyoyinza okuba
mwennyini mixinga. I can mix empya n'enkadde nzimixinga. Oluusi neeteekamu naye kati nze lwakuba bwe mba the way I did my business before, ne bwe nali ntunda olugoye olupya, era nalinga so selective mu ngoye zange empya ze nali ntunda, simala gagula ngoye abantu ziyiika mu katale buli muntu ala. I have a choice, a taste of clothes. Ekiri okay. But when I have my client nga manyu kubanga nyina customer ye nga yambala ngoye empya.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Mpitibana Kabubi Ramadan Shakir. Nze ndi business woman. Yes, ndi producer nkola ebintu ebyenjawulo. Nyina products ez'enjawulo eziweranga 16. Tugenda kola liquid soap. Kati woba ogenda kola liquid soap, first of all olina okubeera ne requirements ezeetaagisa n'ebipimo eby'ebintu ebyenjawulo by'ogenda okukozesa. Soka n'obigula n'okola measurements bulungi nga wozeetaaga. Then n'olyoka otandika process ey'okugika. Kati ekisooka weetaaga bucket bbiri. Bucket bbiri eno bucket ng'eno egendamu ebidomola 2 ebya sabbuuni eby'amazzi. Amazzi ge gakola sabbuuni. Amazzi gy'okoma oteekamu amazzi amangi ne sabbuuni omungi n'ebirungo n'obibalansinga. Kati tugenda kukola ebidomola 2 ebya liquid soap ebya sabbuuni. Kati tutandise n'amazzi, muno mulimu amazzi ga bidomola 2. Kati omala oteeka amazzi go bulungi n'ofuna ne bucket endala ng'eri empty. Kati na bucket endala yagenda okuteekebwamu ebirungo ebyenjawulo. Ngera sooka mbalaga ebirungo bye tukozesa then tutandike. Kati woba okola liquid soap weetaaga ekirungo kino bakiyita ungal. Njabalagirira gye babitunda. Nebeera chemicals, zibeera chemicals ez'enjawulo ze tutabula bagiyita ungal. Wabaawo eno bagiyita sulfonic acid, abeera acid. Acid zirimu ebika bingi naye tukozesa eno. Kati ne tubeera n'eno ono abeera urea, bamuyita urea abalansinga sabbuuni natakwokya natayokya ngalo. Ng'omala okufuna omunnyo ogwo ng'oteekamu ngalo wano gwe nabagambye mu kusooka. Nyambale gloves ungalu yenga yetayokya naye process gye yeeyongera we tuteekamu zi acids ziba zookya. Kati kiba kirungi no protecting engalo zo. Ne nyambala gloves. Kati tuteekemu ngalo wano. Ewungalo kilo 2 kati oteekamu kilo 2 nnyo olina okubalansinga na bino n'oteekamu era kilo 2. Kati ngenda kukozesa gino emirawo nga mixer. Kale okola sabbuuni methods nnyingi ziweranga ne10 naye kale ofunayo esinga okwanguyira ne efulumya product nga nnungi. Kati bino mbitabula paka omunnyo guno ogw'emikisinga ne wunga ne bifuuka ekintu kimu. Kanfune yannyambako then ntabule na bino. Kati agenda kugira atabula bino nga we mixinga amazzi gano. Kati mu mazzi muno tugenda okubalansingira acids. Tugenda soka gye twagambye sulfonic acid ebeera ya brown bweti. Si kirungi n'ogikwasaamu ngalo kuba eri sensitive ku ngalo eyokya, so oyambala gloves woba ogenda dealinga nayo. Kati mugundi mu kilo ziri 2 ez'omunnyo n'eza ungal tugenda teekamu half. Eno half ya sulfonic etugenda okukozesa. kati engeri omulawo guno buli wotabula gukola friction wansi kiba kirungi oba otabula noteekayo akaveera wansi kireke kudamaginga gundi bucket gyokozesa ne product yenyini ereke kuvaayo ng'erimu obutundutundu bwa bucket obumenyesemenyese kati ngeri ateekayo kaveera nkendeeze friction y'okutabula kati otabula paka eno brown liquid eno eya sulfonic wemikisingira ddala n'amazzi womikisinga nga wakateekamu bwoti ekola ebitundutundu particles so olina okumikisinga paka particles ezo weziggwamu kino kisobola otwala eddakiika nga 3 oba 4 nga ngendo balaga kati oyiwamu katini nga wotabula engeri gyayokya olaba omuyiwamu akola white kamikisingiremu mbalage litmus paper engeri gyengendo balansinga mbireka kwokya ngalo bwetamubalansinga sabuni aba asiiwula engalo ng'ate ayokya kati kiri very important n'omubalansinga nabanga mulungi nga ta affectinga muntu amukozesa litmus paper eba etunula bweti litmus paper za bika bingi naye nze ngenda kukozesa etunula bweti kabeera katono ate ekirala eri sensitive to water kasita ogiteeka mu mazzi bweti eba efudde batakyakola so kiri very important nga tonagikozesa nosooka n'ogigira nga ogikwatako nga engalo ziri very dry kankozesa buno busampo butono ate ekirala kasi ogidipinga mu mazzi engeri gyebanga efiirawo so osobola ogisalaasalamu mu particles weziti osobola okufuna results ennungi kuba oba olina okutestinga emirundi mingi paka webalansinga nga wojagala kati ngenda teekamu kositiiko muno nga wentestinga wano kati litmus paper weegira bweti nefuuka blue omanya waliwo ekingi kyotaddemu olina makinga sure either kungalo tewali kiriko ate nga muli byoyiwamu bibalansinga kati ngenda kunaaba engalo makinga sure nti engalo zitukula kubanga oliwo okwata ku acid ate n'obikwatako tosobola kufuna results ennungi kati olaba litmus paper weba etambula etandikira mu red nga mukwafu nnyo kisinzira kyotaddemu wotandika noono caustic n'oyiwamu mungi nnyo steps zonna ozimisinga kitegeeza oba oteekamu olina osooka ng'oteekamu katini ogenda oyongeramu katini gyokoma okuteekamu akatini ne kkala okukyuka kati litmus paper woyiwamu nedda ku kkala eno gyeriko biba bibalansinze obibalansinga taba sabbuuni mulungi kale abatayokya naye nga yeetaagamu karedi akatono ke katukuza oba oyoza katukuza kati wegira wefuuka papo kuba kati wenayiwamu ebingi ennyo kijja ba kizibu okugira wefuuka papo kitegeeza sulfonic byebiri bya brown byetwayiyemu aba mungi kati sulfonic waba omungi oba olina okwongeramu caustic ate caustic waba omungi oyongeramu sulfonic kwegamba birina okubalansinga ebintu ebibiri birina okubalansinga kitegedde obwekika ekyenjawulo strawberry rosemary vanilla kisinziira ku kyoyagala sabbuuni wawunyenga so ogenda okugula akawoowo osampolinga notestinga ku bwowo bwenjawulo n'owulira we buwunya akakuunyidde obulungi kwogenda nako kati nze akawoowo kange kano bakayita stronella kati mu kipimo nga kino oteekamu obusaanikira nga 3 kano akawoowo kabeera strong bulungi nti n'oteekamu akatono kaba kanoga kaba kawunya bulungi ate nga tossaamu kangi nnyo oteekamu katono ne kanoga ate mpozi n'ekirala akawoowo oteekamu akawoowo akangi kasobola okutta sabbuuni wo n'afuuka w'amazzi kitegeeza olina oteekamu akawoowo nga kali moderate sabbuuni n'ata buli kimu kyakupima kyonna kyo exceedinga kitta final product yo olina okukozesa ebipimo nga byebyo n'okola sabbuuni nga mulungi ng'ate mukwafu wano sabbuuni aba awedde osobola omulekamu eddakiika nga 10 n'omupaakinga mu budomola wa mu bidomola kuba kati wano ekyovu kiba kikyakutte naye after some time kitta n'abeera bulungi ng'ali kiriya sabbuuni lita 5 eya sabbuuni ebeera ya sentimita lita 5 ya sabbuuni ebeera ya nusu kasanvu kidomola kibeera kya mitwalo 2 then lita 10 ya gumu 2 suubuzi oba ogira lita 5 nga we nagambye nti gy'okoma okukola obungi bwa sabbuuni n'amagoba wokola omutono amagoba gaba matono naye wokolanga mungi bina engeri gye byebalansinga amagoba ne gavaayo kati ng'oba okoze mungi lita 5 osobola okugiryako 1000 ate oba otundira mu bidomola oba okolera ddala amagoba kyobala kiba kirungi n'otagetinga bakasitoma abatunda abagulira mu bidomola sabbuuni bifo bingi sabbuuni product ya bulijjo ekozesebwa abantu ba bulijjo buli nnyumba esobola okukozesa sabbuuni ekirala amafamasi gakozesa sabbuuni shells zikozesa sabbuuni kuba akola mu toilets public toilets zikozesa buli muntu akozesa sabbuuni product yange products ezinga zonna ekizijjayo marketing the more you market the more you sell kati nfuba kulaba nti nkola exposure ya product yange esobola okutambula ebifo ebyenjawulo ngitonde okukola sabbuuni kintu kyangu nnyo si kizibu kuba ne capital yeetaagisa tewetaaga ssente nnyingi oba otandika n'emitwalo nga 10 n'ogula requirements bino ebikozesebwa bucket biki ebyo n'ogulako ne chemicals osobola okutandika n'emitwalo 10 n'okola sabbuuni n'ojjayo ku magoba n'oinvestinga n'ogenda ng'okula chemicals. Muno mu Uganda tulina abatunda chemicals bayitirivu nnyo. Zi companies ezitunda chemicals nnyingi mu industrial area gye ziri n'oba tutuuse mu industrial area mu kibuga mwe ziri Boost House ejjudde TradeLink wansi yeena mu basement eriyo abatunda chemicals. Kati otambula butambuza ate ekirala kiba kirungi nosooka n'otestingako ab'enjawulo n'olaba ayina gundi chemicals ennungi kuba nazo ziri mu quality. Wogula chemical nga quality embi products zo final output naye tebeera nnungi. Kati kiba kirungi n'osooka n'okola survey ku different chemicals abazitunda kuba eri abazijja China eri abazijja mu bifo eby'enjawulo like gye bazi importingira. Yes, kati countries ez'enjawulo zikyukamuko kati ni mu nkola. So kiba kirungi n'okola survey n'olyoka n'otandika n'oproducingira ddala ekintu nga
abalabi baffe aba Smart TV nsanyuse nnyo okubalaba yonna gye musinziira n'okumpuliriza. Amanya nze Mubiru Livingstone omukugu yakuguka mu birime gwe twandise plant doctor. Tusangibwa mu kitundu kye Luweero district Luweero ekitundu kiyitibwa Wobulenzi. Olwaleero tuzze wano nga tugenda kutunuulira ekimera kye tuyita kedo naye kedo ayitibwa hash over kedo. Tuyina kedo ebika bingi era ebika ebyenjawulo naye leero kino kye tutunuulira kyekika ekya kedo ekyettunzi ekiri ku katale. Akatale kangi mu mawanga ag'ebweru ne mawanga ga wano kati yensonga lwaki nti tuvuddeyo okusomesa abalimi baffe okwettanira mu kedo ono. Kedo ono nno gwe tugenda okutunuulira wano e Uganda batandise dde okubanga bakola enteekateeka ez'okuzimba ekyuma ekigenda okubanga kimukamulamu butto n'okulaba nti ate products ezisigala bazikolamu ebizigo. Kyemmanyi buli omu ali eyo ng'olya kedo kyesaawa obeere ng'omanyi nti kedo ono gwe twogerako ye kedo ali katale era buli omu gwe yandyetanidde okulima. Kedo yayitibwa hash. Katugenda kuba tubalaga embeera mwe tuyita emitendera mwonna mwe tuyita okuviira ddala gy'atandikira okutuuka mu nnimiro n'okuva mu nnimiro okutuuka katale yonna gy'abaagi. Kakati omulabi waffe wa Smart TV kedo ono bwe tumala ofuna ensigo zaffe ezo yonna gye tuzijje ku miti egy'enjawulo tusooka ne tuzireeta ne tuzinnyika mu ddagala oba ne tuzitwitinga okwewala nti senga ziba zize n'obulwadde obumu. Tulina ebika by'eddagala betusobola okukozesa tuyinza okugamba kankozese Nodox Super 75 ne tuzinnyika okumala essaawa nga 3. Kati we tuzinnyika tulina obuveera bwaffe nga bwe mugenda okulaba bwe tuba tutaddemu ettaka ne tutuuzaamu ensigo yaffe eyo ne tugibikira nga bwe tugenda okulaba. Kati we tugibikka tusigala kukifukira bufukirizi kati paka bwesituka neekula ate bwekula ne tugijja wano eno ne tugitwala mu kitundu ekirala. Ekifo ekirala ekyo bwe tugikumira nga tugifukirira amazzi tuyinza oyisaako akadagala akatonotono okugoba obuwuka kuba ebintu byaffe tugeza nnyo okulaba nga twewala nga bwe bagamba nti okugema kusinga okuwonya. So ebiseera ebisinga tufuba okulaba nga tugema bugemi tetumulinda amalefu na bulwadde. Kati we tumaliriza okuba nti atuuse ku mutendero gw'okuyunga ne tulyoka tumuteekateeka ne tutumya obwo obuti bwaffe bwe tuyise science ne tulyoka tumuyunga. Kedo ono we tumala okumuyunga kati enkola ziri bbiri. Waliwo enkola ey'okubanga omuyunze n'omuleka mu kiyumba oba mu greenhouse ne wabeerawo okumuyunga n'omuleka direct kye twandise sun grafting. Kakati woba omuyunze n'omulekawo kitegeeza osigala kumulabirira naye ng'okumulabirira kwe tutunulira kumuwa amazzi n'okuba nti waba amezeeko obuwakatirwa obujjako okusobola okulaba nti tebutwala ate nutrients eza sayon eri gye tuba tutaddeko. Kaakati nebeera nti omuti ogwo tugulabirira paka we gutuuka era tugenda kuba tubalaga emiti gyaffe egituuse okuba nga giri ready okusimbibwa. Kati emitendera gyaffe gye tuyitamu tuba tusimba hash over kedo ono. Ekirala hash ono alimu ebika. Hash ono alimu ebika bingi ebyenjawulo. Waliwo gwe tuyita fuet hash, waliwo gwe tuyita giant hash, waliwo gwe tuyita golden hash, waliwo gwe tuyita pinkerton hash, waliwo gwe tuyita silver pure hash. Kati fe wano tuyina silver pure hash era yasinga silver yasinga yakyasinze kubika biri byonna ebirala naye nga n'ebika ebirala gye biri naye ng'era we tuba tugamba abalimi baffe mulina kulima silver pure hash kuba yasinga ku biri ebika ebirala. So kati emitendera gye tuyitamu nga tulima kedo tuteekateeka ennimiro yaffe naye mu kumutendera ogusooka tusooka kufuna kye twandiise soil samples. Tugenda ne tujjayo ettaka ne tulikebera ne tulaba nti kedo waffe we tugenda okumuteeka ly'ettaka lye yeetaaga. Kedo ono ali sensitive nnyo kwegamba ayina entondo ku ttaka eriri acidic. twetaaga ettaka eriri 5.7 nga bwe ye soil pH ye twetaaga okuteekako kedo waffe. Era senga omulimi waffe aba ayagala okusimba kedo naye ne tuzula nti ettaka eryo terituukiridde na lyetaagisa, tukola enteekateeka okulifuula okukka wansi oba okulinnyisa pH yaalyo okulaba nti lituukira okusuba nti tusobola odisimbako kedo. So kati nga bwe tugenda okuba era tujja batwala mu nnimiro mulabe enteekateeka yonna y'ennimiro weebeera. Kakati bwe tuba twakatuuka no mu nnimiro nga tumaze okukebera ettaka ne tumanya nti ettaka lyeryo eryetaagisa okusimbako kedo waffe, tutegeera ne tumanya nti kati bwe tumala osima ebinnya byaffe ekinnya tusima fuuti 2 ku 3. Bwe tumala okisima ettaka eriddugavu oba ery'okungulu kye tuyita top soil tuliteeka side yaalyo ne subsoil ettaka erimyufu ne tuliteeka side yaalyo ne tuteekamu ebigimusa byaffe. Oyinza okukozesa kalimbwe w'embuzi oba ebigimusa ebizungu nga DAP ne tuteekako mu kinnya ne tuzaako ettaka ne tuzaako endokwa yaffe ne tugiziika. Kati awo kiba kisigadde tuba tusigadde kulaba nti omuti gwaffe tugufukirira bw'ebeera sizoni nga ya musana. Bw'ebeera nga nkuba tusigala kulabirira tukoola tufuuyirako kubanga atera kutawanyizibwa nnyo ze twandiyise fungal diseases. Mu Luganda basobola okugamba nti omuti guyina ekikaata oba kedo ayina ekikaata. So bye birwadde ebisinga okumutawaanya ebya fungal. Kati ne tusigala tufuuyirako bufuuyizi nakulabira kedo waffe bwakola ki bwakula. Amabanga waneeno tusimba mita 5 ku 5. Guno omuti tuba twagala gugaziwe. Era wali wakati tusalamu gye twandise nga main branch. Tugisalamu guleme kuwanvwa gugaziwe bugazi. Kubanga ebiseera ebisinga kye tusinga okwagala nti kedo we tujja okumukungula tuba tulina kubanga tuyimiridde buyimirizi. Kubanga kedo ono kye nabadde sibagambye nti kedo ono agenda nnyo ebweru wa export era bamupakinga bulungi ne babeera nga bamushippinga omutwala wabweru. So kyanjawulo nnyo okuba nti ne tuba tumunoga tetumuteekako kuraka yonna oba damage yonna, twagala abeere nga mulamu bulungi tusobole okuba nga tumutwala. Ate kedo ekirala yona ekirungi kyalina nti kedo ye wanjawulo mugumu, like lifespan ye mpanvu mukko. Omunoga leero tavunda ate tayengera mangu. Kitegeeza nti bw'oba omunoze basobola okumupakinga bulungi ne bamushippinga n'atuuka. Gwe nakyandaba ku Smart TV, eka yaffe egendamu emiti 16. Bwe tukozesa amabanga gaffe aga mita 5 ku 5, eka yaffe etulamu emiti 16. Emiti 16 egyo tukubalira nti eka emu omuti season esooka okubanga gukuwadde oluvannyuma lw'emyaka 2 n'ekitundu, olubala olusooka tujja manya nti buli kedo oba buli muti guliko bikedo 10. Buli kedo 10, buli kedo tugenda gitula nusu 2. Kati bikedo ojja kudira emiti 16 okubiseemu ofuneko bikedo 10 okubiseemu ku 2, ojja kusanga tulina milioni 3.2 mu eka emu. Ate olubala oluddako olwa season ey'okubiri kedo ajja kweyongerako abeere mu 2.5. Omuti guno twagubalirira nga guwangala wakati w'emyaka 2 n'emyaka 35. Kitegeeza nti gunatuuka myaka 35 gujja kunafuwamu ate tegufa ne gusigala gunafuyemukko ng'ate tegukyakuwa hype eri kubanga twagubalanga capacity yaayo maximum gusobola okubala okutuuka ku bikedo 400. Nakatona osobola kubanga mulimu abatutuukira nga ayagalayo emiti 5 gya kusimbako mu compound sigama nti wattaka dene, naye nga twandigambye nti omulimi yenna ayagala commercial kubanga we tutunuulira nti kedo ono era buli n'enteekateeka yonna eriwo, kedo ono kyekibala ekiriwo oba yegenda okubeera nga commercial crop egenda okuddako myaka 3-5 ejijja. Agenda kubanga cash crop gye tulina wano e Uganda. Kuba ensi ezisinga zo zaatandika dda, Uganda ffe tubadde tuluddewo. So kaakati gwe bwenna alina ettaka eryo lyakudibirira oba amataka gamu bagabba lwakuba nti tebagakozesa, ettaka liteekeko ekibira ffe olitukwasa tukukolera ekyo kyonna ky'oyagadde ne tukusimbira kedo ne tumulabirira ne tumukwasa ku bbanga w'omwagalidde. Omulimi yenna yali yandaba ku Smart TV nkusaba nti ettaka lyonna lyoyina eriri eyo eritudde kakibeere kisenyi kasatulaba nti amazzi tegatuula tusimba mu kedo n'obeera nti ojja kuba okoze enteekateeka ey'abaana n'abazzukulu nga balya ssente. Nga tetunakatuusa kugenda ku kitimba waggulu tusooka ne tumanya tukalekera amatabi ameka oba endokwa mmeka. Kati kabeerako endokwa ez'enjawulo. Kati kwe kusalawo ne ngamba nti kandekeko endokwa 2 oba 3 oba kale kangambe stocks 3 oba 2 kakati nomanya nti kansaleko ezisigadde kakati we manya nti nsalako esigadde ng'olumundu kwata nga ndukwasa direction yalwo n'olulala nga lwambukira ku nkondo era ensonga lwaki olabako emiguwa gino lwaki tusibako emiguwa gino eno nti kasobola okuva wansi kalinye kagende ku katimba kakati we kana amalo tuuka katimba luno omuluguwa tugenda dusalako kubanga twewala nti eno stem egenda kugejja kati senga egejjanga wano wakyali wasibe nutrients zijja bba tezikyayingira ekiriisa kiba tekyasobola kuva wansi kujja waggulu eno yensonga lwaki tuba tulina okukajjako nga kamaze otuuka katimba kati omulimi yaffe yenna ndaba ku Smart TV olina okukakasa nti akatunda okasalira akatunda kano wotakasalira ne kasakaatira kyensuubira nti ekigambo ekituufu wekasakaatira ne kabirako ebikoola ebingi tekajja kukola ki tekajja kuwa bibala birungi oba tekajja kubala nnyo kubanga kaba kasakaatidde yensonga lwaki tuba tusazeewo akatunda okubanga tukakongolako ebikoola n'okasalako amatabi kati ebiseera ebisinga olina osooka n'omanya ekika ky'akatunda ky'ogenda okulima akatunda kano kayitibwa UPF 12 kabala okusinga ku bika ebirala tulina ebika bingi naye kino kyekika kye twanditunuulidde kye tumanyi nti kibala ate kigumira embeera ate tekina nnyo misoso nga obutunda obulala twandibulabye nti kabodde ettaka oba kalwalalwala kana akatunda ko twakalaba nga kasinga ku bunne waabwo okuba nti ketwasalawo okuba nti tusimba kakati akatunda kano tusobola okusalawo ne tugamba nti katubeere nga tufunye ensigo entuufu ne twemereza oba sekyo olwo nga tugamba omulimi yenna eyandiyagadde okulima tusobola okufunira endokwa ne tukukoliza endokwa entuufu eyo yennyini ey'akatunda kaneeno oba sekyo ne tugamba nti kati akatunda kaneeno ketugenda okuba nti tusimba ne tugamba nti kati kugambe ofune ensigo ey'akatunda kano n'ogikamula okugiyisa mu mitendera yonna gye tuba tugambye n'ojjamu endokwa eyo akatunda kano okutuuka okaleeta mu main garden okuva lwe tukasimbye tujja kabalira omwezi gumu ne wiiki ng'emu kaba katuuse mu level mwe tukeetaagira nga kalina leaf canopy ennungi osobola nti okutrapinga ekiriisa mu bbanga ne tuba tufuuyidde okuba nti kasobola okuba nti katambula bulungi mu nnimiro kakati akatunda kaneeno okwolaba we tukasimba tutandikirawo kaliisa tusima ekinnya kyaffe bulungi fuuti 2 ku 2 wetumanya kuba kati akatunda kalira mu kinnya kati wetumala okusima ekinnya ekyo fuuti 2 ku 2 ne tuteekamu ekijimusa kyaffe tumala oteekamu ekijimusa kyaffe ne tuzaako akataka ne tulyoka tusimbako endokwa yaffe y'akatunda kakati ne tumanya nti tusigadde kafuuyira naye era oluusi tujja nga tuteekako ebijimusa era nga wengenda okubalaga kakati akatunda kaneeno ne tumanya nti we tuba tukafuuyira nga tukalabya tekalina kubeera mu muddo kati buli we kabeera mu muddo kafuna ebizibu kaba kajja lwala mangu kaba kajja kukonziba n'ebintu ebirala ng'ebyo kugamba ebyefaananyiriza ku kintu kyonna ekimeredde mu muddo kakati ekyenjawulo ekirala ekiddako akatunda kano we kamera we tumala okukasimba tumakinga sure nti oluvannyuma lw'emyezi 2 tulina okuba nga kali waggulu okujjako kyembadde ndeseeyo emabega nti olumala okasimba tetulina kusukka weeks 2 ku 3 nga tetunasaamu nkondo tuteekamu enkondo kuba kakulira ku speed kasobole okuba nti we kaba katandise okulanda kagenda bugenzi direct waggulu tetwagala katambulire wansi esebo kati omulimi akatunda kano mu myezi 3 kaba kamaze okuba nti kakulaga balubu zino zolaba esooka kati kitegeeza mu myezi 4 gyennyini oba myezi 4 n'ekitundu kundabirira ennungi ojja bono ga katunda kakasooka singa oba okalabiridde bulungi nnyo naye nga ne ku myezi 2 wali eri kaba kakubye ekimuli nga bw'okalaba kati kano katandika butandisi asawa zino akatunda kano wetumiridde kali myezi 2 ne weeks 3 era ndowooza olaba nti kakubye ebimuli era katandise okussaako kati tukabala ku myezi 4 tujja batunoga akatunda kafa akasooka kajja kuba kengedde kati second harvest kati akatunda kano olusi okalabirira obulungi kabeera continuous nti kino kano okalaba kakuze wakyaliyo ekimuli ekifuluma kwegamba tekatera kkaliza naye nga ate kasobola otuuka ne kaggwako n'olaba nti akabadde kakuwa katugeze ensawo 10 kakendedde kaze mu nsawo emu paka we kashading off ne kaddamu ne kakuba ekimuli ekirala akatunda kano nga kabaze bulungi nnyo ekikolo kimu tukisuubira okuba nti we kimala okwagaagala tukibalira nti olukoba luneeno gye twandise stock bw'eba okuva wansi okugenda ate tugikiriza etambule fuuti 15 n'okusingawo kakati webe etuuse mu fuuti 15 n'okusingawo tumanya nti buli wamu ewali ekikoola walina okubaawo akatunda kakati kitegeeza nti akatunda kano nga kabaze bulungi nsobola ekikola okukijjako ebbaafu y'akatunda y'obutunda ne tumanya nti eka yange wemba nina eka nsobola olunogo olusooka okujjamu ensawo wakati w'ensawo 4 n'ensawo 3 ate olunoga olwokubiri kubanga buli gye bukoma okweyongera bwongera okuyinjiwala nomanya nti eka ku nkomero ya byonna nsobola ginoga wakati w'ensawo 10 ku nsawo 12 eka y'obutunda ate nga obutunda buli katale kuba buli wamu banywa juice akatunda kano kali ku katale akawaggulu akatale kali buli wamu n'okutandikira ddala kuba amaduuka nga sinagenda noonya katale walala yonna ntandikira waneeno mu bantu baffe aba bulijjo naye nga obutunda buli ku bbeeyi essaawa ya leero kayinza okuba nga kali wansi ate n'oweesanga ng'enkeera kalinnye naye nga akatunda tekagwangako ku kawansi nti kasobola okusala omulimi kubanga waliwo ensawo weetuuka ng'egula emitwalo 6 n'okusingawo ensawo emu bweti era ne bwogenda eyo mu butale oba mu tawuni n'osanga kiro 10 empaka kiro obulungi ngeri mitwalo 6 7 8 naye ng'ate emanyi okujja n'etuukira ddala mu mitwalo 2 okusinza ku mbeera eba eriwo.
Weewaawo ku programu yaffe ey'olwaleero eya UG Tukole ate tukuleetedde ebika bya kofi eby'enjawulo yabaaye wali onywedde ku kofi ono era omanyi engeri gyakolebwamu tosubwa no programu yaffe UG Tukole mu kanyomero kaffe aka Skill Up tosubwa.
Friday tugisetinga era yo ebefulumya exact grams because tugisetinga buli lunaku oluba olina okugisetinga okulaba nti efulumya okyo. Cortado abeera medium coffee. Cortado abeera medium coffee, but that is strong. Because I mean latte, we are going to make latte. So latte, era nayo matagaba mangi. Era coffee, era nayo abachi abala itaba strong ate ka cortado. So if we look at cortado, coffee aba strong ate matamato. So ngate mu latte Otunuulira wano latte coffee abeera single shot, abeera coffee nga mutono n'ate nga mutamaki mangi. So enjawulo eri wakati wa drinks zino, enjawulo ey'amaanyi eri wakati wa drinks zino, latte cappuccino ne cortado, latte cappuccino ne flat white, enjawulo eri nnyo mu kiwuka. Nti kasitoma ajja kusaba ekyokukya cappuccino aba alina okunywa emirundi ng'ebiri esatu ate natuuka ku mata. So with latte customer anywa emirundi gumu ebiri n'alyoka atuuka ku mata. So with flat white kabeerako ovu nga katono nnyo, customer anywa omulundi gumu n'atuuka ku ki n'atuuka ku mata. we are going to make latte. If we are making coffee, hygiene is the key. Olina okubeera extra clean. Era obanga toli muyonjo bimu ku bintu ebisobola okugobya mu mulimu guno mweno field, because bakonsideringa nnyo ekintu buyonjo nga kikulu nnyo ngeri gyoba odiringa mu byokulya ebyabakasitoma. Kino kyetukola kibayita steaming. Steaming kubanga kwe kufumba. Etwala ddakiika abula steaming etwala wakati wa seconds 5 ku seconds 10. So kitegeeza omuntu mu ddakiika emu osobola okufumba ebikopo bya caayi ebibiri oba ebisatu bw'oba olina obwangu. Because wano obusteaminza amata kijja kutwalira seconds entono nnyo okuba nti okoze eki. Ekikopo kino nkiwunzika because wano mba nkola ekiyitibwa mixing. Oba osobola okumixinga naye obuzibu obuliwo nti bw'omala okubeera ng'omixinga tosobola kubeera ng'okuba latte art mulungi. Oba kikiyita okuba latte art. Latte art oba olina okubeera nga owunzikawo oti bw'otandika okuba akamuli kano kasobole okubeera nga kakola ki nga kavaayo. Otherwise obanga tokiwunzise tosobola kubeera ng'okuba latte art akola ki avaayo. Latte art ayambako okubitfayinga ekyokunywa kya kasitoma kino bali obuulyawo n'okusikiriza. Mpozi eriyo bakasitoma abamu abajja okujja nga tayagala kofi naye si muntu wakunywa kofi, naye olw'okuba nti alabye akamuli kali ne kamusikiriza okujja anywe oba kuba ekifaananyi ateke ku social media then n'ebintu ebirala ng'ebyo. Eno portafilter yaffe eno bw'oba omaze okubeera nga ojjamu oli kofi gwe wamaze okukola olina okubeera ng'ogirongoosa, olina okubeera nga nyonjo ifo nga tonatookamu any other coffee. So kakati ekipimo ekirina okugenda mu firuta eno ziba grams 18. 18 grams yeri standard. Ebeera 18 grams to 20 grams kwegenda kitulaga. Kya mugaso nnyo okuba nti epimibwa, kubanga wotapima kofi ono n'oba nga topimye grams z'olina kubeera ng'opima, kofi ajja kukyusa empooma, ajja kubeera so bitter and sour. So buli bw'otapima kofi ono either n'oteekamu oba nti mungi ku kisibo n'asukka ekipimo, oba n'aba nti mutono nnyo, wali kyebayita over extraction ne under extraction. So kasita aba nga omususiza nnyo n'aba nga n'asukka ekikomo n'osobola n'ogenda n'omu extractinga ku machine, ajja kuvaayo ng'ali bitter, ajja kubeera nga nkaawa. So wano tuba nga tukola ekiyitibwako aba yeetaaga okubalansinga 18 standard, between 18 grams to 20 grams. You don't have to go below 18, you don't have to go beyond 20 grams. So the range should be between 18 and 20. Always keep on recording, then let talking. Kotado tuba tugenda kukolanga kofi mungiko okusinga ngali extra nga si mutono nga naye twakoze kweri drink yasoose ya cappuccino. lwansonga nti abantu abasinga abaagala potado baagala coffees nga mukannyo nga tali light okusinga kofi owaki twalabye mu kusooka owa cappuccino. So abantu abajja nga baagala specifically potado baba baagala kofi okutestinga kofi nga muzito potado. Kisinzira ekika kya kofi kyabayagala, oba yagala latte ajja kugamba njagala latte. So you have to olina okuba nga omanyi how to make latte. Waba yagala cappuccino ajja kugamba njagala cappuccino, waba yagala potado ajja kugamba njagala potado. So nga gwe barista ali mu inside the coffee bar olina okuba nga omanyi nti customer nsabye kino kyenyina okubeera nga mukola ki, kyenyina okubeera nga mumuwa. Wano potado tuba tubala 36 seconds. One timer, yeah, one timer, then no timing, 36 seconds. Okuba nti okubeera nga okoze extraction yiga eyadala short. So, being that we are going to use the small glass, we don't need to use the bigger pitcher. Pina no pitcher is big, or small. So if you are going to make coffee in a small cup, it's better to use the small pitcher. Because if you use the big pitcher, no tekama matanga mangi, no maluga steaming, amatago mazo kwera ngoga steaming, gaba teka kyakola. So it's better no kozesa amata gano gona amala wagana agenda muki agana fitinga mu kikopo olimo kuwestinga amalogo. Bino byonna tubisomesa abaana because bwogera no westinga amata at the end of the day bajja genda balancing ebitabo ya coffee shop nga inventory te balance makozesa amata mangi ate sente sales ntwala naye ng'obuzibu buva ku mistakes entwala zino nga zitukola. Olina okubeera keen n'okubeera nga. So we are going to make potado. So if you are making coffee, put in the matagano, but it shouldn't go beyond 60 degrees. So this is cortado, coffee with milk, coffee, strong coffee with little milk. Abera coffee nga muzito nga muka, ebera double shot. So nenga na mata simani ne yande zo. What to do if we look and compare. If we compare the milk in this cup for cappuccino and the milk for cortado. Ojala banti gana mata mangi okusinga kino. And remember, much as gana mata coffee, ono coffee mutono ate amata mangi kitegeeza coffee ali a little bit light. So customer, you have to test and preference of each and every customer. Ekikyabambola ki customer ebiseera ebisinga customer ojja babuuza omuntu akola mu coffee bar omubuuza difference because oyinza okuba nga tolina idea about coffee. So you ask him or her the difference between these drinks. Era ye kenyini nyini abagamba nti cappuccino ali what, potado ali what, latte ali what, piccolo ali what. So when gwe customer you decide, let me take this depending on this explanation. Nasalawo okubeera nga nenjigira mu mulimu guno kubanga kino ekintu twatandika dde okusomesa abantu skills ez'enjawulo. Twasomesako abantu reusable sanitary pads, ne tusomesa sabbuuni, ne tusomesa paper products, lotion, shampoo, ebizigo bingi byonna mu hands-on skills training. Naye ekiseera kyatuuka ne ntambulamuko ne ngenda ebweru w'eggwanga. So gye nagenda eyo nali nkolera Braimi, gye nayigira omulimu guno era nga nafuna omukisa nti skill eno gye nsomesa abaganda bange bano bannayuganda bannange nagenda nengisomera mu kibuga Dubai mu coffee shop eyitibwa Cafe Riders. So namala okubeera nga ntendekebwa mu Cafe Riders nengenda Braimi nenkolera coffee shop bagiyita Caffeine Cup. So wenava mu Caffeine Cup contract yange yaggwako, baali banyongeza omusaala kuba guno omulimu mulungi nnyo skills gwa mutwe. So after 2 years contract baali banyongeza omusaala naye nze nensalawo okubeera nga nkomawo okubeera nti nyamba abavubuka bannange because nina opportunities nyingi ze nalaba mu Buwarabu. Ekisooka nenyigira mu mirimu gino wammanga nalinga ntandikawo coffee shops empya. Nina coffee shops empya nayambangako Abawarabu because twabeeranga mu coffee shop Abawarabu bajjanga nagamba nange njagala tandikawo coffee shop. So nabayambangako mu mbeera eyo ne batandikawo coffee shops ez'enjawulo n'omugaidinga nti gula mashini eno, gula kino, kola woti n'omugaidinga from A up to Z. But Z gyesembera nga coffee shop mumaze gisetinga up. Omugaga kyakubuuza ti njagalayo omwana asobola okukola, njagalayo barista asobola okukola mu mweno coffee shop. So babaristas abo nalawo opportunities nyingi nenconnectinga ne bannanga abaali basigadde Uganda nembaleeta nga gye nali nkolera. So nagenda olaba kigenda kikula nensalawo ngufuulira eddala omulimu. Era saawa zino nkola emirimu ebiri. Much as we are training here, tutraininga wano, tutraininga ne Dubai. Dubai tusangibwa ku Mutina street bagiyita Mutina. So eri abaana bali e Dubai nga bakola obwakiriina, bakola emirimu egitali defined. So abaana abo nga baagala okubeera nga bakyusa emirimu ne baswitchinga okuva mu giri emirimu bajja ne bafuna training gino mu budde bwabwe buli free. Bamala okubeera nga bafuna training ne bagenda ne bakansolinga ne bagenda ne bajoininga coffee kubanga alimu sente nyingi. So bagiyita local hire, baba hiringa kuva eri ku ground. Naye waliwo kiyitibwa international hire. Ne Uganda tutraininga abaana naye bamala okubeera nga basoma beetaaga emirimu. So when stepping in abaana bwe bamala okubeera nga mbatraininga ne mbabeera nga mbafunira emirimu ebweru w'eggwanga era ne babeera nga batravelinga ne bagenda ne bakola. Era bangi betututte mu mbeera eyo. Abaana bano garanti eriwo bayita mu makubo amatuufu. Ife ngaffe abatraininga saawa zino tetulina license etwala abantu bweru. Nate tulina companies zetukolagana nazo mu mbeera eyo nti job offer webezze ng'omuwarabu aweereza job offer erina okubeera backed up by company. So tugenda mu company ezo ne tuzituukirira tugala tulinawo abaana baffe bafunye emirimu Saudi oba bafunye emirimu oba Qatar oba Kuwait. So company eyo of course waliwo procedure mwolina okuyita baba company babitegeera bulungi. So kubanga bojja emirimu gyabwe nenga era abaana abo at the end of the day bamaliza bakoze eki bagenze abaana kubanga olaba ebintu bino nga tutraininga saa zino ojja kusanga nti tukozesa coffee ono wa bay, coffee ali roasted kilo ya mitwalo 4 wano e Uganda kwesa tukitundu nga ali roasted oyo coffee. Then ojja kwesanga nga tukozesa amata okubeera nga tupracticinga. Tujja kwesanga tukozesa amasanyalaze machine eno eri commercial enywa amasanyalaze mangi. Then n'okubeera facilitation omulala n'okusasula premise n'ebirala. So costs of training ezigenda ku mwana zo ziba nyingi. So abaana tubacharginga wakati w'emitwalo 6 ku 8. Naye sente ezo tetuzisaba mwana ntwagala okubeera nga tusaba sente nyingi. Wabula sente ezo zigenda ku material agula ebintu by'abaana oba training costs.
kubanga abaana bano tetubasomesa bino byokka bye tulabye wano, tubasomeseza drinks eziwerera ddala 25 babuliddeko 3 kubanga ebiseera ebisinga abaana bano gye tubasindika tufuna nnyo coffee shops empya gye tusinga okujja akatale era sawa zino waliwo coffee shops 2 zenakaweereza abaana. So coffee shops zino empya baba beetaaga omuntu ng'ali fully equipped ng'amanyi okukola buli kimu. So era to making sure omwana nga tannava ono amanyi okukola ebintu ebyo byonna, naye biyiga n'obikola kyetaaga materials, kyetaaga materials okubeera nga abipracticinga n'obipracticinga n'abiddiŋŋana paka wabiperfectingamu nti ne waba tuuse mu coffee shop nga yalimu yekka ate nga teyeetaaga muyambi, alina okubeera fully equipped with all the knowledge regarding about coffee. So abaana bano kitwala wakati w'omwezi ogumu ku myezi 2, naye ngaffe wano tulina enkola ngaffe, enkola eyaffe because abaana betutraininga wano tutraininga abaana nga bagenda ku travelinga, tetutraininga mwana agenda nti oba okujjako ng'oli yakyagadde eri abajja wano nga yayagala kukolera Uganda, n'abasinga wano betutraininga batravelinga ne bagenda ebweru w'eggwanga. So emphasis kwe tusinga okubeera nga tugiteeka ffe ngaffe abaana bano tubawa time eyo fine kuba mwezi mulamba, but tulekayo allowance ku mwana ono nti omaliriza kale omwezi gwo guwedde naye olina kino kyokyabulamu, tetwagala ogende yate okole ki otuswaze. So abaana bano tubawayo ka allowance ako, kisinzira buti omwana wakwata ebintu, but omwana naye alina okuba serious. Wabanga mugayaavu oyo ye tumugoba ne tumuta ne tumwesonyiwa, ne wabanga naye alaga okwagala okufaayo naye ng'ebintu just bikyabula mu bubuzi, tumuyambako okuba nti tumuwa space n'asigala nga apracticinga n'agenda, because kyetusinga okwetaaga mu mbeera yonna twagala omuntu ono atuuka eri abagagga bamusiime ate bantuwe ne demand order endala, because baana bangi betututte mwezi embeera n'osindikayo omwana omu ne bakusabayo abalala 2, omusajja n'akuwa rifaalo n'akuwa ne munne, so market tugijja nnyo naye ekikolo ku byonna kuba nti abantu boweereza babasuubiddemu ekyo ekikola kyebali. Okutandika coffee shop teetaaga nnyo bingi, abula yeetaaga ebintu waliwo kiyitibwa capital. Kwadde abasinga wano ekigambo capital twakikwata bubi, naye capital kitegeeza capitance. Capitance kigambo kya Latin kitegeeza omutwe, kitegeeza omutwe guno capital. What you know about coffee is your capital. Omuntu wava ebweru, nze we nava ebweru najja ne capital. Capital gwe najja naye si wa ssente abula gaali magezi. So alina okubeera fully equipped ng'amanyi business jazzeemu ya coffee. Ayinza obutamanya kukola bino but alina okuba nga ali knowledgeable about coffee, because tosayingira mu kintu kyotakola kyotamanyi. Bw'onaakiyingiramu nga tomanyi kiyinza okukusala nga tomanyi where the problem is coming. So olina okusooka n'okyenyigiramu n'omanya coffee akola atya, alina kukolebwa atya, such that ne wonaba oleesa omukozi osobola okubaako by'omugayidinga oba okubeera kubaako by'omutereeza gwe nga gwe mukama we kuba gwe aba avuga business. So alina okuba capital oyo okufuna knowledge eyo kyekisooka. Ekyokubiri n'afuna ne working capital z'essente ez'okuinvestinga ng'okugula machines zino, okupangisa ekifo, n'okuteekateeka ekifo kyonna ng'era omuntu wanaaba agenda okubeera ng'akola ekifo. Machine zirimu ebika, machine zino zirimu ebika, so kisinziira machine ensi gy'eva n'amaanyi gaayo. Kati machine eno, so machine yaffe eno ffe tukozesa Lasimbali eri mu millioni 13, naye ng'eriyo machines eziri mu millioni 15, millioni 2, eriyo n'eze millioni 8 eziri used. So omuntu obanga talina bulungi kasente asobola okubeera ng'afuna machine eri used. Waliwo ze bayimportinga okuvanga Italy mu nsi ez'abazungu, UK nga ziri oba London used n'endala nga ziri used naye ate nga zikola bulungi. So nazo simbi 8 millions to 10 millions omuntu asobola okubeera nga era afuna machine asobola okubeera nga emukolera bulungi. Bw'oba ne machine eno at least oba okavalizeeko nga 40% oba 50% ku coffee business, because machine eno yeringa base ekola coffee zonna. wano waliwo picha zino zetulaba kisinzira brand kwa picha zino eriyo abatunda brand nenga picha osobola ogifuna wakati w'emitwalo 3 ku mitwalo 5 picha eno then waliwo ne buno pictures obutono kosobola okufuna wakati w'emitwalo 2 n'emitwalo 2 n'ekitundu eno tampa ya mitwalo 5 then eno machine ejirako zino water filters grinder eri wakati wa $3 ku $3 kitundu grinder eyekuba coffee buno bu machine buno bu weighing scale bo bwa raisi mutwalo gumu okafuna gumu kitundu 2 okwetegeka but ebiseera ebisinga kasita obanga ofunye machine eno yesinga okubeera nga nkulu mu kutandika coffee business then ne grinder ebintu bibiri.
Weewaawo weebala ate nate kubanga otambudde naffe nsuubira olina kyoyize kimu oba bibiri ngweno munnange ayagala okubanga otandika business eno eya coffee osobola ate okuba nga olina kyoyizeemu era ndowooza
Smart 24, driving business.
Amanya Mukalaza Augustine okuva mu budget technical service ninda kuyigiriza nga bwe tukwata landa bwe tugipangulula bwe tugipanga bwe tugikozesa buli kimu kyonna buli kimu ekigikolako ye topic gye tugenda okukozesa olwaleero. Landa kyeki? Landa kyekyuma kye tukozesa mu kulanda embaawo okuzigolola ozijjamu ebinnya ozitereeza esobola okuzibajjamu bulungi. Kati leero tugenda kuyiga kiki ekikola na buli kimu kyonna na bwe kifaanana munda waakyo na buli kimu na buli paati yaakyo yonna. Kati katutandika ogisumulula tulabe buli kimu ebikola landa. Landa yaffe tuba tugipanguludde efaanana bweti. bweti erina obuntu bungi kuliko kano koolaba kano tukanyola nga twongeza olulimi oba tu adjust and readjust. Kano ke tukozesa nga twongeza mu maaso oba emabega. Ate kuliko na kano omulimo gwako ke katereeza akambe kaffe kano etuba tukataddemu bwe tuti kekatereeza oba kali ku side entuufu oba tikali ku side entuufu. Kati eno bwoti bwoba okalabye bwoti nga tukataddemu bwe tuti kati wano okalaba nti kateredde kalaba kaba kazanya bwe kati katereeza tukozesa kano okatereeza mu pozisioni yaako. Kati landa ine ebintu ebirala kati kano kino kye tukozesa okusumulula landa tukozesa screwdriver kuba yo ine ekintu kyayo kino okusumulula omusumaali gwaffe guno.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
My name is Semolimi Moses. I'm an instructor at Ntinda Vocational Training Institute. Ntinda Vocational Institute is a center for excellence of vocational training, and we offer 5 courses. Ntinda Vocational Training Institute is assessed by DIT, that is Directorate of Industrial Training of the Ministry of Education, and offer competence-based training and assessment to see that Uganda has competent technical people who are proficient and who are result-oriented. So who is doing that? That is the electrician, the domestic electrician. And how is he going to do it? You don't do it in any way you feel like. There is a way you have to follow, and we do it in accordance with IEE/IEEE/IEC. IEE, that is Institution of Electrical Engineers, or Institution of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. Now it was compounded to the International Electrotechnical Commission. They set rules, preset the international, and which we follow. So the electrician who wears this lamp, following this, the way it is wired here is the way it is done in Kenya, in Europe, in America, in Australia, and everywhere in Africa. That is, it is international. So an electrician who does this, the way he will do it, he will be competent and internationally acceptable. So now within, yes, we've got time frame. This work here at least has to do it in 1 hour maximum. So now, when you are going to do this work, there are steps to follow. You don't just come and do. There are steps to follow, or which we call processes. Now, which are these processes? We go through the processes. For example, the first one is site survey. Mark the points and make the line diagram, make the circuit diagram, make the material estimations and procure them, install the points and do the cabling, and then you do the termination, test the circuit with a meter, and finally you power the circuit. And then that's when now DIT can come and assess, have you done it well? I think I have to upload DIT for the that work which is doing. It's a really a very good job. Thank you, DIT. So now, let's go. Step 1, site survey. When you are given a job, the client takes you to the site and you see the site. But then you've got to go and survey the site yourself. What is there? What are the risks? Which risks are involved? Which space do I have? How can I mitigate those risks? How can I overcome them? What do I need? How long is the distance from my workplace? What do I need to go with? How many people do I need to go with? So you do the site survey and resurvey as well. Then you mark the points. Now, this is my site. This is where we are going to work from. And this is where we are going to put our lamp. So we mark the points. We are going to mark the points, as we shall come to that, to mark the points. Then after marking the points, you make what we call a line diagram. Now that is the geography of the work from here to there. Now this is our line diagram. We have a lamp. We have a terminal place, a terminal point where we carry out our terminations, where we call the joints and the connections. Then you have the switch place. So this is called a line diagram. Then step number 3, we go to what we call making the circuit diagram. You know, a circuit in electrical engineering, it is a complete flow of electric energy and should be doing some work. If it just goes and it short circuits and goes back, then that will be a short circuit. But it has got to get a load, and in this case, our load is the lamp. So we have the supply point. Where does the power come from? The power has to come from a source somewhere. From the source, whether the mains or from the battery or from solar, there has to be a source. Then when the power comes, it has got to come to a place where it will be terminated and be channeled to the control point, that is the switch, and from the switch to the load point, that is the lamp. So you get to know the actual thing manually, point by point, place by place, and it is well drawn. Now, this is a critical point. Electricians, listen to me properly. All eyes on me, all over viewers. Never carry out any electrical work without a circuit diagram. Never carry out any electrical work without a circuit diagram. This is what leads you, and it's the one on which you follow. You'll never make a mistake. And even if you make a mistake, it will be minor, not deadly. Now, from there, we go to what we call make the materials estimation. Now, the materials estimation and procure them, and the tools as well. So now we are going to see the tools. Which tools do we need? Which materials do we need? Now, we need screwdrivers, we need side cutter, combination plier, hammer, phase tester, multimeter, and electrician's knife. Now, Maureen, help me. Show us. First of all, we have the screwdrivers. Yes, I see the screwdrivers, which we are going to use. We've got this screwdriver. The screwdriver, we've got the minus and the star. All right. Now, we need the side cutter. The side cutter, this one here. The side cutter. We need combination pliers. Combination pliers. We need a phase tester. This one here. It tests for whether the conductor is live or not. Then we need a hammer and the electrician's knife. We shall see the multimeter later. Now, from there we go to the materials. Which materials do we need? We need the materials as well. Now we need a 1.5 millimeter squared twin cable. Now, we don't say 1.5 millimeter only, it is incomplete. It is a 1.5 millimeter squared twin cable. Because for lighting, we might not need the earth. We need, I think now we go as you are showing us. This is our cable. We say a cable because it has got more than one conductor. If it is one conductor, it's just a simple conductor or wire. But if it has two conductors or more, that one is a cable. And the size which we need is 1.5 millimeter squared twin cable. Now, we need a one-gang, one-way, single-pole switch. Electrician, listen to me. If a switch has one button, that is what we call a gang. If it has two buttons, those are two gang. Now, these are two gangs. The button, we can say two buttons. But now in electrical, we don't say two buttons, we say gang. So this one is a gang. This one is two gang, and the one we are going to use is one gang. One way, single pole switch. We need the lamp holder. Now, this lamp holder is called a button straight lamp holder because it is wall mounted. We also have a pendant. The one which swings, the pendant lamp holder, and it's put on the this is the ceiling rose on the ceiling, and then we put the lamp holder here. It is pendant swinging, but this one is button straight. There's one which is button bend, which some people call it angle but this one is button straight lamp holder. We need a bulb. This is a bulb. Now, we need a joint box. A joint box, yes. Now, this is where we carry our terminations. Okay, they put the joint box here, and at the same time, it's the one which is here. This is where we carry out the terminations, or the connections, or the joints. Now, we need this mod box. Some people call it the MK box. But now here we localized it that the MK box is usually for the wall mounted, where it is flash wiring, it is inside the wall and you cast it in the cement. But this mod box is for surface wiring. So we put it on the wall, you fix it on the wall, and you put the switch. So that's why we call it a mod box. Then the rest are small accessories. We need tower clips, which will help us to clip the cable on the wall. Okay, this one called a tower clip. And we also need screws. We need screws. As I said, we need the tower clips. This is the tower clip. Okay, the clip, it holds the cable, and then you hammer. You need this clip. Then you clip in the cable. Then after clipping the cable, then you hammer this nail into the wall or on the wiring surface. Then this screw is to fix these accessories, like the joint box and the smooth box, onto the wall, so that things are fixed and you carry out the clipping, what we call the cable lay, and the termination, and the work gets done. We said that our task is to wire a lamp controlled by a one-gang, one-way single pole switch. We've seen the one-gang, one-way single pole switch, and it is with the electrician to carry out this work. And how well, in accordance with International Institution of Electrical Engineers, or Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, or International Electrotechnical Commission. And we have seen the steps, we have seen the drawings, we've seen now the circuit diagram, we have seen the materials which are required, and the tools which are required. So now next is to go manually and practically on the work, so that we do it practically and pragmatic, and we see the results. We are now going to go practical to do the pragmatic part of our practical, of our installation. We are going to wire this one lamp controlled by one gang, one-way single pole switch, and this is our terminal point where we carry out the connections, which we call the joint box. Many electricians call it a junction box. No, junction is for conduit work, but for wiring work, it's called a joint box. And this is our power source. So now, before we do the work, you have to do what we call the measurements and the sketch. So if you can see here, we carried out measurements to measure the cable which you are going to use. You measure the cable you are going to use. So it is something which is like this. So this is our joint box. This is the switch. This is the source. And this is the lamp. So we carry out measurements so that we don't waste material. So now we are going to step number 5. Install the points and do the cabling. We have installed the points. This is the switching point, connection point, and the lighting point. Now we do the cabling. Now the cable has to be straight. The cable has to be straight, and you clip at intervals. You do the clipping at intervals, not too near and not too